So we meet again, Peveril. A cold voice, emanating from a figure cloaked in shadow, laughed quietly. Harry Potter, Lord of Houses Potter and Black, Slayer of the Dark Lord Voldemort, and known to only a few, Master of Death, couldn't even bring himself to care to respond. Following the war, he and Ginny had decided to break up. No ill will was held between the two. It was seen as mutually beneficial for them to part ways. He'd been accepted as an Auror and, with the help of his friend Neville, learned his place in the hierarchy of Wizarding Britain's government, being the lord of two noble houses. Through this exposure to the pure-blood side of the place he considered home, he met her. He'd known of her at school, mostly that she was pretty, intelligent, and was extremely cold to any boy that tried to approach her. She'd been cold to him as well after the war, but he grew on her when they had been enduring Wisengamot meetings and passing laws that needed to be voted on and compromised on behind closed doors. Or when they'd meet in his capacity as an Auror, her acting as a junior prosecutor for the DMLE. Those meetings eventually turned into friendly visits, then eventually more. Eventually, and he still didn't know why, she gave him a chance. From that chance, he experienced something he'd been deprived of nearly his entire life. Love. She didn't care about the scars that marred his flesh from what he experienced during the trials and tribulations of their school years. She only cared that he was a good man worthy of being loved. He loved her because she was she and he was he. And she was taken from him. He thought the war ended with the death of Voldemort, but he should have known better. The beliefs in wizarding supremacy that Voldemort professed didn't originate from him. They existed long before even Albus Dumbledore was born. They existed before even the establishing of the British Empire. Voldemort preyed on the fears of purebloods losing what made them them. They were only separated by culture when it came to Muggle-borns and half-bloods raised in the Muggle world. Purebloods became a smaller and smaller group after the horrific losses they suffered in the war with Grindelwald and later Voldemort. They saw their entire culture dying and sought a means to take it back. And Voldemort answered that call for a savior as any serpent would. With treachery and deceit. After Harry had perused through the Black family library and the Potter vault that had been sealed since the end of the First Blood War, he realized how truly dangerous the old pureblood families were capable of being. A centuries-old, uninterrupted line of semi-competent to very intelligent individuals adding more innovation to different spells and enchantments that had been in their family since, in the case of the Blacks, the time of Rome, makes for a dangerous group of people. Voldemort had waged a war of attrition that nearly wiped out half of all the purebloods in Britain. Aside from Dumbledore himself, only the purebloods working together would have been strong enough to kill Voldemort. The solution to having a strong enemy is to divide your greatest potential threat, blood supremacy being a very divisive topic for the upper echelons of Wizarding Britain. He only knew of this level of detail from his fiancée. Her family had desperately tried to stay neutral in both wars, barely managing to keep both warring factions at bay. But it didn't save her this time. The few remaining purebloods that still held to Voldemort's brand of supremacy wanted to lash out at him for killing their and their children's futures. They were the sons and daughters of the inner circle that were killed or imprisoned following the death of Voldemort. They killed and tortured two of his friends he would have fought his way through hell for the sake of. But they did something that caused him to be the very beast he knew he was capable of being. They took his family. She said she had a surprise for him, a Christmas present. He only found out what it was when he had her cold body wrapped in his arms. Priori Incantatem had saved his life once upon a time, but then, as he held the mortal remains of his soulmate, it made him wish he had the courage to end his pain. Her wand showed multiple shield charms and a slew of cutting and blasting curses, which wasn't necessary to know when a large portion of their home had been torn apart and debris blasted all over the place. But it was a different spell that had him shaking and screaming towards the heavens at what else he'd been robbed of. It was a spell used for a pregnancy test. She said she had a surprise. He'd walked out of their home, having set her gently on their bed, before he walked out to the front and heard a slight crack of someone operating. His wand had leapt into his hand, a sickly purple light at its tip, ready to strike down the unknown wizard. The unknown individual had shown his hands to show that he didn't have his wand at ready. He pulled his hood off to reveal the face of his would-have-been brother-in-law. Draco Malfoy. Harry was sorely tempted to curse him and rip out whatever information the blonde prick had that caused him to arrive minutes after what happened. "Potter," he had said, looking at the dark-haired man with a hint of worry. "I'm here to help." "What the fuck can you help me with?" he had snarled, his eyes glowing slightly from his magic responding to his fury. "She was taken from me and you stand here offering to help?" He started shaking and his wand arm was twitching. "My wife is going to find out soon that her sister was murdered by those I had once seen as friends," Malfoy had ground out. "They asked me to help them to attack Longbottom and I said no." Harry had looked straight into Malfoy's eyes. "Details," he had demanded. "Now." And so Malfoy did. There was talk amongst many of the purebloods from the war that planned on teaching the blood traders a lesson. The Malfoys were one of the few that managed to maintain most of their wealth following the war. Harry had vouched for them for one reason. Narcissa. She lied so he could get the chance to kill Voldemort. That was the only reason. His word was gold for who would be treated with either hatred and convictions of crime, or with a pardon. Malfoy explained how he had learned of the plan to attack the Longbottoms just a few hours prior. Malfoy had sent an emergency message to Longbottom Manor for them to prepare. He didn't find out the plan to attack Harry until just minutes ago. "You don't feel bad about betraying your pals?" Harry asked mockingly, his voice slightly manic sounding from his grief. "They betrayed me when they attacked my wife's family," he growled, looking affronted. "They deserve everything they will get." It was something of a small scandal when Draco Malfoy went against his father's wish and married Astoria Greengrass. They had just married months prior and Harry had been jokingly talking of how awful it would be to have a Malfoy as family. Draco was still a bastard, but he could be tolerated in small doses. He was still an arrogant blood supremacist, but he wasn't his father. Being around Astoria had made him a better man overall, something that Harry saw happen to himself when he had first gotten with Daphne. Draco explained how they got information on Harry's home and its defenses. Ronald Weasley. He had been lied to. One of the bastards had polyjuiced themselves to look like Neville and had told Ron how he was worried about Daphne influencing Harry. That he had discovered that Ron's fear was valid. That the blonde snake had ensnared him with a love potion and was trying to use Harry's influence in Wizarding Britain to bring a resurgence in the pureblood cause. Ron, being the trusting fool he was capable of being, told Neville about some of the defenses used at Harry's home to get through and save him. Ron, after the war and death of Fred, had actually been motivated to better himself. Bill had taken him under his wing and helped guide him to eventually become a fairly competent cursebreaker several years in the future. Ron had been familiar with some of the wards as it was Bill that was paid to help raise them. His friend ended up getting tortured and killed, along with Hermione who had been visiting. Harry had known his home was attacked when he felt several of the wards disable and shatter when he had been in the field investigating a crime ring that was smuggling illegal items into Nocturne Alley. After Draco had explained everything, Harry had calmed his blinding rage into a more dangerous cold fury. "Where are they?" he asked simply. "Knott's Manor," was the reply. Harry was about to ask where Knott's Manor was when he heard another crack of apparition. Both Harry and Draco raised their wands at the third person, his own wand out. "Identify yourself," Harry snarled. "Now, damn you." "It's me, Neville," the stocky man said, still not lowering his wand. Harry didn't believe it for a second. "What was the password for Gryffindor Tower in our 5th year?" he demanded. Neville thought for a moment before he spoke. "Mimbulus Mimbletonia," he answered. "Who was with us in the train compartment in 5th year?" he asked. Neville stiffened. "Luna," he whispered, his breath hitched slightly. Harry lowered his wand, Draco following suit. "What happened?" Harry asked, more kindly than when he asked Draco the same question. "They attacked us," he muttered, glancing at Malfoy. "Malfoy warned us and we were ready. Luna's at St. Mungo's right now, under guard." Neville looked at how Harry was standing and his demeanor.
"I'm sorry,"
Neville whispered, knowing Harry had lost something irreplaceable just minutes ago. Harry didn't reply. He simply looked at Malfoy. "Take me to Knott's Manor," he said simply. Malfoy simply nodded and stepped towards Harry. Me too, Neville said, stepping towards the other two men. Harry shook his head. I don't plan on coming back unless they're all dead, he said, coldness in his voice. You are my friend, Harry, Neville countered firmly. I'm not going to let you get yourself killed to take those bastards with you. I'm going with you and that's final, he finished, leaving no room for discussion. Malfoy was glancing between the two, the scent of ozone in the air. The Potter and Longbottom Lords were two of the most powerful wizards in their generation. Potter was head and shoulders above all his generation in raw power, even more so after the Dark Lord's death, and Longbottom wasn't the weak and shy near squib that everyone thought he was at school any longer. Not and his band of lying, treacherous bastards would die tonight, in a very painful manner. Fine, Harry said, but they're mine to kill. As long as I get a few, was the simple reply. The two men nodded and turned towards Malfoy. I'll need to take one at a time, Malfoy explained, and it'll need to be outside the ward's range. Harry nodded and turned to go back into his home. I'll be back, he said simply, walking towards his home with purpose. He walked to where he kept his equipment, a hidden warded room that contained armor, potions, and other items that helped when your job was hunting dark wizards. Grabbing a dragonhide cuirass, he pulled off his robes and put it on. He then grabbed several enhancement potions and downed 3 of them. Pepper up, endurance elixir, and a pain-numbing draft. He didn't need to grab his invisibility cloak. He already had it on him. He also had the Elder Wand. It wasn't something anyone knew, as he never had the need to use it. But now, he wanted his targets to taste the bite of death before their corpses even hit the ground. Almost as an afterthought, he grabbed a dose of polyjuice and put it in his pocket. Grabbing his backup cuirass for Neville, he walked out of the house, glass and debris crunching under his boots. He walked back towards Neville and Draco, still standing 50 yards from his home. Malfoy quirked a brow at the cuirass in Harry's hand, before the raven-haired man tossed it to Neville. It will probably be snug, he said, but I don't need you taking a hit that can be avoided. Neville nodded and stripped off his outer robe, forcing the dragonhide onto his much stockier frame. He managed to fit it on by having it tied loosely, but it would protect his chest and other vulnerable parts from spell fire when they inevitably would be killing several people tonight. Will they all be there? Harry asked. Malfoy nodded. Very likely, he said simply, stretching out his right arm for Harry to take. Harry stepped forward and grasped a hold, feeling a squeeze and hearing a pop as the two apparat. The two arrived around 250 yards out from Knot Manor, Harry being able to sense the ward line just in front of him. I'll be back with Longbottom, Malfoy said simply, before disappearing with a pop. Harry was left to his thoughts for a minute. Everything I've done has been for others. Even after everything he went through, the death of his mother and father, all the terrors he lived through, the betrayal by the public in 95 and 97, Sirius, Remus and Tonks, he had tried to be worthy of their sacrifice. He had tried to stay the course. He had tried to be a good man. A man that his mother and father could be proud to call son. A man that Sirius and Remus would have seen as a good nephew. Someone that could lead a broken nation into a better future. A man worthy of being called husband by one Daphne Isabella Greengrass. I would have been a father. He had the chance to be something greater than any other thing he cared about. His titles meant nothing to him. Lord Potter, Lord Black, Boy Who Lived, Man Who Conquered, they all meant nothing compared to the 2 titles he had stolen from him on this night. Husband and Papa. His fury burned like ice in his veins. He heard the whisper of a long-forgotten voice. Yes, Harry, you know the spell. Use it. The last of Voldemort's sycophants would die tonight. Their screams of mercy will go unheeded. He heard a crack and turned, Malfoy having brought Neville. We ready? Neville asked solemnly. Harry nodded. You leaving? He turned to Malfoy. You'll need a witness, he said simply. I was heading here to speak with a couple of friends and several cloaked figures screaming blood traitors killed my friends right as I got here. He used quotes. I barely escaped, you see. I got tagged by a cutting curse though. He looked at Harry, gesturing towards his wand. Harry nodded and raised his wand to cast a moderate-strength cutting curse at Malfoy's forearm, a slight flash of silver shooting towards Malfoy's arm. Malfoy hissed in pain and pulled at his torn sleeve to wrap it around the slash to slow the bleeding. Malfoy pulled out his wand and conjured a vial and let his wand bleed into it, filling up the vial. After it was full, he handed it to Harry. "I'm keyed into the wards," he explained. "You'll need some of my blood to get past it." "Won't it trip still?" Neville asked. "My wards need more than just the blood of someone keyed into them." "Not's wards aren't as good," Malfoy said simply. "Your wards are from centuries before his." Malfoy then tightened his sleeve further. "I'm going home to console my wife," he said quietly. "Kill the bastards and show no pity," he said simply before disapparating. It was just the two, Harry and Neville, left. Harry pulled out his flask of polyjuice. At Neville's raised brow, Harry answered with one word. "Polyjuice." Neville nodded, steadying himself for what was going to happen in but a few minutes. Harry dripped a drop of Malfoy's blood into the flask, the contents hissing at the added ingredient. Harry shook it slightly and handed it to Neville. "I have my cloak," Harry said simply, pulling it from where he kept it. "You'll need the disguise." Neville gave Harry a look of understanding, grabbed the flask and took a gulp from it. Neville's features and hair shifted, and then his frame and height shrunk. He pulled off his robes for a moment, tightened the dragon hide from it fitting better, and then cast a temporary shrinking charm on his robes before putting them back on. "Ready," Malfoy's drawl was heard. Harry nodded and put his invisibility cloak on, vanishing from sight. There were once 3 brothers, he thought to himself. Each hallow seemed to emulate different aspects of death. The wand was a violent and unstoppable force of nature when wielded by a powerful wizard. It would reward the strong and youthful, but in the end, just as how a man's youth and vitality will leave him, so to will the wand. And it will leave you when you most desperately need it. The stone was the soul-wrenching need to have your loved one return to you, but will always be out of reach until you are reunited in death. The cloak, which was more than just a simple long-lived invisibility cloak, was capable of leaving you completely undetected by magical means. Wards would not pick him up when he crossed their threshold. Moody's eye was able to see through it because the eye had been enchanted by Dumbledore after he had inspected the cloak for years following the death of James Potter. The cloak was death in its most dangerous form. Unseen, unheard, unknown. You wouldn't know it was there until it had already taken you. Harry uncovered his head and jerked it to gesture for Neville to follow him. Harry pulled out the blood that Malfoy gave him and tossed it to Neville, who caught it and covered his left hand in it. He waved his wand to check where the ward line was and felt it. The two walked to where the key point was, which was the front gate, and prepared to enter. Neville smeared some blood on his hand and stretched his hand over the ward line. His hand washed through the ward and the buzzing sensation slackened, letting Neville step through. Harry simply walked across the ward line with his cloak on. The two walked straight to the front of the manor, spotting one cloaked man larger than even Neville was. "Goyle." Harry and Neville continued walking straight towards him. "Draco," Goyle called. "Didn't think you'd be dashed." He was interrupted by a cutting curse cast by Neville that tore through his throat without resistance. Falling to the ground with a wet gurgle, Goyle grabbed at his throat to try and stop from bleeding out. Harry, still under his cloak, cast a silent piercing hex aimed at Goyle's head. The result wasn't pretty. Harry transfigured the corpse into a bone, put a disillusionment charm on it, and banished it away. The two advanced further and entered the manor itself. They could hear the sounds of shouting and the scent if medical potions was in the air emanating from one of the rooms on the right. "Fucking bitch nearly took my damn arm off." A voice could be heard. "Fucking blood traitor." "Hold still," a voice instructed. "I need to reattach the tendons and arteries or you'll lose the arm." Harry and Neville walked towards the room, wands in hand. They had the misfortune of Lord Selwyn having walked out of the room, his wand out to clean some blood off of his hands. Selwyn spotted Neville and his expression showed surprise, turning to hostility immediately. Selwyn was a man who served Voldemort in the First Blood War. He was one of the Death Eaters that was in the thick of much of the duels and full-scale battles that involved the hit wizards and Aurors, having been a duelist in his younger years. Instincts born from years of fighting trained fighters and killers caused Selwyn to already have his wand up, casting a shield charm as two curses, a cutting curse and piercing hex of intense power, smashed into his shield with a resounding clang. "Intruders!" Selwyn shouted, casting a bonebreaker at Neville. "One's invisible and the other looks like Malfoy." His shield buckled under the salvo of cutting and blasting curses that came from Harry and Neville, forcing him to dive behind the wall. The man's comrades scrambled to pull their wands and help, having been caught off guard by the intrusion when they were trying to fix themselves up from their raid. Harry snarled an incantation in Perceltogue, slightly modifying the density of the spell. He flung a wide-range severing curse through the wall, tearing it down as it tore completely through the construct. Based on the screams heard through all the dust and debris in the air, he had hit multiple people. A flurry of multicolored spells were sent back as a retaliation, including more than one sickly green-colored one. Whipping the Elder Wand upward harshly, the marble floor was torn up to act as a shield for Neville and Harry. Neville ran towards the left, trying to outflank them under the cover of the marble. After the flurry of spells impacted the marble, Harry banished the marble at them, catching another couple of enemies, the sound of screams and breaking bones still heard over the shouts of incantations and explosions. Harry spotted Neville to the left, having been able to draw the attention of most of them. Several curses were sent towards him, most being batted aside, shielded, or dodged. One or two made their way through, being stopped by the Dragonhide. Harry pulled the cloak off and shouted out an incantation to get their attention. "Fulminata!" A bolt of purple lightning shot from his wand and impacted with a deafening explosion that knocked nearly everyone that wasn't incinerated by it to the ground. Harry had thrown up a wandlessly cast shield to block most of the debris and mute some of the concussive force, but it still left his ears ringing. Neville had the forethought to throw himself to the ground and cover his ears right as he heard Harry's voice. Before most of their enemies could recover, Harry resumed launching blasting and cutting curses in a constant flowing stream of wand movement, seamlessly linking each flourish with the next. Several of them, presumably not and some of the more experienced ones left, managed to recover in time, jumped up to begin making a fighting retreat out of the room and up to the second floor of the manor. A couple more dropped from curses sent by Harry and Neville towards their backs. Harry was distracted for a moment when he saw Neville get tackled by Selwyn, who was covered in blood and his wand was shattered into a mess of splinters. Neville managed to throw Selwyn off of him and began driving several punches into the older man's face without any mercy. "Fucking go!" Neville shouted at Harry, driving another punch into Selwyn's face with a sickening crunch. Harry turned to the retreating survivors and levitated himself, a difficult feat managed by only very skilled wizards, towards the second floor without using his wand. The shock that showed on their faces was deliciously sweet. "I'm not done yet," he snarled manically in Parseltongue. The survivors, bloody and haggard from the raid, and now from Potter and Longbottom hitting them unprepared, were in no shape to fight back and hope to win. Not, who stood at the back, snarled something in Latin and the wards of the manor shifted. Harry felt a rush of magic go straight towards him. The shield he cast from the Elder Wand was one of the strongest he knew. It was a shield spell that his grandfather, Charles Potter, had improved upon during the 1940s. With the addition of the Elder Wand's enhancing ability, the shield was stronger than most defensive spells in Britain, being able to withstand intense spell fire. Even with its strength, the shield cracked from the influx of magic channeled from the wards. "The fool thinks that will save him," he thought. If he had to guess, Nott had caused most of the wards of his manor to collapse by channeling their magic into a blast to kill him. And it failed. Nott had promptly fled to another room, the door closing loudly and a flash of light indicating he fortified the room. Harry turned towards the survivors, the shock visible at his shield holding up to the assault. "My turn," he whispered. It happened too fast for his enjoyment. Their shields buckled within seconds of his onslaught, curses from the Black and Potter's families forming a ceaseless chain of death and destruction being delivered to those who stole from him. One was engulfed in black and purple flames, melting into a blackened puddle of meat and blood. Another turned inside out, but still remained alive for seconds longer. None were spared his wrath. Only when the gurgled gasps for mercy were silenced did he walk briskly to where the last one, not still lived. He pointed his wand towards the door and blasted it into ash, overloading the charms hastily cast upon it. Harry's thoughts ground to a halt when he saw her in front of him, long blonde hair and piercing blue eyes. His wand lowered, leaving him open to the cutting curse that tore a gash into his upper thigh. Growling and nearly falling over, he threw up a shield to block the flurry of curses that came towards him. Fucking polyjuice. His occlumency shields, which was the only thing that was keeping him from having an emotional breakdown, was unraveling from the sight of her. Another curse slipped through, stopped by his harness but opening a slight tear in it. "I'm the one that killed her," Not declared in her voice. "I killed her and she screamed as I killed her." He enunciated each syllable with another curse being cast. Harry felt his occlumency break, his fury boiling over. He roared in fury and fired an overpowered cutting curse instead of shielding. The curse that struck him opened a gash across his face, barely missing his left eye. His growl of pain was drowned out by the screaming that came from her voice. His curse had torn clean through Not's shield and severed his wand arm near the elbow. Whimpering from the pain, Not cradled his ruined arm, rocking back and forth slightly. Harry stalked towards him like a predator stalks its prey, wand glowing eerily. Not managed to look up at Harry and glared at him with pure loathing. He spat at Harry's feet. "You can kill me, but you won't stop us," he stated. "The only thing I regret is that I didn't kill you with your whore." Harry raised his wand, ready to end the torture of her face staring at him with such hatred. "She kept screaming your name as it choked the life from her," he cackled. "And you weren't there." Harry snarled and whipped his wand horizontally, hearing a wet slink sound, the cackling going silent. Not's head fell off his shoulders, making a wet thunk as it hit the floor and rolled a short distance, eyes lifeless and empty. Harry froze for a moment, before turning around, his knees hitting the ground. He started vomiting up the contents of his stomach, a mix of too many potions and the sight of what he'd just done. He couldn't forget what form Not took. He had to have gotten some of her hair and planned on trying to play with his mind, which he did. He couldn't forget her eyes, so expressive when you know her. How they seemed to shine when she was happy, or when they looked like they were carved from ice when she was angry. They weren't supposed to be glassy and lifeless. And he had to see it for a second time. He pulled himself to his feet, his left leg protesting against the weight put on it. He wiped the blood out of his eye and limped out of the room, not wanting to look back. Walking down the stairs unsteadily, Harry saw Neville wiping blood off of him, most not his own. Selwyn had been beaten to death, his face a complete mess. The entire manor had been trashed from their assault, none surviving based upon the lack of sound coming from the fallen. Neville turned at the sound of Harry coming down the stairs, still trying to wipe the blood off of himself. "Lost my wand and there were two others that were still trying to fight me," Neville said quietly. "It wasn't pleasant." He bent down to show Harry something. "A rumpet fluid," Harry said, grabbing the vial and noticing the liquid within the vial that Neville pulled from a corpse. Why the bloody hell would they need it? A rumpet fluid burned hotter and melted through magical shielding better than most fire spells, save for fiend fire. Neville shrugged, not knowing why the hell they'd have it. Harry, still trying to pull his thoughts together and not break down in front if Neville didn't see something in the corner of his vision fast enough. One of the Death Eaters, younger than them, probably just graduated from Hogwarts, pulled himself up and fired a blasting curse with a shaky hand gripping his wand, his other hand clutching his openly bleeding chest. Harry had only a split-second choice on what to do. Luna shouldn't lose you. Harry clutched the vial to his chest, put his hand on Neville's chest, and wandlessly banished him from the room, right as the blasting curse struck him. The dragonhide armor would have prevented it from being lethal. A few broken ribs would have been it. But erumpent fluid was volatile to magic, and explosive magic was very volatile. The last he saw was Neville's look of shock and him shouting, before there was a flash and he knew no more. "So, we meet again, Peveril." Harry hadn't heard that voice in over 3 years, 3 years that were complete bliss for him. Death, or at least the entity that symbolized death, was here to speak with his master. Harry didn't wish to speak with death. The previous time had been difficult enough. "Just let me die and see her," he commanded. "Not until you have listened to my offer." Harry shook his head. "Your death," he said simply. "What I want is something you won't give. I can offer you your beloved." Harry was silent at that, not knowing how to translate that into what he heard. "What?" he asked quietly. "I can send your soul back to save her," Death explained, voice still flat and devoid of most emotion. "As my master." The last word was said with a small amount of distaste. "Your soul is more resilient. It will survive the journey intact." Harry was skeptical of Death's offer. "What is your price?" he asked coldly. "Simple," Death said. "But before you accept, there is another detail." Harry glared at Death, demanding an answer. "I cannot send your soul back a short distance in time, at least how you see time." Death said, "You will arrive, should you accept, at one of 2 points. At around the time your name had come out of the goblet of fire, or when you and your cousin were nearly kissed by Dementors 1 year later." Harry stared at Death with complete distrust. "You do realize I will try and save those already dead? Sirius, Remus, Tonks, Dumbledore, Fred, Daphne, everyone he could. I do not care to have to temporarily part with souls that will inevitably pass on," Death replied simply. "Those you care for will live at most around 100 years. That may be long for a mortal, but it is merely a grain of sand in the hourglass for a being that has existed before your kind discovered how to even harness magic." Harry still stared at Death or the material form it took. "What is the price?" he asked again, not accepting anything until he knew. Death looked at him silently, before he let out a low chuckle, the most emotion he ever showed in front of Harry. "You are so much like your ancestor," Death said with amusement. "He didn't trust me at all, unlike his fool brothers. They thought they could outsmart me, Death itself, with my own power. But Ignotus knew better. He knew something important that his elder brothers, in their arrogance, did not. Inevitable." Death's presence grew larger. "The strongest of men wither and die. The strongest blade rusts and fades back into the earth. Nations are destroyed. The greatest empires die. And they all returned to the dust from which they came. They all return to me. You cannot hope to grapple with me and hope to defeat me at a game that has been my purpose since life began." Death's presence then shrank back to its previous level. "Your payment," Death said simply, switching back to Harry's question/demand, "will be for you to cast one of the Hallows into the Vale of Death before your mortal demise. You will be the final Master of Death in your world." "My world?" Harry raised a brow in question. Death chuckled again. "Your world is not the only one, my dear master," he answered with a slight mocking tone. "Death in life is not exclusive to what you can see and feel within your reach. Now, will you accept the offer?" Harry still wasn't trusting of Death, much to the entity's continued amusement. "What will happen when I get there?" he asked. There were issues that weren't fixed until after the war. Harry, only finding out a year after the death of Voldemort, had bindings put on his magic by Dumbledore as a child. The old man did so when Harry was an infant, when the Horcrux, which Dumbledore didn't know what it was at the time, was trying to feed off of his magic. Dumbledore put the bindings to prevent the dark magic from feeding off of his magic like a parasite. Harry had spoken with Dumbledore's spirit after the war using the stone. The man had apologized for the mistakes he made and had explained why he did certain things. He left Harry at the Dursleys because no one could be trusted that were friends with James, and Lily still lived. Remus would have been declared unsuitable by merit of misplaced hatred from his affliction. Sirius was a believed traitor, and everyone else was killed, or in the case of the Longbottoms, driven insane. Dumbledore had begged for his understanding. The man had guilt for his failings and begged the boy-turned-man that he wronged for forgiveness. Harry let the old man have his forgiveness, and a promise to try not to summon him and disturb his peace. The issues, as you call them, will be repaired by the influx of magic from your soul and a little present. I shall leave you, Death said. Your bindings on your magic will be removed upon your arrival. Harry looked at Death for a long moment, then nodded. I accept your offer, he stated. But why run the risk of Riddle living? What happens if he somehow manages to kill me? Harry scoffed at the last part. Whether it be in 1 year, 100, or 1,000, Tom Riddle shall die. He is but one cowardly mortal that has tried to flee from me by mutilating his very essence. His ancestor, Herpo, was no different, nor were the magicals of Egypt. I value the end to any mortal shackling me in any way over the continued existence of one man. Death said simply, no other who has united the Hallows had the willingness to relinquish their power of immortality, until you. Harry prepared himself for what was about to happen as he felt the environment begin to shake. Your word is your vow, Peveril, Death whispered harshly. Stripped from all lies, half-truths, and false pleasantries, your very magic and soul is tied to this agreement. Go back on your word. Keep the Hallows, and your soul will be mine. You will know no peace. You will be cast into the void, never to be reunited with those you hold as sacred to you. This is my vow. Death's voice rose to a volume that seemed to encompass Harry's very being. Good luck, Master. With that, Harry Potter was struck by a blast of pure darkness. He felt a ripping sensation and was pulled into blackness, everything going dark. I know you are there, sister. Death called out, seconds after the last Peveril vanished. A woman in robes with a symbol on the front in the form of a balancing scale and thread above it appeared with a small laugh in front of him. You said I would handle Potter, she said with a glint in her eye. Death shrugged slightly. He is within my domain, as the descendant of the Peverils. He stressed the last word. Yes, his sister said, but he is touched by fate. Me, she countered, pointing to herself. His string runs through the center of the tapestry of his world. One pull in any direction will change the entire pattern. I have the final say when they are alive, you when they are dead. We must balance things. He ceased to be entirely yours when he united the Hallows. Death countered as well. He is in a position where it concerns both of us. No man can live forever. The Hallows are unnatural, and the very nature of how the 3 Peverils were able to imbue part of my essence into them shouldn't have been something they could have thought of doing. The 3 Peveril brothers were the most capable wizards in all of Europe at the time. Death saw what they could potentially do if they meddled with trying to use necromantic rituals to try and summon him. Ignotus had urged caution, being the only one that thought better than to try and meddle with matters of mortality and death. But his brothers didn't listen. In their folly, they crafted objects that were a bastardized form of what they eventually became when Death put his own power into them. They had been traveling from where they had just completed their ritual to seal some of his very nature into material objects. They had sacrificed 49 rapists and murderers, 7 deaths for each of the 7 runes surrounding the ritual matrix, and without realizing it, gave him the means to manifest a portion of his presence to speak with them that very night. When those who say they felt Death's cold hand on their shoulder when they were surrounded by Death, they weren't always exaggerating. Wherever the loss of life was thick in the air, he could project his presence to haunt and frighten those less fortunate who survived. It was amusing to see and feel them shiver from his presence, even when he wasn't touching them. The strongest and most steadfast of warriors and healers were the most preferred prey of his. There was so much pleasure to be had when those who defied his inevitability most sternly were reduced to a quivering mess when he would merely whisper sweet nothings into their ears. The wand and the ring were the only ones created by the brothers that night. Ignotus didn't want his cloak to be touched by Death like the others, at first. His cloak, which was a masterpiece by the standards of all other cloaks, still wasn't what its successor was. Ignotus was the only one that was looking over his shoulder all the way back to their home, feeling like something terrible would happen. He was right. Death had been able to make the trees creak, the wind chill, the animal life going silent in fear from the actions of their ritual. Antioch and Cadmus were too drunk on their success to notice. The legend was partially true. but only insofar as he congratulated and rewarded them on their success. As a gift, he imbued them with more of his power, making the wand be superior in every form of spellcasting, not just the destructive kind that Antioch had made it. Cadmus Stone didn't actually resurrect the dead. It created a ghost-like mirage that he deluded himself into thinking was his beloved. Death made it real, but it fed off of magic to keep the spirit in the world of the living. Ignotus acted just as his descendant did, showing no trust to Death the first time they met. Death had nearly decided to not speak with his master, but thought differently and had spoken with him promptly after he'd been struck by another killing curse by Riddle. Potter, of course, rejected the offer to travel back the first time, having inherited the good sense to not take a deal at face value. Ignotus had demanded, not to have his own cloak enhanced, but to have a cloak fashioned by Death himself, hiding him from all magical detection ever devised by mortal hands. Death never thought that Ignotus had a plan. He thought for some time but eventually agreed, wanting to end the entire Peveril line to not have another try and meddle with Death centuries later. He crafted a cloak, the very waters that the three had transfigured a bridge over to avoid Death's trap, was woven into the tapestry. He gave the cloak to the untrustworthy man, who smiled back at the entity who would be the one to ferry his soul into the afterlife. Death was offered a deal instead of him offering as he often did. Ignotus, draping the cloak over his frame, had offered to gift the cloak to him upon his death, so long as Death did not take vengeance on him or his descendants for the transgressions of their forefathers. Death promptly agreed, a ghoulish delight at the thought of Ignotus making a deal for the sake of generations who would never be. But Death had been tricked. Antioch was killed first, getting drunk after killing an opponent that he feared to face before he had his wand. The man feared Death so much at the hands of his enemy that he accepted a deal from Death itself to be given a weapon to save him from the bequeathing party. Antioch was taken by his own arrogance, believing himself to be unkillable with his wand and boasting about it, spawned by his fear of being too weak to kill his foe with his own power. Cadmus wasted away from feeding his magic into the stone to have his lover returned to him. He refused to move on and lost his mind as his body and magic failed him, causing him to kill himself from his lacking magic, causing his beloved to fade. Ignotus was as shrewd as he expected, not doing anything particularly stupid that would get him killed. Only after several decades did Death feel Ignotus begin to fade. Ignotus enacted a ritual similar to what he and his brothers did, giving Death a means to speak with him. Death had greeted him, expecting him to have the cloak returned, but Ignotus simply smiled, handing the unenhanced cloak to him. He never specified what cloak he'd be gifting. Ignotus died, Death's cloak still in the hands of his descendants, his children and grandchildren being protected from Death's wrath by the deal they made. For how much he hated that he was tricked by a mortal, his own little game turned against him, it was something that had him laugh loudly, sending every creature in the vicinity fleeing in terror. Fate began to speak in response to her brother. You may seek to cleanse the world of your own power being in the hands of mortals, even if it is but a dirty and cracked shard of it, but you should not have circumvented me. Just as you circumvented me when you weaved a prophecy concerning the last Peveril? Death asked rhetorically. You made something that would echo into other worlds with the intensity of it. It is not merely the current world that is affected. Those touched by death and fate in the way that Potter is has caused far too many issues in the past when we weren't there to fix the mistake. Other worlds, other Earths, had been affected by the little deal he had made with Ignotus Peveril the first time it happened. The deal ended up protecting every descendant of Ignotus Peveril, not just the Peveril of that particular world. With that, Death had no solution to keep the Hallows from being made, aside from doing what he had done originally, deceive them with the promise of gifts and have them destroy themselves, with Ignotus always dying years later. Potter inevitably being the only one to have the will to reject the Hallows and possibly make a deal to destroy one or more. The cloak was one Death was willing to let go. It was a reward won by the intellect of a man that knew better than to fight death to live forever. He earned it, but the wand and stone were direct abominations stained with the desire of unworthy men wanting to win against death. I will let you have this one, brother, Fate said, but I expect repayment. Death merely smiled at her. Will this suffice? He asked, pulling forth a broken string and tossing it to her. She caught the string and inspected it, her expression turning to surprise. "You would part with this soul?" she asked. "You'd give this one another chance?" "If it would stop your incessant complaints about Peveril, then yes," Death said simply. Fate just rolled her eyes at her counterpart. "You are so insufferably dreary. And you are obnoxiously bright." The two primordials simply chuckled and vanished from the constructed environment, the area vanishing into nothingness. Harry felt himself falling, before he felt coldness and a headache overtake him. He opened his eyes and saw a tunnel ceiling above him. The air felt chilly and he was wet from the rain from outside. He recognized the coldness. It was an unnatural chill that felt all too familiar and unwelcome. Dementors. Harry turned to his left and saw Dudley, who was on the ground with a Dementor closing towards him. Harry reached for his wand, trying to find it. His thoughts were being overwhelmed by the presence of the Dementor closing in on him. "I didn't come all this way to be breakfast," he snarled internally, kicking out at the creature and reaching for his wand to his left on the ground. The soul-devouring creature grabbed his leg as he kicked, trying to drag him from his wand. Harry snatched his wand from the ground, turned and pointed it towards the Dementor at point blank. "Expecto Patronum," Harry shouted. Not even a spark came from his wand. Death said he'd give me a gift. Harry saw the other Dementor stiffen and pull away from Dudley, turning towards him. Harry clawed desperately at the Dementor, even as it pulled its hood up. The other Dementor just hovered several feet away, not doing anything. Harry felt the disgusting hands grab a hold of him and force him to face the creature. He heard an unwelcome voice in his head. "The Horcrux must be removed." It was Death's voice. "When I'm done, I'll find some way to make you bleed," he thought to himself as he let the Dementor move closer. The sensation of having a foreign soul shard removed was likely better than having your own soul removed, but it was still one of the worst feelings he felt. He heard the Horcrux scream slightly as it was sucked out. He collapsed backwards as the Dementor still hovered him. Growling, he aimed his wand at the Dementor, drawing up every ounce of happy memories he could. Expecto Patronum. A silver stag shot forward and smashed into the Dementor, sending it away, screeching in pain. He then redirected it towards the other Dementor, said creature already attempting to flee with its companion. He heard another shriek as his Patronus made contact with it, before it made its escape. He turned to Dudley, but staggered slightly from slight dizziness and nausea. His lungs felt like they had ice in them when he had the Horcrux removed. He stumbled towards Dudley, wand still in hand. He readied himself for Fig to arrive, which she did moments later. He played the part of ignorance to ward off suspicion. "Mrs. Fig," he said weakly, wand lowered. She went on her tirade about Mundungus as she did before. He zoned it all out and focused on his occlumency, trying to keep his emotions steady. It worked. It actually worked. It didn't truly sink in until after he had been half carrying Dudley back to Privet Drive that he was really back. It didn't matter that Voldemort still lived. The bastard would have his due one way or the other. But they were still alive. He could save them, but he needed a plan. He got Dudley to the door and tried to wandlessly open it. His magic felt slightly sluggish and the door simply jiggled. Growling under his breath, he shifted Dudley's weight and freed his hand to open the door. "Petunia!" he shouted, trying to get her attention. His aunt came rushing in, her face contorted in irritation. "What?" she demanded before she saw the state Dudley. Her face turned to one of worry. "Dudley!" she cried, rushing to her barely coherent son. "What happened?" she asked frantically. "Were you mugged? Did you fall? What happened?" She was barely understandable from her constant questions. "We were attacked," Harry said simply. Petunia turned to look at him. "Who?" she asked. "Magically," he replied, to which she widened her eyes in shock. "I used magic to save your son. Remember that." He glared at her. Petunia knew what using magic out of Hogwarts would mean for an underage student. promised severe punishment that Harry wasn't willing to take. "What's all the commotion about?" he heard Vernon shout as he entered from the living room. To stave off any perceived misunderstanding that he wasn't in the mood to deal with, Harry shifted Dudley's weight so Petunia held some of it. "We were attacked and I defended the both of us," he said, gesturing towards the wand still clutched in his right hand. Vernon's eyes widened and he continued to stare at the wand with fear, knowing how serious Harry was if he still had it visible. Vernon kept quiet and rushed over to his son, helping to carry him towards the couch. Dudley tried to speak, but Harry raised his voice. "He'll be incoherent from what happened," he said, wand still visible. "He won't know what he's talking about." "What the ruddy hell even happened?" Vernon demanded. "Was it that?" He pointed at Harry's wand. "That did this?" Harry stared at the man, waiting to see how the man was going to react. "We were attacked by magical creatures," he said slowly, "and I used magic to protect your son." "What fucking creatures makes my son look like this?" he shouted, pointing to his pale and very ill-looking son. "Dementors," Harry said simply. Petunia audibly gasped at what he said, knowing about the creatures somewhat. Vernon looked confused. "They tried to suck out our souls and I stopped them." He stressed the last part so the two didn't panic and think Dudley had that happen to him. "I'm going to the kitchen to grab chocolate," he said. "It helps with the symptoms." He turned to walk away, but turned his head slightly. "Try and attack me, Vernon, and I'll shatter the bones in your leg. I'm already likely to be expelled because I saved your son. I'm not picky about what I'll use on any of you." He then left the room to grab chocolate. He grabbed some from within a tin and walked back into the living room, handing some to Petunia for her to feed Dudley. Harry took a bite from a piece he kept for himself, feeling slightly better. The room was silent for but a few seconds before Harry broke the silence. "I will be speaking with Dumbledore to see if I can find somewhere else to live," he said simply. Vernon looked at him in surprise, Petunia being occupied feeding Dudley. "Really?" he asked hopefully. Harry just scowled slightly at that. Of course that would put him in a good mood. "I would have been perfectly content being dropped off at an orphanage instead of on the front step of this house," Harry continued. "The only thing that has come from that choice is inconvenience for the both of us." Vernon nodded at that, agreeing completely. "By the way," Harry added, "I'll probably be getting more than one letter delivered by owl, just so you're warned. The Ministry of Magic is as incompetent and stupid as their Muggle counterpart." Right as he finished, an owl came in, a letter from the Ministry telling him he was expelled. He snorted, wadded it up, and chucked it to the corner. "Expulsion letter," he shrugged, looking at Vernon's confusion. The next few minutes was the same thing as before, with multiple letters ending with the howler to Petunia. "Don't listen to that," Harry said to Petunia. "I won't be coming back if I have any say about it." The things he dealt with at the hands of the Dursleys wasn't something he'd forget. The combination of the bindings on his magic and the lack of proper nutrition hampered his physical growth. Even with proper nutrition potions and other such things, he still hadn't been very tall. Getting the problems rectified a couple years earlier would do wonders for him. "They'll be picking me up tonight," he told them. "I'd recommend you find an excuse to go out. They're not exactly discreet at times." Both Vernon and Petunia flinched at that, as well as Dudley, who seemed to be mostly recovered, having been eating chocolate and sitting. They remembered what happened last year with the Weasleys. The next half hour was uneventful. Petunia and Vernon thought up of the excuse that they were heading to the hospital as Dudley had fought off an attempted mugging and was hit in the head, possibly giving him a concussion. Harry had decided to let them have that as the excuse. Make Dudley look like a hero, and he could just sit back and do nothing. After they left, he went up to his room and waited for the inevitable arrival of the order member sent to get him. While he waited, he attempted to use some of his wandless magic to see how well it responded to him, given that the trace wouldn't catch it. His magic still felt slightly sluggish, but it was better than it was just a couple short hours ago. He then tried to speak in Parseltongue, trying to see if he still had it. Even after the destruction of the Horcrux the first time when he was 17, Harry had been able to speak Parseltongue, which had him confused for some time. He had theorized that it could have possibly been from how long the Horcrux had been a part of him and had somehow imprinted the ability onto him. Or it could have been what Daphne thought, and it was an ability he always had. He heard a faint hiss when he spoke, but he understood it as if it were English. Good. Now on to the next thing. He knew where all the Horcruxes were. The ring was reachable, the locket even more so. The diadem would be destroyed when he got to Hogwarts. The only one that was difficult was the cup. It was only through dumb luck that they got a hold of it without getting killed. He couldn't rely on luck a second time. He'd be ready to get the Horcruxes when he had the chance, but he needed to get the ball rolling, which included justifying to Dumbledore that he needed to get out of Privet Drive. He'd think of it later. Right now, he decided to do something that he hadn't been able to do with his occlumency shields in place. He dropped them and wept. He wept in relief that he had another chance. He wept at the fears and worry he had that he'd fail and lose them all again. Occlumency could stave off emotional turmoil, but it was dangerous to do it for prolonged periods. You ran the risk of deadening your emotions, damaging your humanity and ability to cast magic. The killing curse and Patronus required emotion to use them to their greatest potential, along with other forms of magic. He tried to rein it back in, but he gave up when he saw Hedwig, nearly forgetting about her. She was in her cage. He didn't know why he put her in there. He opened up the cage with trembling fingers and stroked her feathers. "Hi, Hedwig," he choked out, letting her walk out of her cage. "I missed you." He let her stand on his forearm as he walked to his window. He opened it up and let her fly away for some time, knowing she'd make her way back to him. He sat back down on his bed, still trying to work through his emotions as best as he could. He eventually, after an unknown amount of time, heard footsteps outside. He heard a slight creak in one of the steps leading up to his room. They were here. He had his wand out, ready in case it wasn't them, but he didn't think there were intruders. No one ever got killed by being extra vigilant. The doorknob began to turn. "If it's you lot here to pick me up," he called out, "tell me who you are before I blast open the door." The knob stopped moving and he heard a slight chuckle and the words, "I like him," coming from a gruff voice. "Harry," he heard Remus' voice call out. "It's us." "Prove it," he called back. "Sirius is your godfather, I'm a werewolf, and I taught you the Patronus charm when you were 13. It's a stag, by the way." He added the last part. Harry relaxed at hearing Remus' voice, knowing that he was alive. "My wand is lowered, you can come in." The door opened and Harry saw multiple familiar faces. Remus, Tonks, Moody, and Kingsley were the most noticeable, but he recognized the others. "Professors," he nodded to Moody and Remus. Moody snorted at that. "Didn't do much teaching, now did I?" he scoffed. Harry just shrugged. "We ready?" He looked towards Remus. The older man was looking at him strangely, probably noticing the difference in how he acted compared to the last time he saw him. Everyone expects a brooding child. Dumbledore should not have restricted his letters to his friends. It left him feeling isolated and alone with guilt over Cedric's death. Harry looked towards Remus as he walked towards his door. "Will I need my trunk?" he asked. Remus nodded. "I'll get it," Tonks said, rushing past Harry to get his trunk. "Thanks, miss." He looked at her questioningly. "Tonks," she said simply. "Weird first name," he said, grinning slightly. "It's my last name," she said tightly, "but I go by Tonks." "What's wrong with your first name?" he asked, hiding his grin. Tonks just huffed and levitated his trunk out of the room. Harry saw Kingsley hide a smirk while Moody looked slightly irritated at Tonks' behavior. "Ready?" Harry asked. At their nod, he walked down the stairs with them, only to hear Moody swear behind him as they got to the bottom of the stairs. "My eye keeps sticking ever since that bastard wore it." He scowled, his fake eye lodged in place looking up. Moody pushed past the group to head to the kitchen. Moody removed his eye with a slight popping sound, conjured a glass, then filled it up with water from the sink. He also casted an area detection spell behind his back almost carelessly. "Do you have to do that, Alastair?" Kingsley asked. Moody just snorted. "You only saw the tail end of the war, Shacklebolt," he said gruffly. "There's a reason I'm the only one in my graduating Aura class still alive. Paranoia?" He scoffed. "Something dead men prattle on about being useless." He muttered the last part to himself. Harry had read the manual that Moody wrote for Auras following Voldemort's death. That manual was one of the best sources of reading material he had. It stressed how, in the end, you had two obligations. Get yourself and your partner home, the mission or job second. You were no use dead, and you had a duty to your partner in making sure both of you got your arses home. He respected the scarred veteran far more than he did when the man had been alive. He hadn't experienced the depth of trials that Alastair Moody had experienced in his decades as an Auror and a veteran of a shadow war with terrorists. But he could understand the man's paranoia and refusal to be caught off guard. The complacent got killed. After he cleaned his eye, Moody pulled it out and put it back into the socket, testing the movement by spinning it around quickly. He then grabbed the water and looked ready to take a drink. "Really, sir?" Tonks asked, looking repulsed at what Moody was going to do. "Waste not, want not, rookie," he growled, taking a gulp. "I've done nastier shit than drink a little dirty water." He then vanished the glass with a slight flick of his wand. "What if someone poisoned the water line?" Harry asked. Tonks, Kingsley, and Remus stared at him, shocked that he spotted something Moody didn't. The others had left to wait outside, except for the 5 of them. Moody looked thoughtful for a moment. "Death Eaters don't think to try that," he said thoughtfully. "But better and stronger men have been killed by overlooking something. You're good kid. Better than I was led to believe from what Remus and Dumbledore told me." Harry just shrugged and put his wand, which had still been in his hand, in his back pocket. Moody scowled at that. "And I thought you were smart," he growled slightly. "Don't put your wand in your back pocket. I told this to Nymphadora too many times." "Don't call me Nymphadora," Tonks growled at the man, her hair turning a fiery shade of red. "Oh, how I've missed this." Harry thought. "I haven't got a holster handy." He said simply, "Nymphadora?" He turned to Tonks. "Do you have a holster handy for my wand?" Moody snorted at Tonks' reaction. Her face turned red with anger matching her hair. "Don't call me Nymphadora," she gritted out. "And what the hell is with you asking me that? Double-meaning bullshit." She muttered the last part out. Harry played dumb. "Double meaning?" he asked. "I was just wondering if you had a backup holster or something. What did you mean?" Remus could tell what Harry was doing, stepping back a bit to hide his slight grin. "We going?" Harry asked. "Where are we going, by the way?" "Classified until we get there," Moody said, before he limped past them, heading towards the door. Harry followed the others who were right behind Moody out the door. He saw the other Order members outside with brooms in hand. "Get on your broom, Harry," Remus instructed kindly. "That's how we'll be getting there." "Not apparition?" Harry asked. He knew that portkeys were out of the equation. The ministry tracked who was allowed to make them and none present were licensed to. "Apparition can be traced?" Moody growled, hearing Harry's question. "Even making multiple jumps can be traced. This is the safest. Now hold still," he added, pulling out his wand. "I need to cast a disillusionment charm on you." Harry stood still as Moody cast the spell on him, feeling the slightly uncomfortable sensation. He then turned towards Tonks. Harry's trunk had been shrunken by Tonks temporarily to make it more portable, and she handed him his firebolt. Harry felt elation at having the familiar grip in his hand, having been without the gift from Sirius since he was 17. He didn't even pay attention to anyone else as he mounted his broom, following the others in takeoff. The feeling, even though he had replaced the broom after the war, was so much better than his replacement broom. The journey to Grimmauld Place seemed to go by faster than he would have thought. They touched down after Moody made them circle back repeatedly to make sure they weren't followed. They landed in an area partly shielded by some cover to make sure Muggles would likely mistake them for birds if they even did spot them. They dismounted, Harry's broom being handed back to Tonks, and walked across the street towards Grimmauld Place. Moody stopped Harry and pulled a slip of paper out of one of his coat pockets. "Look at it and memorize it," he instructed shortly. Harry looked at it, already knowing what it would say. The location of the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix is at number 12 Grimmauld Place. After reading it, Harry handed it back to Moody, who set the paper on fire with a flick of his wand. Moody then removed the disillusionment on Harry. "Go on in," Moody said. Harry did as Moody said and walked up the steps and put his hand on the door. He paused for a moment and fortified his occlumency. He'd be needing it for who he was going to see. He opened the door and walked in, gazing on the area that had served as his home for the first 2 years after Voldemort's death. Back then, it had actually resembled a home, having the interior renovated and an overhaul on everything following the war. But right now, it looked like the ragged ruin of a home that was befitting the ragged and ruined nature of the noble and ancient house that had lived in it for generations. Walking further down the hallway, he heard voices from the dining room, several of them familiar ones. The door opened and he saw Molly Weasley there. She had a slight look of surprise that then quickly turned into a happy one. "Oh, Harry," she exclaimed, rushing to engulf him in a hug. "I'm so happy you're here. I heard what happened. Are you all right, dear?" Molly Weasley had been distant from him somewhat after he and Ginny had broken up. This moment here felt almost nostalgic in how happy it made him feel. "I'm fine, Mrs. Weasley," Harry said, trying to hide his surprise at her hugging him. He was still not used to it, just a little shocked by it. "Of course," she said, pulling away from him with a look of understanding. "Dementors are foul things?" she shivered. "I'm sorry you had to go through again, dear." Harry zoned out for a moment. He saw a man behind Molly that took all his occlumency skills to hide his reaction at the sight of him. Sirius Black. The man that offered him a home without preamble. A man who loved unconditionally. A man who died because of a mistake. "Harry," he said with a face-splitting grin, walking to his godson with outstretched arms. "Sirius," Harry said, rushing to the man and embracing him. He wouldn't make the same mistake again. He'd make sure Sirius lived a long life. The nightmare the older man lived for over a decade didn't warrant death as a reward. The two broke apart and Sirius clapped a hand on Harry's shoulder, grin still in place. "I know the house isn't much," he looked around, "but it's still a house. At least it's being put to better use." He muttered the last part. But he seemed to shake himself from the thought and smiled at Harry. "You need some supper?" he asked. "Molly fixed some excellent food." He turned to Molly with an appreciative nod. Harry smiled and nodded. "That sounds lovely." They made their way into the dining room and Harry sat right next to Sirius. He was served a plate of food and tore into it ravenously, having not eaten since he was sent back. He ignored most of the conversations that the others spoke of, simply enjoying the warmness of hearing so many familiar voices. "You've been rather quiet, Harry." Remus looked towards him. "I would have thought you would want to hear what's going on." "No one thought it important to send me a single bloody letter." He glared at everyone at the table. Ginny, who just realized was there, looked away from him. Sirius and Remus looked somewhat sheepish at Harry's irritation, and Molly looked saddened by it. "Obviously nothing important has happened," he said sarcastically. "It's not like the minister thinks I'm a lunatic for saying Voldemort is back." A couple people at the table flinched at the name. At the look Sirius and Remus shared, Harry rolled his eyes. "Don't tell me that's actually what happened." "It is," Remus said tightly. "The ministry has been pursuing the stance that you are either delusional or a liar who wants more fame. In the course of 4 years, I held Flammel's stone, killed a basilisk with a sword, can make a corporeal Patronus, and I won the Triwizard Tournament." Harry rattled off like a grocery list. "The only way I could be more of a stud is if I killed Hitler and shagged Helen of Troy." Molly looked scandalized at the last bit, while Sirius stifled a snicker. "Be that as it may, Harry," Remus said, a small grin on his face. "This is Sirius Shut-It Padfoot." He mock glared at Sirius, who was about to make another name joke that he was fond of. "They've ousted Dumbledore from several of his positions because he has openly stated he believes you." They're portraying you as a liar and Dumbledore as if he started slipping, lost his mind in his old age. Thanks for telling me, Moony, he said with a brow raised. My supposed friends couldn't warn me about this in a letter? Dumbledore said. Remus tried to say, before being interrupted by Harry. I watched Cedric die in front of me, Harry gritted out. Killed by Wormtail, he spat. I told you two not to kill him, and look where we are now. Sirius and Remus both looked uncomfortable at that. I needed someone to talk to, he continued. Anyone would have helped, but you two, Hermione and Ron, his breath caught for a moment, didn't do a damn thing. I didn't realize, Sirius tried to say. Harry put up a hand to stop him. I've tried to move past it, Harry said, seeing how much it was tearing Sirius up. But I need you to tell me why you listened to Professor Dumbledore. I didn't realize how you would have felt about the graveyard, Sirius said softly, before looking at the others at the table. Do you want to take this talk to somewhere more private? Harry shrugged, before nodding. Sirius got up from the table and gestured for both Harry and Remus to follow him out of the room. Harry followed Sirius, already knowing where they'd go. The Black Library and the Lord's Study were the two most secure areas of the house, the wards being keyed to the Lord and heir, access only being granted by the two. Harry heard a crack of apparition and jerked violently, almost drawing his wand. He saw Fred and George grin at him. Hey Harry, they both said. Didn't think you'd be here so soon. Not the time, boys, Sirius said firmly. I need to speak with Harry. The two redheads seemed to shift their posture, looking more closely at Harry. We understand, Padfoot, they said, before operating away. The two just turned 17 and have been using magic and operating whenever they can, Sirius explained. Drives Molly up the wall, he grinned, before they reached their destination. Sirius pulled out his wand and muttered an incantation, unlocking the door of the Lord's study, and pressed his hand on a rune at the front of the door. Harry felt a familiar pulse, and the door swung open. The three of them entered and the door swung shut. Harry recognized and remembered the room. Much of what he learned about the Black family was from reading the journals of previous lords that were available to their successors to help guide them. Arcturus Black was the previous Lord Black, with Sirius technically remaining as the heir. Arcturus had made the public think Sirius had been officially disinherited, but it was a ruse to ensure the Blacks would survive politically, no matter the triumphant side. With Sirius' death, Harry became the next in line due to being the man's heir and having been the grandson of Arcturus' younger sister, Doria Potter née Black. You wanted to talk? Sirius stated. We have some more privacy now. He gestured to the three of them. Harry nodded and took a deep breath, trying to formulate what best to say. What's all going on? He asked. What's this whole thing about? The Order of the Phoenix, fighting Voldemort? What's all happening? Sirius and Remus both explained all that was going on, things Harry already knew from before, but needed to have everything covered for why he knew certain things. What about Dumbledore? He asked. Why didn't he warn about the shit that's happened? We don't know, Harry, Remus replied apologetically. He may have wanted you to not stew over it this summer. Instead, I stewed over Pettigrew killing Cedric. Harry stared at Remus and Sirius both. Both of them again looked uncomfortable. Where's Ron and Hermione? He asked, changing the subject. Sirius blinked at the course change. We walked past it up here, he said, pointing in the general direction of which room the two were waiting in. Harry wasn't wanting to talk with them currently. Hermione hadn't died well, and Ron was the one that fucked everything up in the first place. Are you wanting to talk with them? Sirius asked, starting to walk towards the door. I can temporarily let them in, he dashed. Before he could open the door, Harry grabbed the back of his shirt and forcefully pulled him back, a button popping from the abrupt pull. What? Sirius said with surprise. I don't want to speak with either of them now, Harry said firmly. They didn't send me letters or try to talk to me at all. Harry, Remus said gently, trying to be a calming presence. They are your friends. They were told by Dumbledore. He was interrupted by Harry. I don't give a fuck about Dumbledore or whatever the hell he says, Harry gritted out, ignoring the two men flinch at his tone. I needed them, and when I needed them most, they weren't there, he growled. Sirius and Remus both got quiet at that, Remus having a noticeable tightness in his posture. Remus never thought for a moment that Sirius wasn't a traitor when he first heard of James and Lily's deaths. He wished that he could have been in front of Sirius during the full moon. That's how much he hated the man for nearly 13 years. When a traitor had been suspected in the Order, he saw how James looked at him once or twice. That look made him doubt things, his own worthiness as a person. One of the few people in the world that called him friend doubted him, perhaps because he was a werewolf. So many children and families were laid to waste by the monsters that let the beast out to play during the war. Even Marlene, Sirius' fiancée, was killed with her entire family when their manor was stormed by Death Eaters and werewolves. Remus could understand Harry's anger at his friends listening to Dumbledore instead of helping him when he needed it. I don't want to talk with them, Harry repeated. At least not now. Is there somewhere I can sleep? My brother, Regulus' room, Sirius answered, voice a little tight at his brother's name. It's a bit dusty, but it will give you some privacy. Harry nodded his thanks. Was there anything else, Harry? Sirius asked. Don't be afraid to ask for anything. We're here for you, even if we did bugger it up this summer. He pointed at Remus and himself. Harry just shook his head. Nothing, he said simply. I just want to sleep. The Dementors were bad enough. Sirius twitched slightly at that. I know, he replied sympathetically. I know. Sirius then straightened up slightly. I'll show you to the room, he said, walking towards the door to exit the room. Harry followed him while Remus said he'd be downstairs. Harry and Sirius got to the room, which Sirius then opened only to find Creature in the room, doing Merlin knows what. Creature. Sirius snapped at the elf. What are you doing here? Creature is cleaning Master Regulus' room, the elf wheezed, glaring at Sirius. Why couldn't poor Master Regulus live and Blood Traitor Master die? He muttered to himself. Out of the room, Sirius commanded. Creature glared but listened, looking at Harry who stood beside Sirius. Creature doesn't know who this is, he muttered to himself. Looks like Blood Traitor's friend, but he feels like Master. Sirius gave Harry an odd look. Can you command him? Sirius asked confusedly. Evidently I'm still recognized as either the Black Heir or Lord, Harry thought. Creature, he instructed. Sit in the chair. Creature glared at Harry when he was compelled to sit. This is Harry Potter, Creature, Sirius said, the last word filled with contempt. He is my godson and Aunt Doria's grandson. Creature seemed to shift slightly at that, being less hostile to Harry. Potter half-blood as Master's godson, the old elf grumbled. But he has black blood. He probably recognizes you as my heir, Sirius thought aloud to himself. That'll make things easier. He trailed off. Creature disappeared from the room with a crack. Sirius then looked to Harry. I'll need to go downstairs, Sirius explained. Order business. I'll fill you in on what I can. Like I said before, Harry. He put his hand on Harry's shoulder. I'm sorry for not being there for you, both when I went after Wormtail and over this summer. I'll do what I can. I promise. Harry nodded and pulled Sirius into a hug. I know, Padfoot. My parents chose a good man for a godfather. Ha! Sirius laughed. Remus would have been a better one than me. Harry just scoffed at that good-naturedly. I'm serious, Sirius said, before grinning at the unintentional pun. I'm the fun uncle while Remus is the stickler for being upstanding and responsible. He laughed. Sirius then went to leave the room, before turning towards Harry. Ask me anything you want. Doesn't matter at what time or what it's about. Ok. Sure thing, Padfoot. Sirius nodded and disappeared from sight. Harry dropped his occlumency and walked towards the bed, scowling at the state of the room. Cleaning the room, my arse, he thought. He stretched out his hand and cast a wandless cleaning charm, removing some of the dust. His raw power meant he could fling excess amounts of magic into a spell without it fatiguing him, even when the spell wasn't molded and properly formed by a wand. But his magic still felt slightly sluggish, less fluid. He'd need to wait and see how long it would take for his magic to fully stabilize from the Horcrux being removed. Taking off his glasses and rubbing his eyes, he laid down on the bed and put himself into an occlumency trance to formulate what he planned to do. He already had a plan in mind, but ironing out the details wouldn't hurt anything. "You noticed how he acted, Padfoot, didn't you?" Remus asked. Sirius nodded, nursing a glass of fire whiskey. The two men were up late in the kitchen, everyone else asleep. The order meeting was finished, and the two had spoken with Ron and Hermione about how Harry wasn't wanting to speak with them, the two obviously not taking it well. Harry was acting different from the end of the school year, more sarcastic, more annoyed about things, and was harsh when speaking of his friends. Sirius didn't enjoy the look Harry had on his face when he spoke of Ron and Hermione. The look of anger reminded him of another black-haired teenager with glasses. The look James gave him when he told his best friend that he'd advised Snape to go to the Shrieking Shack to stick his beak in to learn something was something that haunted him. He just ran away from home, his Aunt Doria and Uncle Charles taking him in with no questions asked. James had become his brother in all but blood, instead of just a distant cousin who happened to be his best friend. Snivellus had found out from Regulus what happened. It was quite a little scandal that the Black Heir ran away from home to live with another pureblood family, even if they were relation of his. But the greasy bastard decided to jab at him. How could someone be worth anything if his own family rejected him? Was there something wrong with him because he was the only black of his generation aside from Andromeda that didn't hate Muggles and Muggleborns? Sirius wanted the prick to hurt, so he told him to go to the Shrieking Shack to sate his curiosity. What James said to him was one of many terrible memories that Azkaban saw fit to burn into his mind. "Your family would be proud of you." James risked his life to save the bastard that was Severus Snape, not because Snape was worth risking his life for, but because Remus was. Remus would have been executed and Dumbledore would have been removed as headmaster if a student was bitten or ripped apart by a werewolf. Dumbledore would have been seen as a fool and a risk to students, right when Wizarding Britain would have been looking to him to protect them from a powerful Dark Lord. Everything turned out right though. Nobody was hurt, and Remus was safe. But the marauders almost ended because of what he did. Remus didn't speak to him for weeks, and James was very closed off and addressed him as Heir Black more than once. "Fuck up once, no. I fuck up twice, no. I've done it 3 times. He thought after hearing Remus. He convinced James and Lily to use Peter as the secret keeper, only to deliver them to Voldemort. Instead of taking care of Harry, he went to rip his former friend limb from limb, only to be tossed in Azkaban, being seen as the worst of his family. His brother was a Death Eater, his cousin Bella, his parents and uncle funded them, and Narcissa married one. But he was remembered as the worst, having betrayed the Potters, a family that took him in when his family banished him, supposedly murdered dozens of Muggles and a friend. He wished he hadn't read the newspapers, so many theories and assumption of his evil, being the Dark Lord's chief lieutenant, being even more respected than Bellatrix Lestrange, the lunatic that tortured 2 people into madness. A serpent among lions, is what he was called. He looked like James when he spoke of his friends. Sirius said, taking a drink of whiskey, enjoying the burn. "You need to let it go, Sirius," Remus said kindly. "It was a mistake on your part and we forgave you." "It's not easy," Sirius replied. "Azkaban gives you things you don't want and takes what you don't want to give." Remus nodded in understanding. "He doesn't trust Dumbledore," Sirius added. "Would we if we were in his situation?" Remus asked. "Dumbledore gave me the chance of having a future. I'll never forget that. But he made a mistake in thinking it was prudent to cut Harry off from us and his friends. And it was a mistake for us to go along with it like we did," Sirius added. Remus nodded at what Sirius said, feeling just as guilty about it. "What happens if he does get expelled?" Remus asked. "Unlikely," Sirius snorted. "Oh, don't give me that look. Remus, it makes you look old," he added irritably. "I know how serious this is. But Harry has 2 things going for him that the Ministry can't do a damned thing about. And what is that? Remus asked. Heir to 2 noble houses, Sirius said simply. Remus raised a brow at what his friend said. 2. Sirius nodded. Creature listened to his command, meaning he's already recognized as my heir, even if I'm not technically Lord Black yet. I've not been sworn in yet. But how does him being heir to both Potter and Black help him? Remus asked with a frown. I don't understand the inheritance laws like you do. There's a clause for the last surviving member of a noble and ancient house, Sirius grinned. You can break the statute of secrecy if you or a blood relative is in mortal danger from muggles. He and his cousin were attacked by Dementors though, Remus said before he adopted a look of understanding. They'll say he's lying. Sirius nodded along. They chucked me in Azkaban without a trial. Who's to say they won't do it again, he scoffed. But make it known that he's the heir to both, specifically the Blacks, and it will look like it's line theft on Malfoy's part by trying to smear the Black heir as a criminal. Remus looked at Sirius in a completely different light. You've thought of this for some time, haven't you? Sirius just shrugged. My grandfather had suspicions about Lucius Malfoy, he explained. He got along well with Abraxas, but distrusted his heir. Your grandfather told you this? Remus asked incredulously. Sirius shook his head. No. I read his journal in the Lord's study. I planned on burning everything, but I was bored and needed something to read. He's an arsehole, but not as much of one as I thought. Arcturus Black was one of the best political players of his generation in all of Europe. The man had plans to oust Voldemort for what he was in the event that the war turned against him. A half-blood from a broken, decrepit line of inbreds that deservedly had their seat as a noble and ancient house stripped from them. Arcturus himself had played both sides, doing everything he could to make sure the Blacks survived the storm consuming Britain. But one thing stayed constant in his grandfather's journal. Hatred for Dumbledore. It wasn't the typical mudbloods and blood traitors are scum swill that many of the pureblood supremacists had. Arcturus fought against Grindelwald on the political spectrum, seeing him as a threat to his family and culture, especially since many Muggleborns and half-bloods raised in the Muggle world flocked to Grindelwald's banner. The appeal of tearing away the old world and building a new and better one appealed to them. Arcturus saw Dumbledore as an enabler, which Sirius didn't agree with, but Arcturus wasn't some hate-filled idiot that wanted mudbloods dead. He just thought himself better than them. I think I know where I got my arrogance from, he thought. But anyway, Sirius continued, my grandfather didn't want to risk the main line dying out and having a Malfoy be regent. He already checked the laws about inheritance, trials, and other things. Both factions in the Wisengamot will be worried about attempted line theft, as well as an heir being targeted by Dementors. Or, Sirius added, you could make up some shite about Muggles attacking him and he used the first spell he thought of, I don't know. Remus just leaned back into the chair, relaxing slightly. So we have more than one route to pursue, he mused. We'll need to speak with Dumbledore about this. Sirius nodded, before grabbing his glass and downing the rest of the whiskey. Merlin, my family had great taste in whiskey, even if they were half mad. And you're not, Remus quipped. Sirius threw his head back and laughed, enjoying the moment of alone time with his friend. You're not wrong, Moony, he chuckled. You're not wrong. The two men parted ways, Remus to go back to his flat, and Sirius to his bedroom. Sirius got to his room and stripped down, laying on the floor with a few blankets. He'd slept on a tattered mattress that stabbed into him for nearly 13 years. The floor felt like a lover's caress. The bed felt too soft, he felt like he was sinking. Waving his wand to shut off the lamp, he shut his eyes. Harry woke up the next morning feeling refreshed. Grabbing a hold of his glasses, he put them on and sat up. Casting a wandless tooth-cleaning charm, he stretched and climbed out of the bed. So much green, he thought, looking around the room. Harry knew he needed a couple of things to do today. He could explain to Sirius that he just wanted to explore the home and distract himself from his trial and anger at his friends. His friendship with Ron was irrecoverable. Ron betrayed his trust, no matter how well-intentioned. He forgave him in fourth year because he did tell him to talk to Hagrid about the dragons. He forgave him for abandoning him and Hermione because of the Horcrux influence and because he was able to fight through and kill it. But Ron couldn't unkill Daphne. He'd be civil at most, but he'd never trust Ron again. Hermione was a different story. They may have drifted apart slightly over the last year and a half, mainly when he started getting serious with Daphne and their relationship, but she was still his friend. He just needed to give the appearance of equal levels of anger for now. He called out for Creature, the elf appearing with a crack sound. "What is Half-Blood Master wanting?" Creature asked, his tone surprisingly neutral. "Are Ron and Hermione downstairs?" he asked. "Nasty Blood Traitor and Mudblood are still sleeping," was the elf's response. "You will not refer to Hermione as that in my presence," Harry ordered sharply. "Understand?" Creature glared at him, but muttered a "yes, master." "You're dismissed." Harry waved him off. Creature disappeared with a crack. Harry shook his head and left the room to head downstairs for some breakfast. He got down the stairs and to the kitchen, where he spotted Sirius with Fred, George, and Ginny at the table, along with a couple other Order members. He greeted them and sat down at the table, Molly spotting him and started fixing him a plate. "You all right, Padfoot?" he asked, noticing Sirius had his eyes squinted slightly and his head held up by his hands. "I didn't realize the hangover potion was expired," he groaned, massaging his temples. Harry snickered at that, finding it fairly amusing. "Don't worry," Harry leaned forward slightly, patting Sirius' shoulder. "I'm sure someone will take pity on you. Ask Snape for one." "I'll drink out of a gutter before I drink whatever he makes," Sirius said irritably. "Probably safer to." "I don't know, mate," Fred jumped in. "You seen some of the streets outside of Diagon Alley?" Diagon Alley had fairly clean streets. Most wizards would use cleaning charms on their shoes or cast it on the street itself to make sure they didn't track anything inside. The same couldn't be said about some of the Muggle streets in London. "I think it's more he'd prefer drinking piss and whatever else from a gutter than drink something Snape touched," Harry pointed out. Sirius just nodded at that, groaning softly. "What, Sirius?" Harry asked with his voice raised. "You can't hear me well enough?" He grinned. "Ack." Sirius clutched his head tighter. "You're just as bad as James." "Now, Harry," Molly said, bringing over a plate of food to him. "Don't torment him. He knows not to drink that much now. He'll just make sure he's properly stocked on hangover potions." He snorted, beginning to eat his food now. He ate in silence, enjoying the food, until he spotted two people enter the room, two people he didn't wish to speak with. Hermione and Ron. Both looked like they didn't get much sleep. Ron looked haggard-looking and his eyes looked slightly glazed from lack of sleep, while Hermione's hair looked like a mess and her eyes were slightly bloodshot. Harry just ignored them, still eating his food. "Harry," Hermione tried to say, but a raised hand by Harry made her stop whatever she was wanting to say. "If you value our friendship," he said flatly, "you'll give me space to sort things out," before he went back to eating. Hermione's lip quivered, but she managed to keep her composure and sat down quietly. Ron looked like he was going to say something harsh after seeing how Hermione reacted to Harry's dismissal, but a glare from Harry made him reconsider. The table was awkward for a few minutes until Harry finished his food and asked to speak with Sirius. "I'll meet you in a few minutes." Sirius nodded. "Just let me finish reading the paper." He gestured towards some of the news articles he'd been reading as he ate. Harry nodded and left to go back to Regulus' room. After about 10 minutes, Sirius showed up outside the door and knocked as a courtesy, before walking in. "You want to talk?" he asked. "Yeah," Harry nodded. "Are there any defense books I can read here?" Sirius blinked a couple times, surprised by the question. "Yes," he answered slowly. "Why would you want to read them? They're not exactly friendly tactics and spells." "Voldemort toyed with me," Harry said tightly. "I didn't stand a chance against him. He probably could have killed me without using a wand even." "That's not fair to yourself, Harry," Sirius pointed out. "He has decades of experience over you and is one of the most dangerous and intelligent men alive." "I know his school records," Harry glared at Sirius. He was brilliant at my age. I could do better, but I decided to slack and not dedicate myself. I can do better. I must do better if I want to keep my friends safe. He finished firmly. Sirius started to understand Harry's drive, but didn't want his godson to start using dark magic willy-nilly if he found some of his family's more lethal spells and curses. "That's why you want to learn more?" he asked. "To protect your friends?" "I want to be strong enough to have a family, Padfoot," he answered, his voice almost raw with emotion. "I don't want to be remembered as the last Potter. I don't want to be remembered as a cautionary tale of what happens when you defy Voldemort." Sirius closed his eyes and took a deep breath, exhaling slowly. "I'll grab some books for you. You will not read anything that you haven't asked me about," he said firmly. "Understand?" Harry nodded quickly, trying to look convincing. He needed a reason for why he knew certain curses and spells. Some of the most effective in his arsenal came from the collective spells crafted by the Blacks over the course of centuries. "You want to start now?" Sirius asked. "Yes," Harry answered firmly. "All right, then follow me." Sirius turned to leave the room, taking a right. Harry followed him and acted like he didn't know where they were going. Sirius got to one of the hallways, pulled his wand to cast an incantation in Latin, before a shimmer on the wall appeared that coalesced into an elaborate-looking door. At Harry's look of surprise, Sirius grinned. "My family might have been mad, but they knew their charm work. This is the library. Only those that have black blood can enter without someone carrying them along the ward line. Do not, under any circumstances, let Hermione in here without me as well." He said, no nonsense in his tone. "I don't know if it was just my mother's ramblings, but she said that certain curses were put in here to attack Muggleborns. Despite what some would say, there was a slight difference in the magic of Muggleborns and those with magical parents. The magic of purebloods and half-bloods was different, but not by a colossal amount, with a few outliers when not taking blood relation into account. But Muggleborns had a slightly shinier feel to their magic, almost like a fresh fire that wasn't burning steady. There had been a popular theory amongst some of the magical supremacists like Grindelwald that a mix of Muggleborns into old and stable pureblood families could create more powerful offspring. It had been a theory that Harry hadn't dismissed out of hand, mainly because he himself and Dumbledore would fit the criteria. The three most magically powerful wizards Britain produced in the last 100 years were all half-bloods from old pureblood lines. The theory was given more credence by there being no link to the offspring of two Muggleborns being stronger than the offspring of two purebloods that weren't related, meaning fresh blood didn't necessarily mean better, unless it included old stock in the mix. Harry was fairly certain that none of the Blacks had managed to create a foolproof measure to tell who was a Muggleborn, and who simply had magic different from normal. While Berga was talking out of her arse, probably thinking that Sirius would slight the family and bring a dirty mudblood home to be the next Lady Black and hope to scare him. Harry nodded at what Sirius said, looking disgusted at the subject. "Well then, let's have a look, shall we?" Sirius said, gesturing for Harry to enter. "You're my heir, so you'll get in no problem." Harry walked through the doorway and came across a familiar sight. Several bookcases with tomes ranging from a few decades to centuries old were lined up. Several space expansion charms that were anchored by runes were active, making the room much larger. At Sirius' nod, Harry stepped further in and started looking at the different shelves like he was seeing them for the first time. He slowly made his way towards some of the more tame sections, where tomes containing offensive curses and certain shield spells would be located. He kept looking around some more, before discovering a table with a plain book with the Black family crest on the front of it. "What's this?" Harry asked, acting like he didn't know what it was. "That tome is linked to every book in the library," Sirius explained. "Any book you want to read will appear on the pages. Only the Lord and heir can use it, and only the Lord can take it out of the room. I think the last time it was taken out was when my grandfather was a child, so it's been some time." "Can I come in here whenever I want?" Harry asked. Sirius took a deep breath. "You can," Sirius exhaled, "but you will only read what I allow. You need to understand, Harry, the spell theory taught at school doesn't cover why certain magic is called dark. It's not because it can kill. The cutting hex Diffindo can be made to kill someone if you make it strong enough. A prankster and laid-back man Sirius Black may be, but he was no fool. James Potter, Sirius Black, and Remus Lupin had some of the best academic scores for their year of boys, with only Severus Snape consistently having a slight edge in certain classes. That was why, even when they caused untold mayhem with pranks on both students and staff, they were still well liked by the professors because they were smart enough to pull off elaborate pranks and got away with it on several occasions. Certain spells require intent, like the Unforgivables, he continued, Harry paying rapt attention. The spells and curses in these books were made by my family since before the time of the Norman invasion. These spells are used for war, he stressed the word. Some of the spells I learned here at your age saved my life and your father's, but there's a great risk. Harry knew the risks, but let Sirius fill him in on what the danger was. Cutting curse, or hex, is used quite a bit to describe different spells that cut things, but certain ones cut different things better. The cutting curses used by the Blacks and Aurors or hit wizards in combat have intent added to them to slash or slice through shields and to cleave through flesh. He added the last part with a softer tone. You need to want to cut flesh, want to sever limbs to make the spells work effectively. It can become addicting to feel your magic move with your emotions. Sirius shivered slightly. Harry adopted a faux look of deep thought, like he was thinking of something profound. It's like a Patronus charm, he asked, but with negative emotions? Sirius smiled at Harry, understanding. Yes, exactly. But how do you protect against the risk? Harry asked, guiding the conversation to where he wanted it to go. A clumancy, Sirius said simply. At Harry's look of confusion, Sirius tried to explain. Oh wait, you don't know what that is, he said, looking slightly embarrassed. Let's sit down, we'll be here a while. He then sat down at the table with the key tome. Harry followed suit and sat next to Sirius, looking straight into his eyes. Harry found it rather easy to tell Sirius' mood. His eyes would look almost like a silver gray when he was excited or laughing, but would almost look like a steel gray or stormy when he was angry or focused. He was definitely focused right now. A clumancy is a way for a witch or wizard to strengthen their mind, Sirius explained, smiling at Harry assuringly. The mind can be strengthened by our magic just like our bodies are. That's why we live decades longer than Muggles. We also don't normally have severe illnesses until the last few years of life most of the time. Follow what I'm saying? He asked. Yes, please, Professor Black, Harry grinned. Continue. Sirius scoffed with a smile on his face. Cheeky brat, he chuckled. Remus could be transformed and he'd still be a better teacher. I couldn't imagine. Harry laughed at the image of a werewolf on its hind legs, holding a ruler at a board. But anyway, Sirius shook his head. Back to a clumancy. A clumancy helps to master your emotions and to control them instead of you being controlled by them. It also helps with remembering things and keeping focus, but that's more advanced. Most pureblood families teach it to their children to protect any secrets they may have. Protect from what? Harry asked. Sirius groaned at the question. This'll take a while, he mumbled. Fudge is behind this, Cyrus Greengrass grumbled irritably to his wife. I'm sure of it. He'd received a summons for a full Wizengamot meeting for the breaching of the statute of secrecy and underage use of magic in a Muggle area by one Harry James Potter. It was obviously an attempt at making an example of the boy who lived. The things that were said by him and Dumbledore over the summer weren't seen as positive for the Ministry, especially Fudge and his backers. The letter was an official Wizengamot summons when a full trial was done with all the noble houses having to take their seats to judge. A full trial for underage magic is obviously not normal, his wife Roxanne thought, noticing exactly what he was thinking. What the boy has said over the summer is definitely linked with trying to keep him quiet. Cyrus hummed in acknowledgement, leaning back in his chair. His study had seen more use this summer than it had in the previous couple years since Daphne and later Astoria started going to Hogwarts. He had Daphne keep her ear to the ground about anything that her housemates were mentioning about the Dark Lord's alleged return at the end of her 4th year. Cyrus was doubtful, but you don't try and bury someone or something unless you don't want something found. Either Dumbledore found something on Fudge, he speculated, glancing at his wife's eyes. Making Fudge try and play character assassination against him with Potter being caught in the crossfire, or it's what I fear could be. Roxanne leaned forward and cupped his cheek, smiling at him softly. We got through the last war, she assured him, kissing his cheek. If he has returned, we'll get through it again. I trust you, Cyrus. I barely was able to stay out of it, he reminded her. My idiot brother nearly destroyed our family with what he did. His father had refused to support either faction, maintaining the previous contracts with selling potion ingredients and medicinal products to the Aura Force from before hostilities broke out, but refused to expand them, even when they were threatened with charges of treason and accusations of collaborating with you-know-who. But his fool brother defied their father, went and got himself killed by the Aurors during a raid with his arm carrying the dark mark. He always was temperamental. The strain of holding off a borderline inquisition following the death of the Dark Lord sent his father to an early grave. Bartemius Crouch Sr. at the helm of the DMLE had set the legal precedents that trials could be foregone in the event of war, purebloods or not. Several innocent people were imprisoned from having a confession tortured out of them. When it was uncovered that a handful of Aurors had been discovered taking advantage of the increased allowances they were offered in using unforgivables as the war heated up, a massive blow to Crouch and magical law enforcement occurred. And that didn't include the scandal that was Auror Sirius Black. A decorated Auror that had identified different masked Death Eaters that he had fought turning out to be an inner circle member of the Death Eaters was a disaster for the DMLE. Lucius Malfoy and a few others had taken advantage of the Doubtcast and were given plausible deniability when they declared they were imperioused by the Dark Lord. The generous donations of private wealth to rebuild the damage done during the war helped to cover up most doubts of innocence for the unfortunate purebloods that were falsely called Muggle-born haters and terrorists. We'll get through it, Roxanne repeated, looking him straight in the eyes. If he has returned, we won't need to do anything. We have our potions business and the villa in Spain. We can leave if things get worse. They grew their own potion ingredients, most being in the small properties they had spread out in a couple different countries. The Greengrass family made their money from selling potions for the better part of 300 years. Cyrus sighed and smiled at her, pulling her into an embrace. You're right, love, he whispered. But what do you think of the charges themselves? He switched back to the contents of the letter that sparked the entire conversation. I think the charges have some truth to them, she voiced. Underage magic in the Muggle world is forbidden, but it could have been self-defense. Even adult wizards are offered some leeway. Self-defense laws concerning attacks from Muggles was a very hot topic for centuries. The issues and divisiveness wasn't exclusively Muggle-borns and the progressive faction against the traditionalist faction. Several Muggle-borns and half-bloods wanted laws that would allow them to use lethal spells to defend against Muggles if they were in a perceived sense of mortal peril, as did several purebloods. But the current laws on the books were very strict on what can or can't be used. Those with an apparition license had a duty to attempt to flee before fighting to ensure there wasn't Muggles raving about seeing people get struck down by bright lights, losing limbs in the process. This stipulation ends when a child, whether magical or not, is at risk. The stipulation concerning minors was added back in the 1600s when the ICW was dealing with the nightmare that was the political climate of the 30 Years' War. Several nations made it easier for wizards and witches to defend against Muggles due to the uptick in attacks on Muggle-borns from paranoia and accusations of heresy. Ironically, a few Muggle-borns had pressed to possibly erase the memories of Muggle parents and raise the children in the magical world to protect them. But it says he used a Patronus charm. Cyrus pointed at the letter. Why on earth would he use a complex spell like that for self-defense? A stunner or something else would be more likely. Roxanne also looked confused at that. Why would a 15-year-old use a rather complex spell that was probably an excellent choice of charm to show to Muggle parents of witches and wizards when first hearing of magic? Could a Dementor have been there? She asked, her voice quiet. Not possible. Cyrus shook his head. They are under the control of the Dash. His eyes widened and he looked straight into his wife's eyes. That might be it. Have a member of the Ministry send a Dementor to attack Potter. Use that as a means to go after Dumbledore. Use the threat of expulsion to get Dumbledore to quiet down on the problematic rhetoric. Potter, according to his daughter, didn't display a genius intellect in his studies, but he was still intelligent. Intelligent enough to cast a Patronus at age 15, a feat which few could boast, even if it's not corporeal. The boy wouldn't use a charm like that if it wasn't a situation that he didn't need to use it. The best thing to do, he took a deep breath, is to assume Potter is being targeted. I'm certain Dumbledore won't leave him at the mercy of the Wisengamot. It will be beneficial to possibly play sides. He detailed out a possible plan to benefit themselves without stepping on any toes. Potter would eventually take up the lordship of his ancestors. A lord remembers those who helps him. If Potter does well throughout the trial, Cyrus would jump in to request clarification of things that would aid Potter. If there was indication that the boy was an idiot seeking attention, which he doubted the longer he thought about it, he'd simply sit back and possibly abstain. I love when you think of ideas. His wife of 16 years smiled a beautiful grin. It makes me so happy that I have you as a husband. Her grin then turned predatory. Oh, he questioned, a smile dancing on his face. Is it just my mind that you love? She hummed happily, stroking his cheek. I think I can think of some other things. She leaned in and captured his lips with her own. They were in each other's arms for a few minutes, before the two separated. At his wife's confusion, he tried to speak. I need to talk with Daphne, he said, trying to catch his breath. That can wait, she posted, leaning forward to kiss him again. No, he tried to sound stern, but he wasn't enjoying what he had to do. I need to speak with her about Potter and this school year. He probably won't be expelled, and she needs to know what to do this year. She needs to be careful. Roxanne muttered something under breath, before sitting up and stepping away from him. I'll tell her you want to talk with her, she said as she walked out of the study. She's not happy, he thought. Maybe I should have waited. Well, too late now. Roxanne came back with their eldest daughter just a few minutes later, shot him a wink behind her, and stepped out to the hallway. Father, his daughter smiled, walking towards him. Daphne, he nodded, gesturing for her to sit. As she got close to him, she scowled. Must you and Mum do that when we're here? She asked, shaking her head. I don't follow, he responded, hoping she didn't notice. I wondered why Mum's hair was jumbled, she muttered irritably. She could have put her hand through her hair, he countered with a raised brow. You have lipstick on your face, she deadpanned. His eyes widened and he put his hand to his face to wipe it off, but found nothing on his face. He raised a brow towards her, noticing the smug grin on her face. Liar, she grinned, looking rather pleased with herself. Even if you didn't have my hair, he chuckled, running a hand through his short, slicked back blonde hair. I'd never doubt whether you're my daughter. Really, Father? She smiled still, a soft laugh filling the room. We already talked about this. She then switched to a chiding tone. Both Tori and I are Mum's, and any son is yours. Cyrus just snorted at what his daughter said. Sounds like something I would say, dear daughter of mine. He stressed the last word while smiling. Daphne stared at him with a cold expression for a couple minutes, before her demeanor cracked and she started laughing at the little game she and her father played ever since he taught her wordplay in preparation for her taking over the family business. Dad, she smiled, walking towards his chair and hugging him. Daphne, he beamed, planting a kiss on her forehead. Did your mother tell you what I wish to speak about? No, she didn't, Daphne answered, stepping away and looking at her father with a normal expression. What do you want to speak about? Harry Potter, was his reply. Daphne blinked, confused by the response. Potter? She asked, almost speaking to herself. What about Potter? Cyrus reached for the letter he received and handed it to her, gesturing for her to read it. She grabbed the letter and began reading, her eyes slowly widening as she read it repeatedly. Well, what do you think? He asked. Cyrus sometimes let Daphne read transcripts of Wisengamot meetings and trials to prepare her for taking headship of their house whenever he'd step down years from now. He started teaching her himself years ago, but certain events were accelerating her training. Flamel's Stone, the Chamber of Secrets, the escape of Sirius Black, the fiasco of last year. Things were becoming chaotic for unknown reasons, and he didn't want his daughter ill-prepared for any coming storm if something were to befall him. He's either an idiot or he got attacked, she said simply, handing the letter back to him. Think more than that, Daphne, he frowned. Why would he use a Patronus if he were attacked? Daphne thought for a moment, before her eyes shot open. Dementors. Cyrus nodded. It's possible that someone wanted him silenced, or to warn off Dumbledore from saying anything. Do you think the Dark Lord is back, Father? She asked seriously. I honestly don't know, he muttered. But we need to prepare for every eventuality. Now, what would you do if you were in my position concerning this trial? Daphne furrowed her brow in thought, fiddling with a lock of her hair in a slight tick she did when she was thinking deeply. I'd see what Potter says first, she explained, looking directly to her father. He'll be a good ally, being the boy who lived, even with the current issues this summer. If he had a good reason, we back him up under the guise of helping an heir to a noble and ancient house to please the traditionalists, and we sell it as helping out the vanquisher of the Dark Lord to please the progressives. A favor from a future lord would be useful as well. No matter how much you jest otherwise. Cyrus smiled to himself. You are definitely my daughter before your mother's. Is that what you'll be doing? She asked curiously. In all likelihood. He nodded, giving his daughter a proud look. You've made great progress in reading the great game, he smiled. I'm very proud of you. He stood up and walked to her, pulling her into a hug. You may be a young woman now, he said, still a head taller than her. But you'll always be my little girl. You're just as smart and brilliant as your mother, both you and Astoria. Thanks, Dad, she mumbled into his chest, before looking up at him. She smiled at him and pulled away, a look of questioning now showing on her face. Is there anything else? She asked. No, he answered smoothly, sitting back down at his desk. That's all now. Daphne nodded and turned to exit the room. Want the door closed? He nodded and she closed the door, a soft clack being heard as the locking spell activated. Daphne made her way to her room, hoping to finish the letter she wanted to send to Tracy. Her best friend had wanted advice on whether she should tell Blaise she liked him. But Daphne had no clue what to say. She never had a boyfriend, for Merlin's sake. She was so engrossed in her thoughts of the conversation she had with her father that she didn't see what was about to happen. Duck season, a familiar voice shouted, a dung bomb flying through the air and striking her in the face. Daphne shrieked as it exploded, feeling like she just fell in a sewer. Tori! She screamed, almost retching at the smell of the dung bomb that exploded on her face. Her younger sister was laughing hysterically, the disillusionment charm she had on her breaking with her moving too quickly. Got you, Daphne, she said through her bouts of laughter. Daphne growled, trying not to breath through her nose. Stop calling me that, she gritted out. She hated that nickname. Ever since their mother had introduced them to Muggle cartoons years ago, Astoria had loved Looney Tunes. Daphne didn't care for the Muggle shows, but Astoria adored them. One of the absolutely insane characters was a duck named Daffy, which Astoria called her relentlessly with their mother's quiet approval. Astoria still kept giggling, covering her nose and fanning the air. Wow, she grinned, her hazel eyes alight with glee. You really stink. I'm going to kill her, she thought. Mom and Dad will forgive me. They can still make another one. They're still young enough. They can make one that isn't this insufferable. Tori, she glared, breathing heavily. Run. Astoria's eyes widened and she took off running. Daphne chased after her, unable to catch up to her sister. She eventually got within a foot of grabbing her sister's jacket, but she suddenly tripped and landed on the ground in a heap. Groaning, she got up to see what tripped her. She heard her mother's stifled laughter around the corner. Mom, she asked, eyes full of betrayal. Yes, sweetie, she asked kindly, her wand tucked behind her back. Why? She demanded, angry that her own mother helped the little beast prank her. Well, your father insisted he talk with you, so in a way, it's actually your father's fault. She's just mad that I interrupted her and his fun time. She groaned in disgust. She didn't want to think of her parents doing that even when she wasn't in the house. Her mother gave her a knowing smile, easily reading her expression. "You'll be fine," Roxanne assured her. "Nothing to be healed." "She threw a dung bomb at my face," she said disgustedly. Roxanne just shrugged and laughed softly. "Nothing a cleaning charm won't fix." Daphne still glared at her mother, but stood up and walked towards her, looking at her wand as an unspoken request. "Oh, all right." Her mother rolled her eyes, waving her wand to cast a cleaning charm on her daughter's face and clothing. "You put the disillusionment charm on her." Daphne frowned, knowing only her mother would do that. "Guilty," she shrugged with a smile, enjoying the look on her daughter's face. "Why did you have to let her watch that insufferable Muggle show?" "Why?" Roxanne asked, still smiling. "I don't know why you wouldn't like it," she said with faux seriousness. "She nicknamed me after that infernal duck," she gritted out, glaring at her mother. "She's just having her fun, Daphne," Roxanne pointed out. "Don't take it too seriously." Daphne just rolled her eyes. "I'm going to my room to finish a letter." "To a boy?" "No," was the short reply. "It's to Tracy." Her mother had teased her constantly about boys ever since she had played a few jokes on her father about having a boyfriend. He was not pleased when he found out his daughter had been playing her idea of a joke on him, with Roxanne running cover for Daphne, adding credence to it. "I'll let you go then. But Daphne," she added, just as Daphne started to go to her room, "I'll tell Astoria to stop for a little bit. This year is going to be stressful enough for you, so I'll tell her to find something else to do." "Thanks, Mum," was Daphne's reply as she walked to where her room was, getting to the doorway and shutting it. Daphne took a deep breath and focused her mind like her father had taught her for years. She had very developed occlumency for someone her age, at least from what her father had told her. Occlumency lessons were non-negotiable for the heirs and heiress of noble houses. Too many secrets that can be taken by a legilimens. After going through an occlumency exercise to calm her irritation at her sister, she went back towards her small personal table to finish her letter. She got there and began finishing out the letter, telling Tracy that she didn't see an issue with talking to Blaze when they get back to school. She finished up the letter, sealed it in an envelope, and called for a house elf to take the letter to where they kept the couple owls they had. Pipsy, one of their elves, appeared and took the letter. A quick thank you was all she could get out before the elf disappeared with a crack. Now that she was alone again, she started thinking of what the new school year would bring. Fifth years would have their OWLS, making this year particularly hectic. Even without all the nonsense about the Dark Lord being back, the year would be taxing on her. She felt confident in her studies, being the highest scoring student in her year of Slytherins, as well as being the second in more than one class, being behind Granger. She didn't like Granger all that much. Sounding like a know-it-all several times, on top of being a Muggle-born, didn't engender sympathy from a few pure-blood students, even those that didn't have prejudices against those of Muggle birth. Back to what Father said. She scolded herself, returning back to the thoughts about Potter. Potter could cast a Patronus, surprising for a 15-year-old. There's a chance he could have been tutored by Dumbledore, but other things didn't make sense. Aside from Dada, he wasn't a spectacular performer in class. He was in the top half of everyone, and being a little higher up in charms, but his grades and demeanor didn't scream greatness or brilliance. It was also noticed that he seemed to have either no understanding or no care on what his place in magical Britain was. She'd initially thought the rumors of him living with Muggle relatives was just a smokescreen to throw off anyone trying to dig for where he was. But the last couple of years seemed to put that idea aside. Not acting like someone of his station in society. No interest in trying to make allies out of the heirs of houses in their year. Either he'd been taught to play the part of naive ignorance very well, or he genuinely was raised by Muggle relatives and knows nothing. The bloody Patronus part kept messing with her though. A Muggle-raised student, even one that was extremely capable, wouldn't be able to cast it at their age. She herself had tried it and could barely make a tiny cloud of mist with the charm without leaving her feeling drained. And speaking of that, why the hell would Potter cast that spell? If he wanted to torture or attack Muggles, if he was a lunatic, you don't use a spell that looks as beautiful as bright, ethereal mist, you use spells that hurt. But if he was attacked, he would have used a stunner or some other spell that wasn't one that couldn't hurt people. So the possibility of a Dementor attacking him was much more plausible than you'd normally think, just as her father believed it possible. Shaking her head, she walked to the other side of her room, grabbed a book from her personal bookcase, laid down in her bed, and began reading. They talked for several hours about occlumency and what books he could be permitted to read. Harry was back in Regulus' room, reading a book on occlumency that Sirius was having him read before he could start reading up on some of the curses and hexes in the Black Books. The occlumency book was the same one he used to learn occlumency in the future, finding it very easy to learn after the removal of the Horcrux. There were a few ways to learn occlumency, the one Snape attempted being arguably the worst one to teach Harry. What Snape did was repeatedly probe his mind to force his mind to create an instinctive defense against intrusion, with repeated attempts being used to callous over the vulnerable parts of his mind. The method was normally reserved for when someone was on a very tight schedule and the castor not containing finesse. Snape was more than likely very capable with legilimency to the point that the method wasn't necessary because of any lacking skill on his part. So it meant it was because Harry needed to develop defenses as quickly as possible, but the method was useless when he had a connection underneath any form of occlumency. But Harry still read the book mainly for leisure reading. Sirius would ask him questions on how far he had gotten in the book later. To Harry's surprise, Sirius was actually capable of legilimency, just not on the same level as Snape. Severus Snape could only be considered inferior in the mind arts to Dumbledore and Voldemort. The man was a truly intelligent wizard, as much as it irritated Harry to admit that. Sirius basically offered Harry the opportunity to learn the basics of occlumency over the summer, something that didn't happen before. Harry could only assume that creature commenting about him feeling like master meant something to Sirius. Harry didn't know if there had been any plans in place that involved him being the recognized heir to House Black in the past. He'd read the journals of the Black Lords of the past, Arcturus Black being the most recent. The man had spent his last years trying to find a way to get Sirius out of Azkaban, but every plan he had formulated had gone to hell in a handbasket when he'd contracted an illness that robbed him of his strength and killed him long before he would have died from natural causes. The last several parts of his journal were difficult to read. The shakiness from a weak grip on a quill was noticeable in the otherwise impeccable handwriting. But there was a plan Harry knew would work, and it was one he planned on bringing up with Sirius. The Triwizard Tournament was a blessing in disguise. Due to the screw-up with him being declared a champion, the Ministry temporarily made him an emancipated minor. The temporary part wouldn't end until the new school year. As the last member of House Potter, the laws pertaining to using magic in the presence of Muggles differed slightly. In such a situation, breaching the statute of secrecy was forgiven. But Harry didn't do that. Dudley Dursley was aware of the magical world. He knew that his cousin was a wizard. No breach occurred. Muggleborns were allowed to cast magic around their parents when they had graduated Hogwarts, as they were in the know. That left only the underage part. The temporary emancipation was already a murky gray area. At first glance, it looked like the Ministry buggered up the Triwizard Tournament. A convicted Death Eater that was declared dead impersonating a former employee sabotaging the tournament to get a minor force to compete in a potentially lethal tournament. The Ministry would have been on the chopping block for forcing a minor to compete, but the quiet emancipation prevented that from being forced to be made public. People just assumed he'd found a way to cheat and got his name in there, the Daily Prophet running interference to hide the screw-up on the part of the Department of Magical Games and Sports as well as the Department of Magical Cooperation. Dumbledore would probably know this, but the linchpin required him to be the Black Heir. It could shake things up enough to force Fudge to promptly clear all charges to prevent more things from coming to light. A Gryffindor he may be, but Harry learned to enjoy the little word games Daphne would play. She was the one that taught him how to play the game of politics, the political intrigue of wizarding Britain. He set down the book and considered a plan of his, a plan that could go very good or very bad. He needed to have Gringotts confirm that the emancipation gave him access to the Black Vault now, instead of when he turned 17. The use of the Black Vault was heavily restricted, even before Arcturus locked down the vault after the deaths and imprisoning of most of his grandchildren. Dumbledore was his magical guardian, being appointed that at the end of the war. It was law that the headmaster of Hogwarts be given that role for Muggleborns. with Harry practically being one for all intents and purposes. But Dumbledore didn't have access to business concerning the workings of House Black or Potter. The heir ring was in the vault. He'd need the ring as confirmation of his status. As heir apparent of a near-extinct line, and one that didn't include the obvious one, he could demand Veritaserum be used, even if Fudge attempted to block it. Many paths to dealing with the farce of a trial, but only one to get Sirius free. And he needed to know if it could be done. Taking a deep breath, his occlumency in place, he called for Creature. The elf appeared with a crack, eyeing Harry curiously. "Half-blood master called?" he asked. "Yes or no, Creature," Harry said simply. "Can you keep a secret from Sirius?" Creature gave a wheezing laugh. "Being sneaky, half-blood master?" he asked. "Blood traitor master be not liking that." "Answer me, elf," Harry ordered using a clipped tone. Creature straightened up. "Creature be not keeping secrets if master asks." "And if he doesn't ask explicitly?" Creature blinked at the question. "Creature does not need to tell master something he doesn't ask." "Good," Harry muttered, leaning towards the elf. "I need you to be discreet and get me out of here." He pointed around the room. "I have business that needs to be done in Diagon Alley that I don't want anyone knowing." Creature could let slip to Master Sirius what Half-Blood Master be doing. Creature replied, "Sneaky half-blood besmirching the name of Black." "Keep your mouth shut on this," Harry leaned towards the elf, "and I'll help you fulfill Regulus' wish." Creature gasped and staggered back, eyes impossibly large. "Master knows. Half-blood master knows Creature is bad elf." He started punching himself. Creature couldn't destroy Locket. Creature failed. Harry grabbed a hold of Creature to stop him from hurting himself. "Creature, stop it," he demanded, the elf stopping when he was commanded. "How does master know?" Creature wept, shaking horribly. "I fought the Dark Lord. That Locket stinks of his magic," was the firm response. Sirius said his brother left the Death Eaters and was killed. Cowardice was what he called it. But he wasn't leaving out of fear, was he, Creature? Creature nodded shakily. Regulus saw something that made him leave. Something so foul that he turned against the Dark Lord. Didn't he? Creature nodded again. That locket was what got him killed, wasn't it? Another nod. "Tell me what happened," Harry said softly, mindful of how terrible the memory would be. House elves generally lived longer when the family they are bonded to is whole and healthy in mind and magic. House Black was already on unsure footing by the time of the First Blood War. The war with Grindelwald killed over half of the Blacks, many of them either siding with Grindelwald or joining the war against him before magical Britain officially declared open hostilities with Europe's Dark Lord at the time. The near destruction of House Black in both wars did severe damage to the magic of much of the House Elves of the Blacks, going insane and requiring them to be mercifully killed, their heads now displayed. Creature was the only one in the main line of Black House Elves that lived this long, the others wasting away. With his inability to destroy the locket and fulfill his master's last order, Creature's magic had twisted and was slowly destroying his mind further, only to still live because he actually tried to destroy it. Creature looked at Harry and told the entire tale of what happened. Harry knew it all, but he still paid close attention. After he was finished, Creature looked at Harry with confusion. "Master Harry wants Creature to help him? I need to get to Diagon Alley. It will help me to defeat the Dark Lord, just like Regulus wanted. Blood Traitor Master and others want to defeat the Dark Lord too. They won't understand what I'm doing," Harry explained. "Sirius won't believe anything about Regulus right now. I need to keep this secret. Can you help me, so I can help you destroy the locket?" "Creature will help Master Harry keep secret." The elf nodded. "Creature will not tell." "Good," Harry said, straightening up and making sure the occlumency book was closed. "I'll need to be careful," he muttered out loud intentionally. "My wand still has the trace, not like there's spare wands handy." There was in fact several wands to spare. Family members had a higher chance of their wands working somewhat for children or nieces and nephews. The Blacks had the distinct practice of letting their children do practical magic inside the house while using spare ones from previous relatives that bequeathed their wands to the family when they died. Extra time using magic before Hogwarts ensured they'd have an edge over incoming half-bloods and Muggleborns raised in the Muggle world. Not strictly legal, but good luck tracing it and getting a warrant to enter the home of the Blacks. "Master Harry," Creature said frantically, causing Harry to turn. "There's be spare wands in Lord's study. Can you get one for me?" he asked, not wanting to risk tripping the wards at night and waking up Sirius. "Creature be forbidden from touching wands." He shook his head. "Masters tell Creature to never give wand to air without permission." "Damn it," Harry muttered, before he remembered what Sirius said. "Whenever you need, don't hesitate to talk about anything, no matter the time," he had said. "Wait here." He looked at Creature, before exiting the room to head to where Sirius slept. He got to Sirius' room and knocked, hearing slight noises, before hearing a sharp sound, followed by Sirius swearing. The door opened and he saw his godfather, eyes bleary from sleep whilst grimacing and clutching his foot. "Yes, Harry?" he asked. "You all right, Padfoot?" Harry asked, glancing at the older man's foot. Sirius looked down as well and snorted. "Kicked the bed accidentally. What do you want?" Harry's eyes caught where the bed was, seeing that no sheets were on it, nor pillows. "Does he sleep on the floor?" was Harry's thought. "I wanted to use the study," he started, lifting up the occlumency book. "I don't want this just laying around." Sirius nodded his understanding. "The wards would have alerted me when you went in there," he said, rubbing at his eyes. "Go ahead. Thanks for warning me. Causes a real bloody headache when you're sleeping and it trips. Night, Padfoot." "Good night, Harry." Sirius nodded, before closing the door. Harry turned back to head to the Lord's study, calling for Creature quietly. The elf appeared with a soft crack, sensing his master's wish to try and muffle the sound. Creature followed him to the study, before Harry put his hand on the door, felt a slight pinch when the rune cluster felt his magic, and the door swung open. Creature followed him in, Harry giving a questioning look on where the wands were. "Wands be in hidden books." Creature pointed at the singular bookcase in the room. Harry walked towards it and started touching the books, looking for the false one. He knew which one he needed, having used the wand before. He grasped a hold of the book, feeling the enchantment on it give, revealing it to be a container with runes on it. Harry carried it over to the table and looked at it like he was trying to decipher what to do. He'd studied runes after the war, having gained an appreciation for them when he stopped to listen to Hermione about how effective they were. The central rune required a blood sample or a sample of magic that was tied to the wards of the room to open. He pressed his hand on it and pushed a small amount of magic into it, the container opening with a small hiss sound. Harry looked in and saw 7 different wands. He grabbed the one that he knew worked best for him. The wand of Arcturus Black. Dragon heartstring, 10 3/4 inches. The wand wasn't the same as his own holly wand, not even close, but it was the best one of the lot. He slipped the wand in his pocket, put the container back where it was after closing it, and left the room, shutting the door. Harry got back to Regulus' room and turned to Creature. "Can I have some privacy for a moment?" he asked, gesturing to his clothes. "I need to change." Creature nodded and disappeared with a crack. Harry pulled out his trunk and grabbed a set of robes that he transfigured to look less like school robes and more like regular robes that most wizards wear. He slipped them on and went to look at the mirror in the bathroom. He began the complex task of putting a glamour on his face, changing the color of his eyes and hair, shifting how his face looked a bit, and covering up his scar now that it was more faded and wasn't as resistant to concealing from containing a soul shard. After he was done, he left the bathroom and called for Creature, who appeared again. "I'm ready now, Creature," Harry told the elf. Creature wasn't aware of how capable Harry was at magic and simply assumed that he was much more skilled than others his age, especially since he had black blood and was using Master Arcturus wand. Creature looked up and grabbed a hold of Harry's robes, taking the two to an apparition point in Diagon Alley. They arrived in the alley, only a few people around. It was late at night, and most people assumed that Harry was just another wizard of a less than imposing height. "Go now," Harry whispered. "I'll call for you when I need you." Creature nodded and disappeared with a crack. Harry walked through Diagon Alley, glancing at some of the stores. He'd need to stop by Nocturne Alley, the apothecary being closed in Diagon, to grab some nutrition potions to begin trying to correct some of the physical damage done to him from staying with the Dursleys. With his magic unbound, he'd probably grow a few inches from a mix of his magic being free to heal the long-term issues, and the nutrition potions to jumpstart a growth spurt. A strong body meant stronger magic. Being physically weakened meant more of your magic was being spent trying to heal the injuries. Even with the magical potential of the Greats, he needed every ounce of it to kill Voldemort. Tom Riddle had made sure he was physically capable, even if he was magically powerful, several rituals being undertaken to enhance his overall health to make sure his body wouldn't fatigue as easily if he was in a prolonged fight. You needed to be fit and agile to maneuver in duels. A quick sidestep or dodge could save your life just as much as a shield could. He eventually arrived at the front of Gringotts, the armored guards giving him a look of challenge. He ignored them and entered the bank, heading straight to one of the tellers. He went up to one of the goblins, who gave him a bored look. "Yes?" was the flat question. "I need to speak with whichever goblin is in charge of validation of inheritance." The goblin raised a brow in question, leaning in more closely to look at him. "Sharpfang is in charge of such things. I will tell him that a customer is here." Harry nodded, and the goblin left to bring back the one in charge. After a short while, the goblin came back with another one that looked older than the first. "Sharpfang, I presume?" "You presume correctly, wizard." Sharpfang deadpanned. "What business concerning inheritance do you wish to make?" Harry pulled his hood back and tapped his forehead, the half-functioning glamour on his scar fading. Sharpfang smirked, glancing at the wand in Harry's hand. "I'm certain I can help you, Mr. Potter," he said quietly. "Follow me." The goblin pointed to a door to Harry's left, before walking towards it. Harry followed the Sharpfang through the door, the goblin heading to an office room not far away. Sharpfang opened the door and gestured for Harry to enter, which he did. Sharpfang went to his desk, sat down, and began taking out a couple of items, including a quill and some parchment. "Do you mind dropping the glamour?" the goblin asked. "I'd like to see the face of who I speak to." Harry nodded and flicked his wand at his face, the glamour fading from his features. Sharpfang grunted. "Definitely a Potter." He shrugged, writing something on the sheet of parchment. The Potter family had been around for quite some time. No surprise that a goblin like Sharpfang would recognize someone as a Potter. Harry had interacted with the goblin a couple of times in the future. Much of the intricacies of inheritance needed to be addressed when he was made Lord Black. "For the sake of the record, tell me your name, date of birth, and what things concerning inheritance you wish to discuss." "Harry James Potter, July 31st, 1980. I wish to have an inheritance test to determine my status as heir of House Black and Potter." Sharpfang stared at him in shock. "Black?" he asked incredulously. "Yes." Sharpfang blinked several times, trying to absorb the news. "Wait here," he instructed, standing up to leave the room. After the goblin left, Harry lounged back in the chair to wait, thinking of the plan again. Getting confirmation that he was the heir through Gringotts meant he could open up access to items from the Potter Vault, items he definitely needed. Several rare objects, including Dragonhide, was in the Potter Vault. Centuries of a martial inclination meant the Potters were in possession of a dangerous arsenal of spells and equipment for the waging of war that was built up with each generation. The last war had shrunk the stockpile, James Potter being very generous in helping to equip the Order to survive a war against Death Eaters that consisted of the most dangerous of duelists and fighters due to most Inner Circle members being purebloods with their own private funds. Several minutes passed before Sharpfang returned with another goblin holding a box. At Harry's look of question, Sharpfang spoke. "We'll need to test whether you are heir apparent or not." Harry nodded, already knowing what the test was. The other goblin set the box on the table and dragged a claw along the edge of it. The box seemed to unfold and revealed a couple of objects. A knife with runes on it and a rune stone. You will need to put 3 drops of blood on the stone, Sharpfang explained, setting the stone apart from everything. What will it do? Harry asked. If you're correct that you are the heir, it will glow green, he explained. Harry nodded and grabbed the knife, stabbing the side of his hand and let the blood drip onto the stone. The stone turned green. Well, that's settled then, Sharpfang said, the other goblin boxing up the objects. You are the official heir to House Black and your magical guardian will be Kanta Dash. No, Harry said simply. I am emancipated and therefore am entitled to not releasing the fact that I'm the heir. Sharpfang tilted his head at that. I was unaware that you were emancipated. Was your other query about your standing as the Potter heir related to that? Yes. Are you wishing to make a withdrawal? Yes, I am. Sharpfang eyed him critically. I will need to speak with my superiors. This is rather atypical. I haven't handled emancipated heirs. I shall be back. Sharpfang left again, leaving Harry alone. Sharpfang returned with a well-dressed, elderly goblin that was using a cane that looked to have silver woven into the wood. Mr. Potter? The elder goblin asked with a gravelly voice. Yes, Harry nodded. Young Sharpfang has informed me of the situation. You're in a rather strange position, but I know the solution to this unfortunate complication. The goblin paused to walk towards a chair, sitting down with a sigh. The ministry appears to have emancipated you temporarily, leaving you the power to access your family's ancestral vaults earlier than the legal majority. You are aware of this. At Harry's nod, the goblin continued. As such, you may make whatever withdrawal you need to make, so long as it does not exceed the limit on what the heir can take. I only plan to grab a few items, Harry stated. Ah, then no problem then. Now on to the topic of House Black. Harry straightened his posture more and looked the goblin directly in the eye. As Sirius Black is considered a wanted criminal and the treaty between Gringotts and the Ministry declares that we do not give any convicted criminals access to the heir ring or Lord's ring, he is not qualified to withdraw whatever he wishes. Sirius could still make withdrawals from his own personal vault, but not the Black Vault. He technically wasn't convicted, but Harry wasn't going to bring that up right now. You, as the heir, are entitled to receiving the heir ring which is currently in the vault. Do you wish to remove it from the vault? Yes, I do. The elderly goblin looked at the wand that Harry had set on the table to be in view of the goblins, as was policy. That is not your wand. That is the wand of Arcturus Black. Harry raised a brow at the goblin, who gave a grin. I was the bank representative that handled the Black family for nearly 60 years. Arcturus was quite a fun wizard to work with. Harry was slightly on guard now, which didn't go unnoticed by the goblin. You don't want it to get out that you are the Black heir. I know that look, that you have the previous lord's wand, and not your own, means it is not simply a means to use magic as a minor. You're planning something that will shake things up, the goblin continuing to grin. Gringotts respects the privacy of its customers. The goblin smiled toothily. As you are an adult in the eyes of the ministry, no one will know that you were here unless you wish to inform them. Harry nodded to the goblin, pleased with the situation. Discreetness was what he needed, and Gringotts was very generous to those that did business with them. Scratch my back, I scratch yours. Is that all? Harry asked politely. It is rather late and I'd like to finish up. I do have other matters to attend to. The elder goblin chuckled, almost sounding like a wheeze. Very well, Heir Black, a goblin will assist you in going to your vaults. A drop of your blood will be needed to make a key, before a permanent one can be supplied. Pleasure doing business. The goblin finished, standing up from the chair and leaving. Before the goblin left, Harry said one more thing. I'm sorry, but I didn't catch your name. The goblin stopped, stood still for a moment, and slowly turned to face Harry. Ragnarok. The goblin grinned predatorily. Director Ragnarok. Harry stiffened at the answer. Ragnarok was the director of all goblin holdings in Britain, being the highest-ranking goblin in the nation. Ragnar laughed at the look on Harry's face before leaving. Well, Sharpfang said, having been silent as his boss spoke with Harry. I will send for a goblin to take you to your vaults. I'll use some of the blood from the inheritance test. The rest shall be destroyed. He pointed at the knife. Harry just nodded mutely, still taken off guard by Ragnar personally coming to speak about this. The black holdings were some of the largest that Gringotts possessed. With the rumors of Voldemort's return, of course the goblins would be on guard about anything concerning a succession surprise that would mean the Malfoys would no longer be the ones in line to obtain access to the black holdings. Sharpfang had left and returned very quickly with a young goblin that gestured for Harry to follow him. Harry left the office and heard the door shut, several locks activating, based on the sounds coming from the inside of the door itself. Harry followed the young goblin to the lower levels of the bank, reaching the rail that would carry them into the deeper areas. Harry strapped himself in and Goblin sat in the front, pressing a lever, and they shot downward into the caverns. Daphne had hated it, thinking him a lunatic for getting a thrill out of the winding movements, the cold air invigorating his lungs, a truly splendid experience. Her stomach always disagreed with him. The winding and twisting reminded him of riding a broom, making it all the more fun. They stopped when they reached the Potter vault, Harry climbing out to head to the front of his ancestors' vault. On the front of the vault was the Potter family crest. A wand and sword crossed, with a griffin looming above. The goblin pulled out a temporary key that would become inert after 24 hours, sinking it into the front door of the vault. Harry felt the magic around the door shimmer before adopting a muted feel to it. Harry stepped back as the vault door swung open. The Potter vault was a very impressive one, containing huge amounts of gold and other assorted objects accumulated over the years on one side, properly stored in several chests instead of being cluttered and flung in. The other side of the room had the combined spell knowledge the Potters had, consisting of handcrafted curses, jinxes, hexes, and defensive spells, with several old tomes penned by those named Peveril who gave their family grimoire and books to the Potters when the last one to have the Peveril name married a Potter. But Harry didn't care about the gold as much as what he came here to get. He went towards the back of the vault, ignoring the chests that had galleons, sickles, and nuts sorted amongst a dozen of them. He got to the back and grabbed a hold of a trunk that looked similar enough to his Hogwarts trunk, save for one small difference. This one had advanced space expansion charms on it, with runes carved into the inside to give the ability to shut off and turn on the charms, giving them a much greater longevity. He dragged it out and flipped it open, opened up a chest filled with galleons right next to him, and began putting several handfuls of galleons in the trunk. Dumbledore could trace what came out of his trust vault, but not from the main Potter vault. As an afterthought, Harry grabbed a small leather bag from the chest and stuffed some galleons in it, putting it in one of his pockets. After getting enough galleons, he closed the lid on the chest and the trunk. He then moved to a chest that had several protection charms on it, centered around two locks. He pressed his hand on it and pushed his magic into it, opening up one of the locks. Bollocks, I forgot the ring, he thought, walking over to the table that was at the center of the vault, holding the Potter heir and Lord rings. He grabbed the heir ring, put it on, feeling it bite into his finger to get some blood to confirm him as the Potter heir, and walked towards the chest to press the ring on the other lock, unlocking it. He flipped the chest open and saw several strips of dragonhide, the same dragonhide that the cuirass he wore when he was killed was made of. He took out several strips and put them in his trunk. He then reset the locks, before walking back to the center table and setting back the ring to make sure no one would be the wiser. With everything settled for the Potter vault, he cast a shrinking charm on the trunk with his borrowed wand to shrink it to the size of a grapefruit, then put it in the pocket of his robe, the weight being reduced by a weight reduction rune set to activate after a certain weight threshold. He exited his vault with a spring in his step, the door closing behind him with an asterisk thump, the enchantments reactivating. Key, he said shortly, looking at the goblin with his hand outstretched. The young goblin pulled the temporary key out and handed it to Harry, who pocketed it promptly. No one was getting access, even if for a brief window. The remaining gold in the vault was all that was left of the wealth of the lines of Potter and Peveril, a majority of it going to funding the war against Voldemort when his grandfather and later father were publicly outspoken against Voldemort. Charles Potter took Voldemort seriously and had risked the ruin of his house's finances to defeat Voldemort. Hundreds of lives were saved because of the money dumped into funding the Aurors and Hit Wizards, giving them free access to armor and medical attention. At one dark point, 1/4 of the Auror force was being funded by House Potter, until further funds were drawn up by the Ministry. The money remaining was still a very large amount, giving him and his family enough to survive off of for multiple generations, but it still was less than what it was. The House of Potter's financial status was not unlike the state of its members. Reduced to a shadow of its former self, but still present, still there, still alive. After securing the key, Harry strapped himself back in and waited for the goblin to push the lever, which he did. Another trip through the caverns brought them to the Black Vault, labeled number 6. The Black Vault required more than just a simple key to get through. It required blood. Harry stepped out of the trolley and walked towards the vault. He pressed the wand at his palm and pressed down, opening up a cut. He pressed his hand against the door, feeling a wave of magic and a draining feeling in his hand and arm. He shivered as he felt like something was tickling his spine, before the sensation disappeared. The door made a clink sound, opening up to reveal the contents of the vault belonging to the noble and most ancient House of Black. The Black Vault was different from the Potter one, containing more artifacts than the other, as well as most of the books being at Grimmauld Place. Harry didn't grab a single thing, except for one object resting on a fake wooden hand prop. The Black Air Ring. Arcturus never put in his journal where the air ring was. Harry only discovered it was in the vault when he was declared the Lord Black. Creature, in the future, had mentioned that he had thought it odd that Regulus hadn't been wearing the ring when he died, the young man probably realizing he wasn't coming back. Either Regulus put the ring here himself, or Arcturus did it and kept quiet about it. Harry likely wouldn't know, but he didn't care. He walked straight to where the ring was and took it off the prop, putting it on his left index finger. Like the Potter ring, but much more painful, the ring bit into his finger to get a sample of his blood and magic. "Bloody hell," he muttered, hissing at the pain. The ring flashed a shade of gray, before settling back to its normal state. The ring, like the Potter one, had its family crest on it. But instead of a griffin with a wand and sword, it was a grim with a wand pointed straight up, the words toujours per above the grim's head. To think that the black sheep of the Blacks had the animagus form of the symbol of their house. He chuckled internally. He left the vault, the ring proudly displayed on his finger. The door sealed shut behind him, but it didn't matter to him at all. He got what he wanted. Now there was only one thing left on his list. He got in the trolley to get back to the surface. Everything went in a blur. They got to the surface. He left the trolley. He walked back out to the greeting area of the bank and went out the exit. He ducked into an alleyway when he found one and recast the glamour on himself, after casting a detection spell, of course. He made his way towards Nocturne Alley, wand concealed in his sleeve, ready to be used at a moment's notice. He entered the alley and saw a few people making a few shady dealings, though not strictly illegal. Nocturne Alley was where you went to buy and sell things that would get you labeled a dark wizard, by Muggleborns and half-bloods raised in the Muggle world that didn't understand nuance in a meaningful way. Most illegal dealings did occur here, but most overall deals done weren't illegal. He got to the apothecary he had in mind, entering the store. The store was rather dusty, containing a large collection of rare and hard-to-get items, along equally difficult and expensive potions. "Who is it?" A voice rang out, a shuffling sound being heard from what was likely be a storage room. "A customer," Harry called gruffly, a slight charm applied to his larynx to modify his voice. A man who looked to be in his 70s appeared from the back room, wearing a shirt that wouldn't be out of place in the 50s. The man scowled at Harry's hood being pulled up to hide his face. "Most of you lot come in here at night, all sneaky and wanting to keep quiet about things. Is it too much to ask you to be more diverse? Wear something other than black and have a hood up?" "HMMNN," he snorted, scratching the side of his head. "Well, what are you looking for?" he prompted. "I need nutrition supplements," Harry said simply. "A sizable amount." Funny, the man said. You don't sound or stand like an old man, and I'm bloody certain that you don't work at St. Mungo's. Funny that you're curious, Harry countered. You get business because you're paid to not be curious. The man eyed him critically. Have you been here before? You seem familiar. Harry shrugged and pulled out the bag of galleons he took from the Potter vault, setting it on the counter with a loud thud, the coins jingle being heard. The man's eyes widened barely perceptibly, before his face lit up. A pleasure to meet you for the first time, Mr. Smith. The pleasure's all mine.
Ariès tonous de faux plaisanteness.
How much are you wanting? 12 months' worth, was Harry's reply. That will cost 600. Bollocks, Harry said irritably. It won't be any more than 400. Do you take me for a mudblood you can squeeze as much galleons as you want out of? You're definitely not one of those, the man chuckled. They're too frightened by dark, scary nocturnally. Tell you what, mate, he added. I'll settle for 550. I don't normally get this much of a need for nutritional potions. It's usually old folk that get it to help their health. Again, do you take me for a fool? 450. 525. 475. 500. Done. Harry answered smoothly, grabbing the bag and counting out the coins with a quick flick of his wand. The man begged off to grab what Harry wanted, making more than one trip to the back, getting the amount Harry requested. Harry pulled out his trunk, expanded it, and began putting the flasks of potions in the trunk. The store owner conveniently turned his back to not see the trunk, obviously wanting to earn the amount of payment he was getting. After Harry put all the potions in the trunk, he reshrunk it and put it back in his pocket. 500 galleons, Harry said, handing the bag to the man, the remaining galleons in the bag being put in the trunk. Pleasure doing business, Mr. Smith. Good luck with whatever you're doing. Harry smirked and left the store, heading back to the apparition point. Harry called for Creature, who promptly appeared with a crack. Master Harry, Creature muttered. I'm ready, Creature. Harry reached out his arm to the elf. Creature nodded and apparat the two back to Grimmauld Place. Harry, back in Regulus' room, promptly set the wand in the trunk to be hidden until he could put it back tomorrow. He kicked off his shoes and pulled his robes off, settling himself into bed. Smiling at what he managed to do, he ran through what all happened. He had acquired the nutrition potions that he'd be taking to help his body to heal from the damage by the Dursleys, but that was just a secondary goal. The greatest accomplishment was the black air ring. He'd spoken with Creature when they first got back about whether the elf knew where the air ring was. Thankfully, Creature hadn't known. Harry planned on telling Sirius he found it hidden in Regulus' room, something that Sirius wouldn't doubt if he heard it from his godson. The air ring proved he was in line to be the next Lord Black. Any individual that put the ring on and wasn't permitted to buy the Lord would have the finger torn off by the ring tightening. With the trunk from the Potter vault shrunk and hidden inside his school trunk, he was in the clear. He had enough money to do what he needed during the holidays. The Horcruxes would be destroyed in one fell swoop. The locket, diadem, and ring were the easiest, while the cup and Nagini would be more difficult, but would be destroyed eventually. Harry relaxed further into his bed and closed his eyes, his dreams filled with the memories of golden hair and beautiful blue eyes. Law of Reasonable Defense Against Muggles. 1649. Clause concerning children. In the event of a child's life that is of relation to a witch or wizard being in mortal peril at the hands of Muggles, regardless of if the child is in possession of magic or not, the witch/wizard is permitted to use lethal force on the aggressing Muggles to prevent a loss of life for the child. The use of force will require the use of veritaserum and/or legilimency to determine whether the action was genuine defense or Muggle baiting. Intentional baiting of Muggles via using the child as bait to kill Muggles is a capital offense and carries an automatic ruling of execution through the casting of the offender into the Vale of Death. Albus Dumbledore set the letter he just received from Sirius down with a sigh, contemplating the last several days. He was at his desk in the headmaster's office, thinking of what it meant that Sirius had put in the letter. Harry had, by sheer happenstance, discovered the black air ring in the room of Regulus Black, the ring likely being hidden there before the young man's death. The previous letter Sirius sent revealed how the man felt about the discovery of the ring. Harry had put it on without realizing what it was, and it accepted him as heir. Sirius' letter had shaky sections of words, a drop or two of what appeared to be tears on the parchment. The acknowledgement of Harry as heir Black meant that he could push for the trial transcripts concerning the previous Lord Apparent, which didn't exist. Without a trial record, Sirius Orion Black, at the demand of the heir of House Black, could be granted an emergency trial to determine his innocence. Lucius Malfoy wouldn't be able to risk trying to stop it. The suspicion of attempted line theft would not be ignored. The joy Sirius had in the first letter was completely absent in the latest one, Dumbledore's reply to the first being less than pleasant. Sirius had let Dumbledore know that he would be, as was expected of Harry's godfather and the hopefully soon Lord Black, training him in occlumency and some of the Black family magic. Dumbledore was a man with an ironclad grip on his emotions and magic, his will being as strong as his raw power. But the last several days had taken their toll on him, starting with the day that Harry was attacked. One of Dumbledore's contraptions, a small silver device that spun and made periodic clicks, was an object that would trace the signal of any underage magic used wherever its partner was, the partner being located in Surrey. The device had fired off, alerting him to a signal sent to the Ministry, pointing to Harry using magic out of school. He knew it didn't bode well. Fudge had been trying to find something to silence him, convince him to keep quiet of Voldemort's return. The man thought himself a political genius because he had Lucius Malfoy playing him like a fiddle, but Dumbledore wasn't just simply some old man past his prime. Albus Dumbledore, though withered and bent by time and by fate, was still one of the strongest wizards in history. Few wizards aside from Tom Riddle had been born with power similar to his, but their names were not remembered in the annals of history like his own for one major reason. They lacked ambition. His prodigious understanding of magic, coupled with raw power rarely seen in nearly all wizards, would not have been enough to cement him as the second coming of Merlin. His father's actions drove him to be the best. His father's, and in a way his own, being the eldest child, inability to protect Ariana made him want to be known as something better than the son of a Muggle killer, and not just a Muggle killer but a killer of Muggle minors. His years at Hogwarts were measured by how much kindness and brilliance he displayed. Any talk of him being like his father disappeared when he was astute, courteous, and generous to anyone who needed it, regardless of their background as Muggle-borns or otherwise. His drive to be the greatest succeeded in making him the undisputed leader of the light, a foolish title if he ever heard one. He had been playing the game of politics for decades, before Lucius was even born. He knew of more than one way to get Harry cleared of charges, but most required certain criteria. Dumbledore didn't want the information of Harry being the Black heir revealed at the trial. The release of that information could cause Voldemort to make his move earlier, potentially storming the Department of Mysteries during the uproar of Harry Potter, a supposedly dangerous, attention-seeking Parselmouth being the heir to two noble and ancient houses, something that hadn't occurred since before he was born. The Order wasn't fully prepared, neither was the Ministry. Dumbledore hadn't resisted having his position as Chief Warlock taken from him, the position being a waste of time now. His plans needed time that he hadn't had in abundance when he had multiple positions to fill in the government and ICW. But he had no such positions now. Things would get ugly very fast, and he needed to prepare everything as best as he could. His thoughts went to the letter he sent that caused his current predicament. Moments before his device went off, he felt the Elder Wand burn him. He felt a cold shiver make its way up his spine, and he could have sworn he felt soft fingers caress his shoulder, a cold breath feeling like it was behind him. He ended up nearly blasting the device to ashes when it startled him, indicating Harry used magic. His thoughts had been plagued by both the trial and what happened in his office. Harry Potter, descendant of the Peverils, gets attacked by Dementors precisely when an artifact made by the three Peveril brothers burned him when he was organizing his desk, and the specter of death seeming to haunt him for but a fraction of a second, probably just his own imagination. The strain of dealing with multiple things resulted in him sending a response to Sirius' proclamation of training Harry to be a proper heir, by not requesting, but stating that Sirius would wait on training Harry in occlumency. The training of higher-end occlumency could potentially expose the bindings on Harry's magic, something that cannot be discovered yet. Dumbledore had come to the conclusion that what afflicted Harry, giving him pain and granting him Parseltongue abilities, was a Horcrux. He thanked whatever deity there was that he had the presence of mind to bind the boy's magic as a young child. The Horcrux could have very well altered his personality, if allowed the opportunity to feed off of his abnormally strong magic, to be more like Voldemort's. There was no doubt Harry was the child of prophecy. The power the boy had was similar to his own or Voldemort's, only lacking in the drive to be great that drove himself and a young Tom Riddle. I guess you may have been right, Gellert, he thought wistfully, thinking of the conversation and theory about purebloods and muggleborns producing stronger children. He looked back down at the letter, the words conveying something far more biting than the flowery words that made up the message would appear. Sirius responded harshly to his admittedly foolish demand, overstepping on a sensitive topic for the man. Dumbledore was concerned that Harry, at the pressure of Sirius wanting to be free, would declare himself the Black Heir and try to use that as a way to muscle through the trial, letting it be known that he was now a player in the game. Assuming Voldemort was defeated, Wizarding Britain would need someone to heal the nation, Harry being the possible one to do that. Dumbledore held on to the hope that the Horcrux could be removed through the use of a killing curse, Voldemort's use of Harry's blood anchoring the young man to the world. If that is the case, Harry could influence Wizarding Britain for the good, having 2 Wisengamot seats. But the cutthroat game of politics meant he could very easily be exploited if they thought him naive, something that Dumbledore feared. Shaking his head at the mess he unintentionally made worse, he turned to his familiar, who gave a soft trill to the old man. "I fear I've made a mistake with young Harry," he admitted softly, eyes downcast. "And I'm uncertain that I can repair the damage." Fawkes trilled softly again and nuzzled his head into Dumbledore's hand. "I will do what I can to help him in the trial," he muttered, "even if he remains displeased with me." He thought it better to not let Harry hear of the foul things said about the 2 of them in the Daily Prophet, especially some of the rumors about how he was the last one to see young Mr. Diggory alive. He didn't think that requesting that Harry's friends not owl him would let his mind think of Diggory's death. Survivor's guilt was a universal thing in both the Muggle and magical world. Being left in your own thoughts, letting the misplaced guilt fester, would change anyone for the worse. The initial letter from Remus and Sirius didn't hide the fact that Harry wanted nothing to do with him, which he accepted the reasoning, knowing it wasn't unwarranted. As he prepared to leave for bed, knowing the trial was tomorrow, he thought of what awaited him and the boy who had suffered more than he ever should have. "I pray that you can forgive me, Harry," Dumbledore whispered to himself, "for I don't think I'd be strong enough to do so for one who has wronged me." The day of the trial was here. Harry had been awake over an hour before his alarm was set, running through his plan. He knew it would make waves, but he planned on firing a shot across the bow, the message a clear one to Voldemort and the Death Eaters that they weren't as secure as they thought. Taking the black seat from Lucius Malfoy would be a great blow to his finances, and by extension Voldemort's. The presumed innocence of the merry band of terrorists would be dealt a severe hit from Sirius, an Auror who repeatedly stated he recognized several Death Eaters killing Muggles and using certain spells, being found innocent of the charges against him. Sirius wasn't able to hide how livid he was from the letter Dumbledore sent, practically demanding that Sirius not train Harry in occlumency or other magic that was taught to the heir. Sitting up out of the bed, he made his way to his trunk and pulled out a nutrition potion, downing the whole thing in one gulp. Hopefully he could kickstart a growth spurt this summer that would carry over into the school year. He then walked towards the door and exited the room, heading down to the kitchen. Molly had been up early to fix breakfast for him, Arthur, who'd be taking him, and Sirius, who had a difficult time getting to sleep. "Harry," Arthur greeted him, drinking a cup of tea, likely with some degree of a pepper-up potion mixed in, judging by how alert he looked. "Mr. Weasley," he muttered, acting like he'd just woken up. Harry sat down next to Sirius, who looked dreadful. "What's with you, Padfoot?" Harry asked. "This trial's a sham. Nothing to worry about." "I'm starting to have doubts about the plan," Sirius muttered under his breath. "I can wait if need be." Harry fixed Sirius with a glare. "I'm not doing this because I want to stick it to Fudge and Malfoy. I'm doing this because you're my godfather and deserve to be free. You're a good man who's suffered too much for something you didn't do." Sirius just sighed, not wanting to argue. It's normal for people to get cold feet right at the dawn of a massive choice, Sirius being in that situation. "This is you, Harry," he said firmly, giving his godson a soft smile. "I'll support you no matter what." Harry returned the smile, before spotting Molly enter with a plate of bacon and eggs. "Here you go, Harry," she said, setting down the plate with a sympathetic look. After a quick thank you, Harry began eating his breakfast to stop the gnawing ache in his stomach. The two older men received their breakfast and started eating as well, remaining silent as they did. Harry had used the last few days to study, for preparing for the trial. Dumbledore would no doubt be there to help, probably hoping to get the charges dropped through other means than what Harry planned. Dumbledore could either get with the program or stay out of the way. Harry didn't require the man's admittedly impressive knowledge of the law now. He knew these laws from learning them from Daphne. Finished with his breakfast, he went back upstairs to grab his dress robes that had been purchased for the trial. He'd put them on when they got to the ministry, probably ducking into a bathroom. He made sure his jacket sleeve was long enough to cover up most of his hand, but more so the ring on his hand. He made his way back down to the kitchen, Arthur standing outside the door. "We ready, Harry?" he asked. Harry nodded resolutely. Harry had mentioned in passing whether they should be more prepared for something stupid, such as a last-minute change of time for the trial. The exact same thing happened as before, with the time being pushed forward an hour. That was why they weren't in a mad rush to get to the ministry. They could actually have some breakfast. Arthur gave Harry a smile and the two of them left the house, before making their way to the Ministry of Magic. The two of them arrived at the ministry, Harry snorting at the lax security. Flu Network didn't have a forced shutdown rune structure built into them, seldom any Aurors in the corner under disillusionment charms, and multiple other gaps he could spot. He wasn't paranoid about things like Moody, but the scarred Auror was right about him being the only remaining member of his graduating Auror class that still lived for a reason. "Head on a swivel and you won't lose it," was one of the sayings in the Auror manual written by the man. Harry checked his wand at the front desk, but before Arthur could speak to the automated device about their purpose to get visitor badges, Harry spoke. "I am Harry Potter," he said grandly, trying to mimic serious tone of voice and mannerisms. "And I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." To Harry's eternal joy, a badge was spat out that read, "Harry Potter, up to no good." "Really, Harry?" Arthur asked, trying and failing to sound stern. "I need a souvenir." Harry shrugged, placing the badge proudly on his chest. Arthur just shook his head, knowing Harry was trying to lighten the mood. After they finished with checking in, so to speak, they moved onward into the main entrance of the Ministry of Magic. They made their way through the atrium, Harry glancing at the collection of statues in the center. He had gold to spare for the donation pool, reminding himself to put some in after the trial. They got into a lift and squeezed into it, several other people being in there as well. A couple of them gave Harry a side-eye glance, recognizing him. He didn't deign them worthy of reacting to their stares. After stopping a few times to let people out at different levels, it was finally just the two of them left, the lift finally reaching the lower level. They exited it and stepped out, walking towards the chosen trial room. Harry knew the power play involved in the choice of trial room. It was the room used during the trial of the Lestranges and Crouch Jr. Harry caught a glance down one of the hallways, spotting Fudge in dress robes, speaking with Lucius Malfoy. The blonde-haired man spotted Harry, giving him a knowing grin. Harry returned it with more malice in it, enjoying the slight flash of surprise in the older man's eyes. Fudge noticed that Lucius was looking at something aside from him, causing the minister to look at where Lucius' gaze was. The minister locked eyes with Harry for but a moment, before scoffing and turning back towards Malfoy, "Say something quick," then turned to go to the trial room through a separate entrance. "Come on, Harry," Arthur said, shooting a look of loathing at Lucius, then walking towards the main entrance to where the entire Wisengamot had convened. Arthur stopped at the door and looked Harry directly in the eye, his face showing a softness that he usually reserved for either Molly or his children. "I wish I could do more, Harry," he whispered. "You don't deserve this. I'm sorry about Ron." I love my children equally, but he made a mistake last year, and he and Hermione made a mistake this summer. You shouldn't feel like your friends aren't there for you. Harry looked at the man with a kind smile, seeing how the man was taking the situation to heart. Arthur Weasley wasn't the smartest man in the world, nor was he handsome or rich, but anyone would be hard-pressed to find a kinder man. He was the quintessential father, someone who was kind and tried to encourage his children to be the best they could be. I'm not alone, Harry said gently. You're here, even if you and Padfoot aren't in there with me. I know I'm not alone. Harry saw Arthur blink his eyes suspiciously quick, his eyes seeming to shine. Good luck, Harry. He clapped the younger man on the shoulder. Harry smiled and turned to enter the room, his occlumency in place to sharpen his mind. The door opened with a nearly imperceptible creak, the closing of it echoing ominously in the rather large room. Harry saw the entire Wisengamot in here, the various lords and ladies with hereditary seats, combined with those elected and the Order of Merlin recipients. Everybody turned to look at him. The elevated position of them, as well as the nature of the situation, would intimidate most people in Harry's predicament. But Harry wasn't most. He walked towards the center of the room, gazing back at the Wisengamot members without an ounce of fear. Be seated, Fudge intoned, gesturing towards the chair. Harry looked at the seat and sat down, glancing at the chains that twitched slightly. Intimidation, he thought. I hereby declare this hearing in session, Fudge stated loudly for the room to hear. The date is the 12th of August, 1995. Acting Chief Warlock and Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge. Court Scribe, Percival Weasley Dash. Harry continued eyeing each Wisengamot member, attempting to gauge any opinions from them. Out of all of them, Cyrus Greengrass was one he couldn't shake off. The man's presence reminded him too much of Daphne, something he couldn't think about right now. You are Harry James Potter, from number 4, Privet Drive, correct? Fudge's voice cut through Harry's thoughts. Yes, Harry replied smoothly, maintaining eye contact with Fudge. You know the gravity of the situation you are in? I was told I was to appear for a hearing concerning the use of magic, he shrugged. Odd that such a thing requires the entire Wisengamot. A few members had the decency to look a bit sheepish at that, mostly the Order of Merlin recipients and elected ones. That is not of any import, Mr. Potter, Fudge glared, trying to step over that uncomfortable fact. The purpose of this hearing is to determine the innocence or guilt of your actions. What are the charges that the Ministry has seen fit to be levied towards me? Harry asked dismissively. Harry noticed more than one Lord quirk a slight grin at his use of wording. Fudge took a deep breath, glaring at Harry discreetly, before continuing on. The charges are as follows. Breaking of the statute of secrecy via the use of magic, specifically the Patronus charm in a Muggle area, in the presence of a Muggle. The next charge is the use of magic outside of school, violating the statute of underage sorcery. Do you admit to these charges? Fudge asked. Any action that had been taken was within the confines of the law. Harry waved his right hand dismissively, acting like today was just a simple chore. I violated neither of the statutes. It was a dodge. He didn't admit to breaking the statutes, giving Fudge the opportunity to blitz him with questions that would stop him from clarifying. Pray tell, how is the casting of magic in front of a Muggle not breaking the statute of secrecy? Fudge asked, his tone like that of a parent scolding a child for a particularly dim-witted comment. The Muggle in question is my cousin, Dudley Dursley, Harry replied, enjoying the flash of irritation on Fudge's face. He was already aware that I was a wizard. In fact, he was right beside me when I learned that I was a wizard and that a wonderful hidden world existed. He added with a false wistfulness in his tone. Drive forward the narrative that Dudley was more like a brother than a cousin, giving precedence for what he planned on soon, but Harry focused his occlumency from something concerning him. Where the bloody hell is Dumbledore? It's not like the man to be spiteful enough to throw me to the proverbial wolves, he thought. Yes, well, Fudge tried to compose himself at the sudden shift in momentum. We shall circle back to that. The other charge is the use of magic while outside of school. You did use magic outside of school. By ministry law, Harry replied, voice high and steady. I am not underage. I was declared an emancipated minor by the ministry due to the illegal tampering of the Goblet of Fire by one Bartemius Crouch Jr., a man declared dead and buried, someone who was sentenced to Azkaban, by the very same ministry that you are the head of. Harry had a large grin at the last part. Emancipated minors are still not permitted the casting of magic in Muggle areas. Fudge tried to say steadily, but his tone was revealing a great deal of concern. Dumbledore wasn't here, Fudge thought. The plan to make sure he wouldn't be here on time obviously worked, giving the opportunity for them to run roughshod over the boy and get a confession. But this boy wasn't what Lucius said he was. Lucius' son had said that Potter was an arrogant braggart that didn't know a lick of political competence. But he started to seriously doubt the authenticity of those words now. Emancipated minors that are the heir to a noble and ancient house are permitted the use of magic just as much as those who have just turned 17. Harry replied, noticing a few less than subtle looks. The more traditionalist lords were looking at him like how one type of predatory animal sees another one of a certain threat level. The progressive faction and the pro-Dumbledore faction were looking at him with total shock. Cyrus Greengrass showed absolutely no change in his demeanor, but Harry had known the man well enough to tell by his expression. He was using an occlumency trance to speed up his thinking and hide his emotions. Cyrus was obviously, at least to Harry, running through multiple thoughts at a rapid pace to see what Harry was doing and if he could capitalize on it. Just like your daughter, a quintessential Slytherin. He smiled. You are incorrect, Mr. Potter. Amelia Bones cut in, Fudge leaning back in his chair to let the director of the DMLE take over for a moment. The clause pertaining to emancipated minors is only when said individual is the recognized heir of their house, and in your particular case, you would require the possession of your family's ring to declare yourself the official heir of House Potter. Harry was about to speak, but Bones continued. Furthermore, I believe we wish to know why you felt the need to cast magic, specifically a Patronus charm, in a public Muggle area. If it were something as silly as you wanting to show your cousin an admittedly impressive feat of magic, then it would be more understandable. But it was in a public area. Thank Merlin there have been no reports of glowing silver mist mentioned by Muggles. The need, Madame Bones, Harry nodded to the woman respectfully, came from something that would have caused a fate worse than death for me and my cousin both, had I not known the Patronus charm. Harry noticed several lords begin to shift around, a couple intakes of breath being heard. On that day, my cousin, my blood, and I were attacked by 2 Dementors. Several whats were heard. Several people began sitting up and speaking loudly, demanding clarification. Order! Order! Fudge shouted, hitting the gavel to try and bring order to the room. That is a likely tale concocted by a boy that wished to have a little fun using magic outside of school. You obviously read up on certain laws to try and get away with it. It is not possible for Dementors to have been in little whinging. The Dementors are under the control of the Ministry and the Ministry alone. And it is rather convenient that the only other there was your Muggle cousin, who is unable to see Dementors. Dig your grave, you bastard. Harry grinned viciously, seeing another piece come together. Unless you are able to procure proof of what you say, Fudge continued, we could only ever take your word, which is rather shoddy, if I must say. Several lords, and Bones herself, shot Fudge a glare at the thinly veiled comment, if you could even call it that. May I request the use of Veritaserum? Harry asked. Veritaserum wasn't often used for certain trials. The use of occlumency enabled individuals to give misleading answers or ones that were truthful in the intent, but not in understanding. You cannot. Fudge said simply. The use of Veritaserum is heavily dashed. He was interrupted by none other than Cyrus Greengrass. My apologies, Minister, but the use of Veritaserum is only restricted from use as verification for those that have knowledge of occlumency, the man said loudly and clearly. Mr. Potter is just recently turned 15 and has been Muggle-raised. I dare say it's not likely he has training in its use. So that's your angle, Harry thought. Cyrus found an angle to give Harry a leg up in the trial, likely as a means to procure favor. I wonder how he'd react if I said I would be his ally because I shagged his daughter? Harry thought amusedly. Well, that still doesn't mean Fudge tried to say. I would very much like to see if there is any validity to what Mr. Potter has said, Cyrus proclaimed loudly, glancing at the other Wisengamot members. Dementors are under the control of the Ministry, but if there is even a small possibility that it occurred, it points to either they went rogue, in which case it is fortunate that Mr. Potter was able to save himself and reveal that there is a problem, or he's lying about it, in which we can move on to sentencing. Several members were nodding along, most being from the progressive faction and even some of the more neutral ones. Fudge closed his eyes and took a deep breath, resigned to having to call for a vote to use Veritaserum. Very well, he exhaled. All in favor of the use of Veritaserum? Just over half raised their hands. Fudge, Umbridge, and several of the Dark families looked irritated at the vote. Harry made eye contact with Cyrus for a fraction of a second, noticing a slight triumphant look in his eyes. Amelia Bones looked at the Aura Guard on duty. "Dawlish," she commanded, her tone that befitting the head of the Diamelli. "Fetch Veritaserum from Scrimgeour, he has it under lock." The Veritaserum that the Ministry possessed was almost always in the area of the head Auror's office, being accessible only to certain individuals, those being the Director, head Auror, and those that had authorization from the two. Dawlish nodded and left the room with a brisk pace. Harry again felt his thoughts racing slightly. Where in Merlin's name is the old bastard? Either he wants me to be alone, or something truly stupid has occurred. After but a few minutes of silence, Dawlish appeared with a small bottle in his hand. "Mr. Potter," Amelia Bones stated, grabbing his attention, "as you have requested the use of Veritaserum to substantiate your testimony, I as the Director of Magical Law Enforcement will ask you a series of questions. Do you understand?" Harry nodded. "Yes, ma'am, I do." "Or Dawlish, you may proceed." Dawlish stepped towards Harry and pulled the cork off of the Veritaserum. "Head up and open your mouth," he stated, his tone flat. "3 drops will be administered." Harry fortified his occlumency to its strongest, ensuring his face didn't slacken slightly from the sign of an occlumency trance. Any question asked out of hand or by someone that wasn't the selected questioner, in this case Bones, would be declared as not prosecutable. Any crime that was admitted to ran the risk of being dismissed. To ensure that one couldn't bribe someone to intentionally do it to get them off on something as bad as a murder charge, whoever questioned out of hand could face the same charges that were admitted to. Harry opened his mouth and felt 3 drops of the potion hit his tongue, his mind beginning to fog somewhat. The effects of Veritaserum felt somewhat like the Imperious Curse, but not the same. He blinked for a moment and felt his face involuntarily relax, his thoughts slower, but still his own. At the look of detachment on his face, Bones leaned forward and cleared her throat. "What is your name and date of birth?" "My name is Harry Potter. I was born on the 31st of July, 1980. "And why are you here?" "I was charged for casting a Patronus charm in a Muggle area to protect myself and my cousin from Dementors." The room had gotten quiet when the questions began, but several started muttering loudly. A raised hand by Bones silenced them. "Tell me everything that happened on the night of August 2nd. Harry regaled them with everything that happened that night, his voice flat from the Veritaserum. He could have completely fought off the effects after several seconds with the aid of occlumency, but he refrained from showing any sign of resisting it. After he had said everything, he blinked repeatedly and acted like he finally came to. "Well," Bones stated matter-of-factly, "that is quite a story. A corporeal Patronus at 15 is very impressive." "I learned it at age 13, Harry clarified, enjoying the reactions. "The Dementors stationed at Hogwarts enjoyed the taste of my memories so much that they nearly killed me twice." Harry said the last part while giving Fudge the most sinister grin he could manage. "Twice?" Bones asked, a look of shock on her face. "That is not the purpose of this trial," Fudge stepped in hastily. "What previously happened means nothing to T-. It sets a pattern of defiance, Minister." Bones glared at her superior. "A pattern of not listening to orders is definitely pertinent to this trial. If it happened before, it is even more likely it happened recently." Multiple lords, including Cyrus, voiced their agreement. At the obvious turn of opinion towards Harry's favor, Fudge deflated, nodding to Bones. "Very well." Fudge shook his head, his voice tight. "What were the 2 incidences?" Harry grinned. The first incidence of nearly being killed was when several Dementors stormed the Quidditch field at Hogwarts in my 3rd year. I pursued the snitch before noticing everything going cold. Multiple Dementors attacked me hundreds of meters in the air, and I lost consciousness. Harry gave a show of shaking slightly, his voice cracking. I heard a woman screaming. He breathed unsteadily. She was begging for mercy. Not for her, but for her child. She said, "Not Harry. Don't take my son. Kill me instead. Don't take him." Harry began shedding tears as he spoke. Several people gasped in horror. Even Fudge looked taken aback. "You?" Bones asked quietly. "You remember that night?" "Only when Dementors are near," Harry managed to force out. "That is the only memory I have of my mother's voice." More than one person tried to use occlumency to keep themselves composed, their expressions flattening for a fraction of a second. "And the second?" Bones asked. "Sirius Black was in the Shrieking Shack," Harry explained, his gaze almost vacant. "My friend Ron was injured and my other friend, Hermione, and I went to try and rescue him." Fudge's expression twisted into a look of realization, his posture tightening. "What is this?" he demanded, his voice breathing slightly erratic. "This has nothing to do with the history of Dementors. There already seems to be a pattern of them liking to target you. Such a problem shall be addressed, Mr. Potter, I swear it." Fudge then turned to the Wizengamot, his hand already beginning to raise. "Those in favor of dismissing the charges on the basis of self-defense? You will not take this from me," Harry snarled.
No.
Harry shouted. "You will not hide what has happened, Fudge. I won't let it." "Those in favor of dismissal?" Fudge ignored him, raising his hand. Every single person raised their hand. "Cleared of all charges," Fudge declared. "No," Harry shouted. "I am not finished. If you have any other concerns, you may make an appeal through the courts on another day. I will not let Sirius be trapped in the home that he detests. I won't let him be a prisoner in his own home. I demand an emergency meeting under the basis of attempted line theft of a noble and ancient house." Multiple traditionalist lords jeered at that. "What ludicrous claims," Fudge declared, looking at Harry like he was a fool. "You are wasting our time with such a claim, and you cannot declare an emergency meeting unless you are the official heir or lord of the house, which you are not either. You cannot claim attempted line theft and declare an emergency meeting from being the last Potter, as you do not have your ring and are therefore unable to demand it." Harry's face twisted from fury into a look of feral triumph. "I do not demand an emergency meeting as a Potter," he declared, thinking he might have heard the sound of the door close. "I demand such as the heir of the noble and most ancient house of Black." As he finished the last word, his left hand rose up, his sleeve falling back to reveal the ring upon his middle finger, said digit outstretched towards Fudge. The entire room erupted into loud shouts of denial and shock, nothing sounding coherent in the chaos. Harry noticed something in his peripheral vision, a sight that did nothing but cause near fury to bubble up in him. Dumbledore. The man had decided to make his presence known right as Harry planned on doing something that Dumbledore had warned against. "You won't rob me of this," he snarled internally, fixing the old man with a hateful look. "Order," Fudge shouted repeatedly, trying to bring control to the courtroom. "How the bloody fuck have you got the ring?" one of the lords, not senior by the looks of it, demanded. "I'm gonna skin your son alive," Harry growled to himself, feeling his skin itch slightly from his magic, desperately trying to escape from his control. To everyone else, Harry looked in control, but on the inside, he was using his occlumency to maximum effect to keep his thoughts on point. Dumbledore decided to finally show up at the worst time, and he has to deal with not senior. The chaos seemed to quiet down when the room noticed that Dumbledore had arrived. "Dumbledore," Fudge said angrily, "why are you here? How did you get in when the trial was underway? Or Dawlish, please escort Mr. Dumbledore out." Harry noticed, now that Dumbledore was only a few yards away, that the man looked paler than normal. His posture was tense and he blinked slightly quicker than what was normal. As an Order of Merlin recipient, I was supposed to receive a missive to be a part of the trial, Dumbledore replied, fixing Dawlish with a look of pity. Do not have poor Dawlish try to illegally remove me from a hearing I am entitled to be a part of simply because the time had been changed without a letter to me, which I see I was the only one who wasn't given a message of the time being changed. The stressing of the word try did not go unnoticed. Fudge was sweating noticeably now from the arrival of Dumbledore, but also from the nature of how the entire trial had come crashing down on him. The trial has already concluded. Mr. Potter's demand, as the heir of House Black will be overseen by the Lords only, as is the law. Fudge gave a slight grin aimed at Dumbledore. Legal counsel is permitted, no? Dumbledore asked innocently, offering Harry a soft smile of assurance. Your concern is appreciated, Mr. Dumbledore, but unnecessary, was Harry's short reply. You could hear a pin drop at the silence in the room. Dumbledore's eyes widened for a fraction of a second, before he seemed to conceal his shock. Harry, he started, before being interrupted by Harry. Your presence is still requested, as you are a witness to certain events that pertain to the attempted line theft. Make your case, boy, Fudge nearly shouted, throwing his hands up exasperatedly. Your case is already a hindrance enough. I thought it more convenient to do so now, with the entire Wisengamot here already, instead of having them all convene another time. They are people with lives of their own, after all. More than one person looked amused at Harry's supposed reasoning. Fudge glared at Harry with complete hatred, before he sighed irritably. You have declared a meeting as the heir of a nearly extinct house. Those who are not lords or ladies, please leave now. Your presence is no longer needed and thank you for being here for the previous hearing. He then hit the gavel. The individuals in question up and left, the sound of them rising from their seats fairly loud. They made their way to the door and exited, the door closing with a clack that echoed. The ministry officials were still present, being the governing body. Amelia shifted and rose from her seat, clearing her throat. As Regent of Housebones, I will be hearing this not as simply the Director of Magical Law Enforcement, but also as a lady. Fudge managed to hide his irritation, but nodded. Turning to look at Harry, he fixed him with a withering glare. What grounds do you have to declare attempted line theft? Fudge asked. The barest level of concern in his voice was heard by Harry. Harry shot a glare towards Dumbledore, before stepping out from the chair he was in and rose to his full height, a confidence in his posture rarely seen for someone surrounded by such a number of lords. It began when the house elf in the employ of Lucius Malfoy attempted to prevent me from returning to Hogwarts in my second year, Harry began. I was unable to get through the platform at King's Cross and in my ignorance, used an enchanted car to try and get to Hogwarts. Mr. Potter, Amelia Bones cut in. I apologize for sound rude, but what is the importance of this? Harry grinned. That elf used a levitation charm to drop a cake on a business associate of my uncle, a muggle that was unaware of the magical world. Several mutters were heard at what was just said. No such record exists, Mr. Potter, Bones said, looking slightly confused. You have a record of being given a warning from using a levitation charm. Are you saying that this house elf used this as a means to frame you? Yes. Do you know why? I cannot say what the elf's orders were, as I don't know what the elf's orders were, Harry answered simply. But this elf not only nearly broke the statute of secrecy, this elf also attempted to stop me from arriving at Hogwarts, possibly causing undue attention when I crashed into the barrier. The elf then sabotaged a bludger during a Quidditch match, nearly killing me and succeeded in shattering the bones in my arm. As Harry kept speaking, multiple lords began eyeing Fudge. It was no secret that the minister was in Lucius Malfoy's pocket, but Draco Malfoy was the presumed heir of House Black, likely being given the title at age 17. Line theft was considered one of the most heinous crimes in pureblood culture. The taking of something as sacred as a hereditary seat was near heretical to them. The hatred for Muggleborns and laws that banned or restricted dark magic was out of a sense of besiegement by a culturally foreign group that didn't understand the nuance of magic. Spells that had been made by family was seen as a part of the family you lost from years ago. To ban or restrict such magic would be akin to having what makes you attacked by fresh-faced arrogant mudbloods that think they know best. At least that's what the more aggressive purebloods believed. Line theft was seen by traditionalists as worse than mudbloods braying like a bunch of self-righteous moral busybodies. Purebloods were at the top of society because they had knowledge, as well as wealth, accumulated over the course of centuries, giving their offspring a leg up on all but the most prodigious of muggleborns. An assault on them because of what they saw as envy was welcomed. It validated the purebloods' sense of superiority, the belief that they were under assault by scheming, wretched thieves that desired what wasn't theirs fed that. But a pureblood doing it was worse. Purebloods, seeing themselves as better, held themselves to a much higher standard than the greedy and treacherous mudbloods. Entire families had been wiped out in the past from the killing of all of them so that a cousin would become lord. Multiple families, the blacks the biggest ones, wrote most of the children and grandchildren of female blacks out of the line of succession to stave off kinslaying. Only the direct grandchildren of the lord were saved from such a thing most of the time. It was generally accepted by everyone that Doria Potter née Black wasn't any different from other women of her family in being written out of the line of succession by her brother Arcturus, but only Harry and a select few knew about the plan by Arcturus to ensure the Black family survived. The man adored his younger sister and did not write her out of it, seeing a possibility of a quasi-cadet branch of the Blacks being possible through the Potter line. As the legitimate Lord Presumptive, Sirius could declare anyone with black blood his heir, but the fact that Harry's grandmother hadn't been written out made it 10 times easier to be accepted. The heir ring didn't particularly like being forced to yield to an override command from a new Black Lord. Harry looked straight at Fudge, daring him to say anything. "Where is this elf, Mr. Potter?" Amelia Bones asked. "At Hogwarts," Harry said simply. "If this is an accusation of attempted line theft," Fudge said quickly, "Lucius, as the accused, is entitled to be present." Most of the lords nodded along, agreeing with it. "Dawlish," Fudge ordered, "fetch Lucius." The Orr nodded and left the room, coming back with an irate-looking Lucius just minutes later. Harry gave the man an innocent look, which succeeded in angering the man further. "Lucius Malfoy," Bones declared, "you are accused of attempted line theft by the heir of the noble and ancient house of Black, Harry James Potter. What say you?" Lucius' eyebrows rose to his hairline, his face paling noticeably. He tried to say, before a wave of forced calm appeared on his face. "What madness is this? My son is to be Lord Black, not Potter." Harry did the same thing he did to Fudge and flipped Lucius the bird, showing off the heir ring. "This says otherwise." Lucius again had a look of anger on his face. "I deny any attempts at line theft." He spat, his anger clearly visible. "I resent such accusations." "Then why was your elf responsible for nearly killing Harry Potter?" Bones asked. "I know no such thing," Lucius shrugged. "Mr. Potter," Bones turned to him, "what do you know of the elf?" "The elf's name is Dobby, and I discovered he was the Malfoy family's elf at the end of my second year. My elf was beginning to show signs of madness that year. I presented him with clothes near the end of the school year." "A likely excuse," Harry said loudly. "You fail to kill me and try to cover it up and blame it on your elf. You already have a pattern of trying to kill Blacks before to keep your son in the line of succession." The last part was aided by a wandless sonorous charm that was disguised as him flinging his arms out as an expression. "Order!" Fudge shouted, striking the gavel. "Explain, Potter, or this shall be dismissed." Sirius Orion Black had a kiss-on-sight order sent out on him with the official backing of Lucius Malfoy. A man that was given no trial. Harry shouted the last part out when an uproar began to occur. If the previous shouts earlier were loud, this one was nearly deafening. Lords began shouting while Fudge and Bones were trying to bring order. Umbridge has been very silent throughout the trial, probably realizing she was out of her depth in aiding Fudge with anything. Throughout the several seconds of shouting, Harry felt a legitimacy probe hit his mind. Instinctively, he violently lashed out with his shields to absorb the probe, directing it to a painful memory of his and forcefully flinging it away. Harry noticed how Dumbledore gasped softly, his face tensed in pain. "Bugger off, bastard," he growled internally. He hoped Dumbledore enjoyed the little prize he won for intruding on him. No one ever enjoys feeling like they've been lit on fire, stabbed, and electrocuted like what the Cruciatus from Voldemort feels like. Order had finally been brought to the room, Fudge looking between Lucius and Harry. "What?" Fudge demanded. "What nonsense is this?" Harry managed to control his anger at Dumbledore and responded to Fudge's statement. "Sirius Black received no trial," Harry said, Fudge looking at him with shock. "Impossible," he scoffed. "That is simply not the case." "Where are the trial transcripts?" Harry demanded. "They are not necessary." Fudge waved his hand dismissively. "As heir of House Black, I demand that evidence be brought forth that my sworn godfather, Sirius Black, received a trial and was sentenced for his alleged crime. Otherwise, his escape from Azkaban was not illegal as he was fleeing from unlawful detainment." Another uproar at the news of Sirius Black being his godfather. "If an Auror of a noble house was sent to Azkaban, he must have had a trial," Cyrus declared. "Give us evidence that justice was served," he demanded from Fudge. Several more lords joined him and began shouting, "Evidence! This is an absolute nightmare, and I'm loving every moment of it." Harry grinned. His acting throughout had been on point. The choked explanation of hearing his mother's voice was a stroke of genius to sway their opinion to one of pity. Fudge, realizing he had no choice, looked to Amelia. "Get the damned trial transcript," he ordered. Amelia gave Harry a slight look of knowing, before she stepped down and left the room with speed. Amelia Bones would see it for what it was, a travesty of justice, and she'd force through a trial for Sirius even if Fudge would complain about it. Lucius could do nothing but give him a continued look of hatred at what he managed. There wouldn't be enough evidence to get Lucius imprisoned. The prospect of a madhouse elf and coincidence being a defense were strong, but there'd be enough to put doubt on his reputation as a victim of Voldemort. Quite some time passed before Amelia Bones returned with only 2 sheets of paper. "There is an arrest record and an emergency order for temporary imprisonment signed by Crouch," Amelia said, holding up the sheets. "No trial ever occurred."
Que outraille.
Harry grinned, his smile growing further as he was proven right. After another round of shouting and forced silence, Fudge began to speak. "A trial will be held for Mr. Black," he said with resignment, looking like he hated every word he sounded out. "But to the matter of alleged line theft, is there any other evidence you have to add?" Fudge asked Harry with a tired look. "Good dog," Harry thought, "you've learned your lesson." Harry saw Dumbledore begin to speak, but he cut him off quickly. "I have none, Minister." Harry tilted his head to show respect. The line theft accusation served no other purpose than to get Sirius a trial, and it paid off magnificently. Enough evidence wasn't available to force through a Veritaserum interrogation on Lucius. Even if the man wasn't competent enough in occlumency to throw off the questioning, Harry knew for a fact that the blonde Malfoy wasn't intending line theft at the time, but no one else did. Fudge looked around at the lords and ladies assembled. "Those in favor of a guilty charge?" he asked. Less than 1/3 raised their wands in the air.
No surprise.
Harry thought. "Those in favor of the clearing of charges?" The rest raised their wands. "You are free to go, Lucius," Fudge said tiredly. Lucius nodded and turned to leave, shooting another hate-filled glare to Harry. Harry discreetly blew him a kiss, eliciting a more poisonous glare. "Mr. Potter," Fudge said, "the charges against you have been dropped due to the self-defense aspect of you using magic. You are free to go." He struck the gavel to end the court session. "A trial will be set up within a month's time for Sirius Black," Amelia said, Fudge offering no resistance when more than one Wisengamot member eyed him critically. Barely able to hide his grin, Harry turned to leave now that the hearing and emergency meeting were both over. Before he could begin to leave, Dumbledore stepped towards him. "We need to speak, Harry," he said quietly, his voice firm. Harry snorted and quirked a brow at the older man. "I'm on a rather busy schedule, Mr. Dumbledore. I'll try and work you in, but I make no promises." Harry felt another probe at his defenses. "Whatever you're doing, I advise you to stop. It won't end well for you." Harry couldn't very well state that he knew what legitimacy probes felt like, especially in a courtroom where he had been given Veritaserum under the condition that he wasn't extremely competent in occlumency. Dumbledore looked at Harry like he grew a second head, his posture shifting to a more guarded one. "We will speak tonight, Mr. Potter," he said firmly, his blue eyes seeming to glow slightly. "How fortunate," Harry grinned. "I just so happen to have an opening. I'll see you then." Harry then walked past Dumbledore and out of the courtroom, giving Arthur a nod of confirmation when he spotted the man waiting outside the door. "Everything good?" Arthur asked. "Very good," Harry smiled, the two of them walking towards the lift. "I'll explain when we get back." Arthur nodded and the two of them left, the younger of the two in a fantastic mood. Was an eventful day, Cyrus thought to himself as he got home that evening. His daughter had obviously been extremely wrong in her judgment of Potter, to the point that he was caught completely off guard by what Potter had managed to do. He revealed himself to be the Black Heir, shattering a great deal of political pull that Lucius had, cast doubt on the innocence of the man, made Fudge look like the fool he was, and let the details be known of his capabilities in magic. It wasn't just a Patronus, it was a corporeal one, and at the age of 13 no less. His friend, Henry Davis, had been in a rush to get back home, but Cyrus had stopped him so the two of them could plan accordingly for the inevitable power vacuum. A historically staunch traditionalist house was now in the hands of Harry Potter, the quintessential figurehead of the light, and if the boy's intellect and magical prowess revealed today could be trusted, a possible successor to Albus Dumbledore. After speaking for hours to plan things out, Cyrus finally got home, the gates opening to him instantly. He got into his home, ignored Astoria trying to get his attention, and signaled for Roxanne, who was lounging on one of the couches reading, to follow him. She widened her eyes at how he looked, tensed and alert, before she said she'd be a moment. He went on to his study, pulled off his dress robes and kicked his boots off and called for Flopsy. With a crack, the elf appeared in front of him. "What is Master wanting?" she asked. "Where is Daphne?" he asked. "I must speak with her immediately." The last part was stressed. Flopsy shook her head, causing her ears to flap slightly. "Mistress Daphne be at Davis's home now, Master." "Damn it," he muttered, turning to his fireplace. He heard the door to his study open, probably being Roxanne. He grabbed a handful of flu powder from a jar by the fireplace and threw it in. "Davis residence," he said clearly. After a few moments, he saw the face of Henry's wife, Julia, appear in the fire. "Cyrus," she said with surprise. "I was wondering when you would get back. It's been hours. Where's Henry?" Her head then jerked to the side. "Oh, that would be him. What are calling about?" "I need to speak with Daphne," he replied, his tone serious. "It is urgent." Julia's face betrayed the worry she felt at his tone. "I'll get her now, stand back," she said, stepping away. Cyrus backed up and just a minute later, his eldest daughter came out of the fireplace. "What's going on, Dad? Mom?" she asked, looking behind Cyrus. At the confirmation that Roxanne was behind him, he took a deep breath and went to sit in his chair, conjuring a temporary seat for Daphne with a flick of his wand. "This will take some time," he said tiredly. "It's best for the two of you to sit for this." His wife and daughter both sat down and were giving him looks of concern. "The trial happened today," he started, looking at the two of them, and to say it didn't go as planned with the greatest understatement of all time. He went on to explain everything that transpired, the absolute domination on Potter's part in the trial, the knowledge of his abilities with a Patronus, and the knowledge of him being the Black Heir being used to force a trial on a potentially innocent man. Daphne looked almost as white as a ghost when he finished. "I was so sure," she mumbled, not knowing what to think. "I was sure I knew what he was like. How could he have been that good at hiding things?" "He evidently fooled everyone," Cyrus said. "Even Lucius Malfoy of all people. How on earth was the possibility of Potter being the Black Heir overlooked?" Roxanne asked. "I have no idea," Cyrus shook his head. "But this will cause a complete reshuffle of things. At least I can look forward to Draco no longer prancing around about being the future Lord Black. Daphne snorted. This is far greater than just the Malfoy's loosing influence. Daphne, he said, fixing his daughter with a serious look. Sirius Black identified multiple inner circle Death Eaters based upon some of the spells they used. Those spells were ones that the Black family knew were from different noble houses. When he was declared a traitor and supporter of the Dark Lord, it added credence to the belief that several of them were Imperiist and that Black was lying to destroy the lives of innocent people. As he spoke, his daughter's eyes widened in realization at the true scope of what had just happened today. If he's innocent, she said, her voice slightly unsteady from the realization. He could possibly destroy them. Cyrus shook his head slightly. At this point, convictions wouldn't occur, but the optics of doubt on their innocence could work out for us. At the questioning looks from his wife and daughter, he elaborated. The traditionalists that aren't suspected Death Eaters or blood supremacists will attempt to politically distance themselves from the supposed Imperiist ones. Black was thrown in prison and Dumbledore didn't push for a trial. As his godfather, Black would have magical custody of Potter, and by how Potter acted, he has encountered Black before and undoubtedly believes him innocent. No one looks up a clause to force a meeting of lords under the guise of line theft and drops the fact of no trial existing for a man supposedly responsible for his parents' death. Black would likely hate Dumbledore. Roxanne voiced aloud, Cyrus nodding. Potter almost hid it completely, but he is irritated with Dumbledore. Roxanne stiffened and looked at him with her eyes widened so much that he could see the ring of green in her otherwise completely blue eyes that their daughter had. You think you can bring back the Grey faction? She asked quietly. Up until the war with Grindelwald, the Wisengamot had a fairly healthy mix of three different factions: the Progressive, Grey, and Traditionalists. The Grey faction was a group that self-named itself that by referring to both extremes as absolute fools that preferred their own little fiefdoms of influence instead of putting aside small little issues to help wizarding Britain. Britain had joined the war late. Much of the more progressive faction actually shared a few beliefs with Grindelwald, including the concept of Muggleborns being equal to purebloods and were deserving of an equal share in governance. Most pureblood lords were repulsed at the idea of giving equal shares of governance with those that did not add to society in their eyes as much as their house had. The rationale of lordships being given the most seats in the Wisengamot over that of a completely elected body was that certain families had shown a historical pattern of either fighting enemies of the public or funding great projects to help wizarding Britain as a whole. The very first Wizarding Council in Britain was called for by Merton Emrys, who gathered the strongest families in the Isle, charging them with protecting the magicals of Britain, and gifting each family 2 rings for the Lord and heir. Those rings had different capabilities that could only be theorized on what they could do. The Greengrass ring enabled him to sharpen the potency of his occlumency, making it much easier to gather his thoughts faster, while his father had a theory that the black rings could act like a rudimentary wand, giving the illusion of peerless prowess in wandless magic. But the Grey faction came crashing down when the Wisengamot became deadlocked on whether to intervene in the war, things becoming extremely heated. The Traditionalists wanted to take the fight to Grindelwald, pledging to fund an expeditionary force to land in France to aid the ICW. They saw Grindelwald as a threat to their own traditions, and also seeing how willing he was to kill them if he couldn't convince them. The Progressive faction wanted to adopt a wait-and-see approach, dragging their feet. The Grey faction had a similar schism in their ranks, several not wanting to get involved in the war. The deadlock stayed there until Charles Potter, then just a recent graduate from Hogwarts and forced to take up the lordship of House Potter from his father's untimely death, told the entire Wisengamot to bugger off, and that he was going to the first portkey to France to fight. That of course caused an uproar due to sitting lords not being allowed to join a war unless the Wisengamot agreed on a declaration of conflict. Charles responded by taking his ring off and declaring he would abdicate if need be, which later was not an issue. The action spurred multiple heirs, mostly from Traditionalist and Grey houses, to join up with him and join the ICW in France as a privately funded force of like-minded purebloods. History, especially the kind told by the blood supremacists and lords that later sided with and funded the Dark Lord, didn't mention that nearly half the volunteers that joined up mere weeks later were Muggleborns and half-bloods. The only ones they were interested in talking about was their own kin instead of the people they decried as suspicious and possible Grindelwald sympathizers. Nor was it stressed that several progressive houses joined up very shortly after. Most of the non-pure blood veterans that fought against Grindelwald and weren't supporters of the Dark Lord were targeted and killed by Death Eaters with extreme prejudice. The perceived inaction and caution by the progressive faction, and Dumbledore for whatever reason, caused several otherwise gray or normal traditionalists to shift more towards supporting the more aggressive pureblood lords. The arrival of a mysterious and powerful wizard that vowed to safeguard the futures of the ancient houses was a very appealing one to many people. The stance of hatred towards the mudblood lovers and Grindelwald bootlickers was used intensely, the memory of a few progressive lords failing to act being remembered. Even a large number of half-bloods were convinced of the righteousness of he who must not be named, caused by the pointing out of how the Muggle World War was aided by Grindelwald. The heinous acts committed in that conflict could be laid at the feet of those who refused to intervene and strike down Grindelwald years before. The Wisengamot, just like Wizarding Britain, was split at the seams. Anyone who wasn't in your camp was seen as the enemy, conflicts sparking in the streets without the aid of Death Eaters at times, stretching the aurs thin and making certain areas more vulnerable to Death Eater raids. Even with nearly 15 years of peace, the political climate was still divisive. Cyrus had managed to hold together several seats in a loose coalition that tried to keep a balancing act, but it was difficult. The possible destabilization of the Dark faction, and the possibility of Potter not being a Dumbledore sycophant, gave Cyrus a possible opening to truly restore the Wisengamot to what it was when his grandfather had been Lord Greengrass. Cyrus looked to his wife. "Yes, I think I can." Roxanne gave her husband a near-blinding smile, realizing her husband's dream was within reach. "Daphne," he turned to his daughter, who straightened up from thinking in depth about what had been said. "I set the possible framework of speaking with Potter about things by supporting him in the trial. Would you be able to speak with him as the heiress of House Greengrass?" Daphne blinked for a moment, her face shifting slightly like she was thinking deeply. "The issues between Slytherin House and Gryffindor will make it difficult, but I think I can manage." "That's all I ask," he smiled softly. "If he has no interest in working together no matter, we'll already be ahead simply from the traditionalist faction scrambling for damage control, with the less aggressive ones asking to be a part of our faction now that the black seat will definitely not be in their section now. No way in hell would Harry Potter side with the same faction that had supported the Dark Lord, but working with the neutral faction was perfectly possible." "That's all," Cyrus said simply. "Anything else is what I talked with Henry about." Daphne scowled at that. "I can assume Tracy is receiving a similar talk about this?" she asked, more like stated a fact. "Yes." Daphne threw arms up in exasperation. "There goes my day with my best friend. I'll be in my room," she grumbled, leaving his study. After the door closed, Roxanne looked to her husband. "You know this could easily be pointless if the Dark Lord is really back, yes?" She raised a brow. Cyrus just shrugged. "We win either way. We can leave the country if he is confirmed to be back and can't be stopped, which based upon how Potter conducted himself, I'm starting to think it's possible. But, and this is something Henry and I spoke about, but Potter can cast a corporeal Patronus and did so at 13. What if he is like Dumbledore but hid it?" he asked. Roxanne furrowed her brow a bit, thinking for a moment. "It's possible, but also, why are you wanting our daughter to talk with Potter? You know how that will look." "I don't care how it looks," he said irritably. "Our daughter isn't like that. We raised her better than that. A young beautiful girl taking interest in the newly declared heir black wouldn't necessarily look good. But that wouldn't matter. Daphne would be able to stop those rumors promptly, especially since without the possibility of being heir black, Draco had little chance of trying for a power play amongst the Slytherin students. It left Daphne as one of the most connected and intelligent students there. "Why so upset?" Roxanne smiled with a predatory hint to it. "Do you not think Potter would be a good match?" "Don't," he warned, a slight grin showing he meant nothing by it. "Do not speak of my daughter that way, woman." "Or what, Lord Greengrass?" she asked, sitting up from her chair. Cyrus also got up from his chair and grabbed his wife firmly, her eyes alight with amusement as he did so. "I'll be forced to discipline you," he said firmly, his hand snaking down her back and past her waist. "Oh, plan to take what is yours, my lord?" she asked, leaning closer to him. Cyrus growled and kissed her fiercely, turning the two of them around and pressing her onto his desk, clearing some of his papers off of it. Daphne Greengrass could not have chosen a worse time to come back and ask her parents a question. "Dad, I have a K's dash. 5 bloody minutes and you're already at it," she shouted, her face turning red in both anger and embarrassment. "Lock the door next time." She turned around and slammed the door shut. Cyrus and Roxanne looked straight at each other, inches away from each other and panting slightly. Cyrus cracked a slight grin, before the two of them burst into laughter at the absurdity of the situation. "We are not letting her interrupt us again," Roxanne ordered her husband. Cyrus reached over his wife's head to grab his wand, casting a locking spell on the door. "There," he said, setting his wand down. "No more interruptions." Roxanne smiled and kissed him fiercely, the two finally having time to themselves. It was now late evening and Dumbledore had finally showed up at Grimmauld Place. The conversation Harry had with Sirius nearly shook the walls with how much Sirius was jumping around laughing at what happened, joyful that he was getting back a trial. Sirius had been especially amused by how Harry had worked Fudge into a trap. "I know I've asked several times," Sirius said, "but how the hell did you pull that off?" The two had sequestered themselves in the Black Library, getting a slight reprieve from everyone else in the house, the celebration finally winding down. "Blind luck, Padfoot. Nothing else," Harry said. "Those occlumency lessons might have done enough to stop me from showing everyone what I ate this morning." Sirius laughed at that. Sirius had been surprised at how quickly Harry had caught on to occlumency, theorizing that whatever connection Harry had with Voldemort through his scar might have strengthened his mind to outside intrusion. Harry wasn't planning on correcting him. Sirius stopped laughing and his face twitched slightly. "What?" Harry asked. "Wards just felt Dumbledore come in," Sirius said with a frown. "Bloody wanker." "I'll let him explain," Harry said, trying to calm Sirius. "Something may have happened that made him late to the hearing, and I'll ask why he thought he could stop you from teaching me." Sirius nodded and took a deep breath to calm himself. "Fine," he grumbled, getting up from his chair. "You want to talk with him here?" Harry shrugged, not really caring for where they had the conversation. "Regulus room it is," Sirius decided, leaving the library with Harry standing up as well and following. Harry got to Regulus room and sat down at the foot of the bed, reinforcing his occlumency in preparation for speaking with Dumbledore about Merlin knows what. "Dumbledore," Sirius said simply, none of the usual brightness in his tone. "Sirius," Dumbledore nodded politely, the two men being just outside the kitchen. "Harry said you wish to speak with him?" Sirius asked. "Yes, I have some concerns that I wish to speak with him about." "And those concerns are?" Sirius raised a brow, his tone dripping distrust. Dumbledore sighed at the near hostility from the younger man. "On whether the mistakes I've made have led him to hate me." "So you admit you buggered up?" "I wouldn't quite use those words, but yes, I admit I erred most terribly, both cutting him off from those close to him and trying to impede you teaching him," Dumbledore said, his tone apologetic. Sirius was quiet for several moments, pondering Dumbledore's admittance. After a few moments of silence, Sirius nodded. "I'm still not happy, but I'll forgive it if Harry does." "I hope he does," Dumbledore said to himself. "He's in Regulus room," Sirius gestured towards the second floor. "Second room on the right." "Thank you," Dumbledore nodded, making his way to the stairs. The following 20 seconds felt like an eternity for him, the events of the day weighing heavily on him. He'd been aware of a likely time change, a rather juvenile and predictable tactic. He'd planned to make his grand entrance right as the names of those present were being declared, but one word sent his perfectly crafted thoughts and occlumency shields crashing down. Albus. He had passed by the hall that led to the main entrance to the Department of Mysteries. He knew somewhat of the kind of things the Unspeakables did. He was aware of the Veil of Death being experimented on, and that the Veil was definitely a direct portal to the afterlife. Ever since his taking of the Elder Wand, he had never gone back to study the Veil like head Unspeakable Croaker and his predecessor had wanted him to, the Veil feeling downright hostile, and the Elder Wand feeling like it was trying to bite him when near it. But right as he went past the hallway, he heard not just his name, but the voice that it was said in. Ariana. It was her voice, but not her voice when she was a teenager at the time of her death. It was the voice she had when she was around 6. 6 years old, a time when she seemed to positively shine with happiness. A memory of her begging him to lift her up with magic. Something Aberforth had been jealous of, that Albus could use a weak levitation spell to lift up their little sister, even if it was practically all he could do without tiring himself. He remembered her screaming in that voice, the sound being one of the things that haunted him whenever Dementors were near. He saw his little sister writhing on the ground, magic violently blasting out involuntarily and her begging for it to stop. The single-minded purpose in his father's voice when he told his mother to not inform the authorities, before giving him a look and saying, "Protect the family," only to go out and murder the 3 muggles that attacked Ariana later that week. Percival Dumbledore simply apparat to the ministry and confessed to murdering the 3 muggles, saying there was now less filth to walk the earth. All those memories seemed to strike him as he heard his sister whisper his name, robbing him of all the fire and strength he had going into the trial. He had blinked and cast a Tempest Charm, being shocked completely when it showed he'd been rooted to the spot for close to 15 minutes, before he rushed into the courtroom, desperately trying to pull together a resemblance of equilibrium in his thoughts. He got in there right as Harry did what he was worried about, announcing his position as the heir to House Black. Politically, it would have been a magnificent play, worthy of commending by any politician. It caused a schism amongst the greatest threat to Harry, and it cemented him as a political player that was not to be trifled with. But he wouldn't deny that he had fear in his heart, fear for and of Harry. Harry was acting differently from what anyone would expect. He knew occlumency and very potent mind shields at that, and he had a certain charm and confidence in his voice that wasn't there just a scant couple months prior. Something had happened. He seriously doubted that Harry was a natural occlumens, something that he had witnessed only 3 times in his life, Gellert and Tom Riddle being 2 of those. Ginny Weasley had been what he thought was the 4th. He had begun doing something that he found extremely distasteful and was discreetly scanning the minds of his students during the attacks that occurred just 3 years prior. He had also done the same thing when the Chamber of Secrets had been opened the first time. That was when he discovered that young Tom Riddle had supremely sharp mind shields, just like Gellert. Ginny Weasley's mind at the time felt almost exactly like Tom's, leading him to think the young girl was one of the rare ones with the ability to do so without training. That theory died a fiery death when he tested her mind after the diary had been destroyed. She had no shields whatsoever. The occlumency that he thought was hers was something that the diary temporarily imbued into her, something that he had investigated the possibility of over the summer of that year. Possession was something that had very few tomes that addressed it, and for good measure. Projecting the self into another person was extremely dangerous for both the target and the caster. But any of the downsides of it wouldn't be there for a Horcrux. Young Ms. Weasley and Harry were both lacking in occlumency shields, but Harry now had mind shields that were developed to a high degree that would have taken a few years of development, even with a dedicated inclination to learn it. He knew that something was off, and it chilled him to think of the most likely theory. Harry didn't show any malice or anger at young Ronald Weasley after the first task against the dragon. On the contrary, he was surprised that Harry had forgiven him that quickly, especially with Ms. Granger immediately believing him. But the anger Harry had towards his friends and him were new developments. He would have shaken it off as justified anger, if not for the skill in occlumency and the sharpness in his words and ability to think of a plan to get Sirius a trial. Looking back, getting Sirius a trial would have been a good way to drop a mess in the laps of Voldemort's followers, but it was an oversight that cost him. Harry had been attacked by Dementors, and the greatest fear Dumbledore had was that it wasn't Harry that he had spoken with and seen at the trial. Dementors suck out the soul. What happens when more than one soul inhabits a body? A second Voldemort with a similar power level would mean the end of Wizarding Britain, and Dumbledore didn't know if he had the strength to do what needed to be done. Albus. He could almost hear her voice. He thought he felt cold fingers settle themselves on his shoulders, the wand clutched tightly in his hand seeming to freeze in his grip. He desperately sought to not be his father, to not be a killer. Protect the family. He wasn't strong enough to protect his mother or Ariana. He wasn't strong enough to curb Gellert's more extreme stances, nor was he strong enough in spirit to say no to the blood pact they made. His lack of constitution caused the death of his sister, the death of any familial love with his brother, and the losing of Gellert to the war that was unleashed in the pursuit of a better world. But was it worth it? The better world never came to fruition. The millions of deaths, the death of nearly 1/5 of magicals in Central and Western Europe, the rising hatred for Muggleborns and half-bloods from many of Gellert's inner circle being those who sought to bring down the lordships that existed for centuries. Even if he had triumphed, would it have been worth it? Even if he wasn't responsible, he still felt he was. Just before he got to the door to open it, he made a wordless prayer to whoever was listening. Whatever gods may be, please let me wrong, and if the worst should come to pass, grant me forgiveness. He didn't know if he had the strength in him if Harry was dead and the Horcrux was using his name and body like a sick puppet, and he hoped he was wrong with his fear. Dumbledore's hand reached out and wrapped around the doorknob, turning it to enter the room. He saw Harry at the edge of the bed, his expression flat before he saw who was there, his face then shifting to that of a more bored mood. "Professor," Harry said flatly. "Harry," he nodded, his occlumency completely in place. "Sorry that there isn't any chairs," Harry shrugged. "I don't really need them." Dumbledore just shrugged and pulled out his wand, conjuring a plush chair in front of the bed. The slight tensing of Harry's posture when he drew the wand wasn't missed. Dumbledore slid his wand back into his pocket, the wand sticking in place from the charms placed in the fabric of the pocket. He then settled himself into the chair, looking at Harry with a piercing gaze. "What do you want to speak about?" Harry asked, returning the look Dumbledore was giving him. "I wish to apologize for what transpired this summer," Dumbledore started, maintaining his gaze. "I should have realized that you being isolated from your friends would have let your mind wander to Mr. Diggory's death. My intention was to spare you the knowledge of what the Daily Prophet was saying about you and me when you had just experienced a terrible year. I see now that it was a terrible choice on my part," he finished, looking at any change in Harry's expression. Harry held his gaze before he relaxed and gave him a less hostile look. "I'd wondered why you did it," he said quietly before frowning. "I'm still not happy about it, and it will take me time to not be upset with you, but I see you weren't doing it to hurt me." Dumbledore was pleased with how the conversation was going. "I've also noticed how you have acted differently, Harry. I'm concerned about what has caused it." Harry took a deep breath and exhaled, giving Dumbledore a resigned look. "This summer was where I did some thinking," he explained, his voice clear and steady. "I've been lucky throughout everything that has happened, the stone, the chamber, the tournament, and the graveyard. The only time I put my mind to fixing things myself was when I learned the Patronus. I can't afford to be weak any longer." Could this be why? Dumbledore thought. It's possible that the shock of what was at stake, especially seeing it instead of being told what would happen, galvanized Harry to take a more proactive role in his magical education, but he still couldn't be sure yet. "You don't have to learn to kill, Harry. The spells used by the Black family are quite lethal." Harry gave him a look of irritation. "Voldemort and his band of inbreds will try to kill me and my friends," he said icily, his eyes seeming to adopt a sharper look to them. "If I'm not strong enough, they will be taken from me just as everything else has." Something that Dumbledore had done to his glasses was also what he had done in part to Alastor's prosthetic eye. His glasses, although nowhere near the sophisticated nature of the eye, were able to pick up a magical outline, rendering all but the best disillusionment charms visible to him in a hazy silhouette. But even cheap invisibility cloaks were not visible to him. He could see Harry's magic frothing slightly, looking much more defined than before the summer. But it looked under control, similar to how an occlumens would try and put a leash on their magic if it was rather potent and they were emotional at the time. He himself and Gellert had a habit of needing to do that. For this to be happening, the bindings would have to have been compromised. Dumbledore thought grimly, his hand ghosting to his pocket. More and more things were pointing to what he feared. He now needed to test one more thing, one final thing to see what Harry would say, or he'd hit him with the strongest legitimacy probe he could to find out the truth. "Something terrible happened when the Dementors attacked, didn't they?" he asked, noticing Harry tense. His hand made its way to his pocket, the feeling of the wood of his wand touching his palm acting as an assurance of what may happen. I will not fail again, he thought firmly, feeling his magic sharpen and yearning to be used. Am I talking to Harry or Tom? He asked simply, his hand gripping the elder wand. Oh bugger. Harry thought himself, he thinks I'm the Horcrux. The talk he initially thought was going to be about his concerns for his behavior, something he already planned on addressing by stating what he said to Sirius, that he had seen how outclassed he was and made the choice to work harder and be skilled enough to protect his friends. Dumbledore, being the paranoid intellectual he was, derailed that plan completely now. Harry, going with the emotion that he had become extremely well acquainted with over the last week, looked at Dumbledore with pure loathing. How dare you? He said quietly, his posture shaking visibly. He saw Dumbledore tense like he was ready to strike. Do you have so little faith in me that you don't think what I managed to do could be from my own improvement? Dumbledore seemed to relax slightly, but Harry was taking no risks. I stayed up late into the night, reading law books and the Journal of Arcturus Black, trying to do everything I could to free the closest man I have to an uncle or father. His voice started to lose the anger he held, his magic starting to calm down. Something happened to me, he whispered softly, looking away from Dumbledore. The Dementor kissed me. He heard Dumbledore audibly gasped, probably fearing such a thing had occurred. I thought it was over, he continued, looking up towards Dumbledore's eyes, the blue seeming to glow slightly. But instead, I heard screaming like something was dying and felt something get pulled out from here. He gestured towards his forehead. Dumbledore's eyes widened when he realized that the scar was heavily faded, almost to the point that it looked like a normal scar instead of a curse one. And I'm scared of what's happening to me. Harry started again, grabbing Dumbledore's attention once more. I made my alarm clock explode when I got annoyed at it, and my skin keeps feeling like something is constantly shocking me and it itches. Everything he said was what happened with magically powerful wizards that had noticeably above average magical strength. Having magic that was more reactive to his emotions also played a role in it. The Occlumency book in Sirius said something about how that happens with people who are magically powerful, Harry said quietly. It said magical outbursts could be dangerous if not controlled and that Occlumency could help. He needed Dumbledore to think that his motivation was out of fear of accidentally hurting someone, assuaging any of the man's suspicion. Dumbledore didn't seem to be looking him in the eye, looking towards his faded scar instead. Harry? Dumbledore cleared his throat, his left hand looking like it was shaking slightly. Do you have any pain coming from your scar? Any strange dreams? Any issues at all from it? Harry acted like he was thinking for a few seconds before he answered the man. No, Professor, I haven't. Not since the Dementor attack. Dumbledore took a shuddering breath and relaxed visibly, looking like a weight had been taken from his shoulders. Do you know what I did at the trial? He asked, referencing the legitimacy probe. Harry looked at the man like he didn't know. I'm not sure, Professor. Was that legitimacy? Harry asked, already being covered on what it was from Sirius having mentioned it. Dumbledore smiled softly and nodded. Yes, it is. I'm sorry for attempting to see into your mind. I fear I let my worry on whether Tom had been trying to influence you. How would he influence me, Professor? Harry asked, playing ignorant. Dumbledore gave him the theory he had of Voldemort of him having a mental connection from the killing curse, avoiding the mention of Horcrux. He also said how it may have been possible for Harry to have been made vulnerable from the Dementor attack. So it turned out for the best that the Dementor kissed me? Harry asked, sounding skeptical. Ironically, yes, Dumbledore answered. Harry scoffed at that. They say your first kiss is special. Never thought mine would be special enough to break a connection with Voldemort. At the rather dark joke, Dumbledore stared at Harry for a moment, before he cracked a smile that turned into laughter. Harry laughed along with the joke he made, relieved that he was able to stave off an attempt by Dumbledore to get into his mind. It wouldn't have gone well for either one of them. A joke in poor taste? Dumbledore cleared his throat, containing the humorous reaction he had. But something that was needed to break this stifling tenseness. Harry just nodded, keeping the grin on his face. If you would indulge me, Harry, Dumbledore asked. But how has your occlumency training coming along? Very well, he smiled, letting his relief at the lightheartedness in the conversation now. Sirius said it would take time, but all the steps seem easy, almost like my mind wanted to be defended. Harry had heard about natural occlumens. Dumbledore's spirit had commented about it in the future. It was the most plausible thing he could offer that didn't include the words time travel, death, and master of death. Dumbledore beamed at Harry, his whole demeanor completely different from when he first came in. You are just like your parents, Harry. I know you may hear that often, but you have the best of Lily and James in you. Your mother's kindness and father's confidence. The motivation you have to protect your friends will take you far in the world. The motivation I had at your age helped make me into who I am now. Dumbledore went to stand up from the chair, his knees popping slightly. Never get old, Harry. Dumbledore grinned, hiding the wince at the noise. It is positively dreadful. And miss all the fun in scolding the foolhardy whippersnappers for doing stupid things? Harry laughed. Dumbledore simply chuckled at what Harry said. Something like that. Dumbledore smiled, before he prepared to leave. I'll need to get going. The trial has caused things to shift and I'll need to plan for that, not including preparing for a new school year. Before he opened the door to leave, Dumbledore turned to Harry. You have no idea how much of a burden this has taken off my shoulders, Harry? Dumbledore whispered softly, an unguarded look of relief on his face. No idea. The door opened with a groan and Dumbledore left the room, heading towards the front door of the house. Once Harry heard the door close, he dropped his occlumency and took a deep breath, trying to calm down the flurry of thoughts going through his head. That whole conversation felt like he was treading through a minefield, trying to not give suspicion that would make Dumbledore cast aside decorum and try to tear through his mind to see if he really was Harry Potter. Everything seemed to have worked out, though. Dumbledore wouldn't be suspicious when his grades would improve, his mood shifting in priorities, or his overall skill down the road. Keeping his emotions aired out was what he'd be focusing on for the next hour or so. Before he'd call it an early night and sleep the mental fatigue off, he planned on working hard for the next couple of weeks leading up to the start of school. Harry laid down on the bed and let his mind drift off, relaxing in the quiet solace. Dumbledore had, with the help of Fawkes, flashed back to Hogwarts, sitting down at his desk. He took a deep breath and relaxed the occlumency he'd been using throughout the day, before exhaling the air he drew with a sob. He let all the fear, anger, self-ridicule, and finally relief at everything that had occurred today flow out of him as he wept. He had, right as he asked whether he was speaking with Harry or Tom, decided that he would solve the problem through lethal means, killing the clone of Voldemort. The relief when Harry spoke back to him made him feel weak in the knees, the near terror he had been feeling melting away like the winter snow when spring arrives. From a terrible incident came a near miracle. The Horcrux ended up getting sucked out by the Dementor, freeing Harry from the parasite that was Voldemort's soul shard. Dumbledore thought it possible, if not likely, that Harry was a natural occlumens, the Horcrux possibly inhibiting his mind from forming the shields that they would have under normal circumstances. With the window closed off into Harry's mind, his magic being completely free, and the fire that had been lit in Harry's determination, Dumbledore saw the possibility to mold Harry into a wizard that Voldemort truly would fear even more than himself. Neither can live while the other survives, Dumbledore said to himself, having recomposed himself. Harry now had the political power, the raw power, and the willpower to ascend from being a competent wizard into a great one. Dumbledore began making plans that would be reliant on how the next several months shaped up. If Harry kept this motivation and showed an immense progress in his classwork, he would have no worries about training him personally in certain fields of magic, the Horcrux no longer providing a means to spy on him. Fawkes trilled affectionately and hopped on to his desk, rubbing his head against the old man's shoulder. This day seemed to only get worse as it progressed, my friend, Dumbledore whispered kindly, resting his hand on the majestic bird's head and caressing it. But everything righted itself in the end. He knew that dark times were ahead, times that would try men's souls. But today, even if it were to be the last one, shone with a ruthless brilliance that drove the cold ice from his old bones. A spark of hope that he was in desperate need of had appeared, and it filled him strength that he had needed to lead the fight against a dark lord for one final time. For over a century he had walked the world, but he still remained standing after all he had experienced. And he had no plans to die soon at all. Harry collapsed to his knees, trying to catch his breath. A total of 2 weeks had occurred, 2 weeks that were spent doing non-stop physical training to get himself into better shape and an overview of the school curriculum. Being in somewhat decent shape from Quidditch and other activities is completely different from what he had set the standard at when he was an Auror. The training was at least seeming to pay off. He'd managed to actually get through the regimen this time, even if he were short of breath. The overview on the curriculum was to make sure he didn't mention a Newt-level theory at the beginning of the year. He needed to pace it like he was progressing instead of simply leaping forward. The talk he had with Dumbledore unnerved him from how he didn't expect it. The man was very intelligent and was likely already guarded about things since Voldemort's return. Harry should have suspected Dumbledore would confront him like that. But it all worked out for the best. Dumbledore believed the motivation part was from nearly dying, and he didn't feel the need to correct the old man. After catching his breath some, Harry stood back up and stumbled to the table, grabbing a flask that held some pepper-up potion. Grimmauld Place had a basement in it for training purposes, mainly spell work and dueling. He and Sirius began basic dueling lessons within 2 days after the talk with Dumbledore. The dueling served Harry's goals well. The dueling gave a reason why he would be more capable than what you'd think of a 15-year-old, Sirius waxing poetic about his seemingly prodigious grasp on dueling. His progress when he actually began getting actual training after the war was fast, given that he did have talent in that field of magic, but the overall training with Sirius along with his own exercises was helping the two of them get in better physical condition. Sirius hadn't truly been taking care of himself. The man ate and drank well enough, gaining back most of the weight he lost in Azkaban, but he hadn't been specifically training to get his dueling skills back to what they were during the time he was an Auror. He'd heard how his father and Sirius managed to duel with Voldemort working together and managed to escape with non-life-threatening injuries, a feat that few could boast. If Sirius were at top form, Bellatrix would have been hard-pressed to kill him. Running a hand through his damp hair, he exited the basement and went upstairs, wanting to get a little more light than what was available in the admittedly dreary room. He went up the stairs and headed to his room, stripping off the sweat-covered clothing he had on and entering the bathroom to shower. As he was nearly finished, simply letting the water hit him, his thoughts shifted towards how he was going to handle the year concerning Ron. He'd had a talk with Sirius about his anger towards Ron, obviously leaving the two major things out. Him abandoning him during 4th year was something he was capable of forgiving, now that he had a few more years of living. Ron was a 14-year-old boy that had finally let his own self-doubts get in the way of good sense. The two that weren't forgivable were him abandoning them in the Forest of Dean and the incident that had landed him in the past now. The locket could only do so much to make your attitude worse. Ron hadn't accepted how bad things were going to be if they were on the run, only realizing what he signed up for when they were in a tent with lackluster food. Ron may have come back, but his absence could have very well gotten Hermione and him killed, especially him, if Ron hadn't showed up as he was drowning. His trust had been shaken in Ron, something that he had managed to hide and conceal for the next couple of years. But what Ron did, going behind his back and not trusting Daphne, got him in this mess. Ron may have meant well, but he would never trust his judgment ever again. Shaking his head at the thoughts, he got out of the shower and toweled himself off, before putting on a fresh pair of clothes and exited the room. He made his way down the stairs, entered the kitchen and sat next to Sirius, Remus sitting in front of him. "Have a good workout?" Sirius asked, noticing that he'd had a shower. "Better than yesterday." Harry shrugged, tussling his hair slightly. Sirius hummed slightly and went back to eating the rest of his food. "How goes your spell work?" Remus asked, having been out of the loop slightly over the last several days. Sirius decided to speak, his face lit up with a smile. "Better than James when we were 15. He grinned, looking straight into his friend's eyes. James Potter was about as good as a 15-year-old could be at dueling. Having a Black as a mother and Charles Potter as a father had a habit of making sure he was expected to be excellent at it. Remus raised a brow at Harry, before shrugging. You did master the Patronus at 13, so I shouldn't be surprised. Only because I had a good teacher. Harry grinned. Remus barked a laugh. I guess that might be part of it. Hey! Sirius protested, feeling left out. I'm the one that's been teaching him lately. What about me? Well, Remus gave me the foundation that you are building on. Harry pointed out, giving Remus a wink. Remus understood the cue and added on his own little comment. See, he pointed at Harry. We stand amidst my achievement, not yours. Harry smiled as Sirius and Remus got into a friendly argument on who could take more credit for his progress. Both lost and were deprived of many things, but they still had the bond of brotherhood that they had formed as young schoolboys still. He let his thoughts move to something that he knew from before. Today was the 26th, meaning just a few days separated him from returning to Hogwarts, the first place he considered truly his home. He didn't know yet how he'd limit Umbridge, the Toad more than likely being appointed since Dumbledore likely wasn't going to find a replacement teacher for Moody. The Weasleys and Hermione eventually made their way to the dining room close to when he nearly finished his food. He made the decision of staying to talk with Hermione and Ron, but most would be towards Hermione. He needed to, now that school was less than a week away, talk with them somewhat. The twins and Ginny sat down and gave a barely noticeable look of concern while looking between Harry and the other two. Harry gave them a soft smile, seeing Hermione visibly relax when she saw he didn't give them a look of apathy at best. As the two of them sat down, Harry decided to speak first. How has the cleaning been? He asked, his tone neutral. It's been, Hermione started. Before her she smiled slightly. It's been difficult. Harry had sequestered himself into his room to study, prepare for the trial in the first week, or train in the basement, leaving him without helping the others in cleaning up the house or interact with some of the Order members as much as he had before. Harry adopted a false look of confusion. Why would it be difficult? He asked. You know you can do magic under the Fidelius, right? No matter how sophisticated the tracking abilities the Ministry had in catching underage magic were, they couldn't do a thing about it under a Fidelius. The Fidelius charm would mean that no signal could be sent that magic had been used. Hermione widened her eyes in shock, whether from not knowing that, or surprised that he didn't know. Molly heard what was said and scowled slightly. Harry, she admonished him from the other side of the table, I didn't want them to know that. You mean we didn't have to work like house elves all this time? Ron demanded irritably. Bloody hell, he muttered. Language, Ronald, Molly scolded her youngest son. You shouldn't be lazing about all summer. Hard work builds character. Sounds like a Hufflepuff, Ron muttered. And the sorting hat almost put me there. Molly smiled, looking straight at her son, who now looked more subdued. Ah, good old-fashioned hard work without magic. Sirius leaned back and grinned. Not like I'd know what that is. Harry snorted at that, looking back at Hermione. How was your summer before you got here? He asked, wanting to know how his friend had been adjusting to things following last school year. I finished all the summer assignments, she said, frowning slightly at hearing Harry cough in a way that sounded like no surprise. I heard that. Anyway, I finished them and it wasn't really special like when we went to France. Harry just listened quietly as he let his friend talk about a couple of the things that you'd share with friends, her face having a slight smile throughout her talking. He almost regretted giving her the cold shoulder the last couple weeks, knowing it would hurt her, but he had just come back from a nightmarish event that still left its scars on his soul. He couldn't just rush to her and embrace her, having known what happened to her. Enough about me, Hermione said, looking at Harry. What have you been doing since? Well, you know, she finished the last part with no small level of discomfort. Ron had remained quiet, barely making eye contact with Harry throughout the conversation between his bushy-haired friend and his possible former friend. Studying, Harry shrugged, playing it off as simple. And training? Training, Hermione asked, her face scrunched in thought. Voldemort's back and I'm not letting anyone at this table die, he said firmly, looking at every single person sat at the table. Are you practicing magic? she asked, wanting clarification. I'm learning to fight, he said vaguely, giving Sirius a discreet look, telling him not to be too detailed. Sirius is teaching me things. Hermione looked like she was about to ask for more, but the look from Harry made her reconsider, already feeling nervous about the stability of their friendship. Harry could see all the emotions flick across Hermione's face, not even having to use the modicum of passive legitimacy that he was capable of. To stop an uncomfortable silence, Remus cleared his throat and spoke. Padfoot has said how much better you've gotten. Mind if I see for myself? Harry looked at Remus with a slight grin, thinking of something. Think you can keep up with me, old man? He asked cheekily. Sirius snickered at the raised brow and the slight squint Remus aimed at Harry. Don't think you're not old too, Sirius, he said sarcastically, fixing his friend with a glare. Last I checked, we're the same age. I don't have gray hair, Sirius pointed out, grinning at the airtight argument he had. Doesn't matter if he's old-looking, Harry pointed out to Sirius, a sinister grin on his face aimed at Remus. He's got hot young witches lining up to jump those old bones, or at least one in particular. Sirius and Remus both chose the wrong time to take a drink of tea and ended up spewing out a mouthful, both for different reasons. Sirius threw his head back and let out a bark-like laugh, almost howling when he saw Remus' expression. Remus actually blushed. A marauder, the quintessential stud amongst their generation, had been embarrassed by a 15-year-old. Oh, stuff it, Padfoot, he growled irritably. It's not funny. That was crass, Harry. Hermione scolded him lightly, a slight look of disgust on her face. How was that crass? Harry asked, playing the fool. Hermione huffed indignantly. At least one in particular? She raised her brow. Yeah. Harry nodded quickly, bobbing his head. Tonks. Sirius was shaking and trying to keep in his laughter all the while Remus was glaring at his friend. Did you think I was talking about one bone? Harry asked with false naivety. What bone would that be? Harry saw in his peripheral how Molly had already left before and had not heard his joke. Ginny looked slightly embarrassed. The twins were trying to stifle their laughter, hardly doing better than Sirius, and Ron was actually smiling slightly. Hermione's face turned red from irritation, knowing full well he knew. You know what one you were meaning, she said hotly, shaking her head. I'm not sure you know this, Hermione, but there's only 206 bones in the body, not 207. Muggle school wasn't that bad for me. Was it for you? Hermione's nostrils flared at his playful joking. Harry Potter, she warned, pointing a finger at him. Hermione Granger, he said gruffly, his eyes alight with amusement. She glared at him, before she took a deep breath and exhaled, sitting back in her chair. You're messing with me. The brightest witch of our age has made a brilliant discovery. Harry clapped, chuckling at her glare, knowing it had no heat in it. Harry heard Sirius mutter into Remus' ear, the latter still looking vexed at Sirius. I don't think you're alone, Sirius mock whispered, looking between Harry and Hermione. Hermione realized what Sirius was joking about and looked away from Harry, blushing slightly. Harry gave Sirius a glare that only was seen by the target of the look and Remus, his eyes flashing in anger. Sirius recoiling slightly at the look, unprepared by the look on Harry's face. It was supposed to be some light-hearted fun, pulling on his chain a bit, nothing personal. Harry blinked and shook his head, not wanting to get into it. He saw Sirius twitch, and he also felt a slight twitch in his own magic, knowing the wards just alerted them that someone wanted to enter the front door. Someone's at the door, Sirius said simply, pushing out his chair and standing up. I think I know who it is. Harry had a sneaking suspicion on who Sirius was talking about. Sirius left the room and headed to the front door, muttering something under his breath. Harry's hypothesis was confirmed when Sirius returned to the room a few minutes later with Dumbledore standing right beside him, a leather-bound tome in his left hand, tucked against his side. What did you two do? Harry looked at the twins, fixing them with a mock glare. The two looked at him irritably when their mother gave them a look of suspicion. Don't do that, they said at the same time, knowing what Harry was trying to do. No point in lying to your mum. Dumbledore's already found out. Dumbledore showed no outward expression save for a slight twinkling in his eyes. What did you two do this time? She demanded. What stupidity happened now? They suffered the terrible misfortune of having a friend like Harry. Dumbledore cut in, his voice a solemn one. Everyone went silent at the table, astounded at the answer Dumbledore gave. Serious snickering, followed by Remus and Harry. Everyone else clued in a moment later, with the twins shouting their protest and Molly glaring between Harry and Dumbledore. That's not funny, she muttered. And don't encourage him, she pointed at Dumbledore. Let's not forget how you didn't doubt me at all when I said your sons did something that warranted Professor Dumbledore personally coming here. Harry snickered, turning towards the twins and winking. Molly looked at her sons with embarrassment, the two playing it up. Do you have such little faith in us, Mum? They asked, George taking it a little further. I thought I was your favorite. Fred snorted and cuffed his twin on the back of the head lightly. Molly gave the two of them a deadpan look. When have you two been accused of something that you didn't do? Both opened their mouths, but paused, realizing that they couldn't think of something. Exactly. Dumbledore spoke now that the conversation ended. As much as this has been amusing, I wish to speak with Harry about this coming school year. Would we be able to speak now? He asked Harry, a minuscule glance towards the book he was holding. Yeah, we can, Harry said, getting up from his chair. We can talk in my room. Harry gave Hermione a smile, shooting a grin at Fred and George, before leaving to head up to his room with Dumbledore right beside him. They got to his room, Sirius in there with them. Yes, Professor? Harry asked, looking into Dumbledore's eyes. Sirius has mentioned how some of the spells you have been working on have been inconsistent in their power. Dumbledore started, sparing a glance to the man. Harry's magic was still settling from the removal of the bindings on his magic. It was almost gone now, but some of the finesse that he had with his magic was still taking a little longer to come back, said finesse being similar to how muscle memory worked, taking time to build up. His body was simply unfamiliar with handling the level of magic he'd been used to just a few years from now. Yes, Harry nodded. They have too much power in them. Dumbledore had explained, much to Sirius' initial anger, until he had the reasoning explained, that the removal of the bindings on his magic meant he was throwing out much more magic in his spells, unknowingly overpowering them constantly. That is partly why I'm here, he explained, lifting up the book he had. This is a journal I worked on containing the personal things I worked on, mostly certain occlumency exercises, to help prevent my own spells and charms from not functioning at best from putting too much into it. Harry stared at the book blankly, not knowing Dumbledore had a journal of that. He simply worked on it himself, being satisfied with what he'd managed over the 3 years following Voldemort's death. I'd rather you not struggle with the practical side of your spell work from what has happened. Thank you, sir, Harry said genuinely, taking the book when Dumbledore handed it to him. What else did you want to talk about? Dumbledore's face tightened slightly and he shook his head. This year will be a difficult one, even without considering Voldemort's return. I have failed to find a replacement teacher for the Defense Against the Dark Arts position with less than 1 week before the start of term. The Ministry, based upon what I have heard, will be making a decree that they will appoint one if the headmaster is unable to find one. Harry hid the surprise he had from Dumbledore being this open on things, wondering why he was. What does that mean for me? Harry asked, beckoning Dumbledore to continue. It will obviously be a supporter of Cornelius that is the appointment, likely to spy on me and to ensure that the students are educated in the correct manner. Harry could spot the sarcasm at the word. You will be a target, Harry. Whether for ridicule or an attempt at cooperation, I don't know. Why the hell would they want to work with me? Harry asked, genuinely confused at what in Merlin's name would possess Dumbledore to think that. The only time they believe we met since the announcement of Voldemort's return was at the hearing, Dumbledore said simply, not elaborating further. Harry thought for only a few seconds before he came to the likely conclusion. I never brought up Voldemort's return, he said slowly, beginning to grin slightly. I didn't look like I was happy seeing you, which isn't exactly wrong. Dumbledore twitched slightly, but nodded at the statement. They might think you convinced me to lie about Voldemort and I grew a pair at the trial. He used air quotes. Sirius snorted at the comment and Dumbledore nodded. Precisely, although I would have worded it differently, Dumbledore responded. But you should be wary of certain individuals possibly seeking to take advantage of you, now that it is public knowledge that you are the heir to House Black. Sirius has explained that already. Harry deadpanned, having already had a several-hour-long conversation about it. Sirius warned him of how several girls, especially the Slytherin ones, may try and become a little more friendly with him from being the future Lord Black. The smartest comment by Sirius on whether Harry even knew what to do with a naked girl had not been appreciated. Good, Dumbledore said, looking slightly relieved. I was uncertain whether you were aware, but Sirius has informed of the risks. Harry decided to broach a topic that he wanted to address to simplify things in the future. Professor, if the appointee is one of Fudge's lackeys, we won't have a proper teacher, especially this year, correct? Dumbledore nodded, gesturing for Harry to continue. Would it be possible for me to try and set up a study group for Dada? Dumbledore raised a brow in question, but showed no other outward reaction. He thought himself, stroking his beard. I never thought of that. You do realize it would take up a great deal of time on your part. I was already thinking of dropping Quidditch this year to concentrate on time to prepare for Voldemort. Harry shrugged, having already informed Sirius that he made the decision to drop the sport this year to concentrate on training and preparing for Voldemort. Dumbledore gave Harry a look of sympathy, closing his eyes for a moment and taking a deep breath. It is a terrible misfortune that such choices need to be made. I commend your choice, Harry, although I do see it was a difficult one. Harry nodded solemnly, waiting on Dumbledore's answer. Getting an approval for the DA from Dumbledore before Umbridge was appointed would make it much more difficult to get it disbanded. It would also mean they wouldn't need to sneak around doing it. Dumbledore finished what he was thinking and fixed Harry with an intense gaze. What precisely will the study group be teaching? Things like how to protect themselves. Harry replied, maintaining eye contact. I will not let you teach them to fight a war, Harry. I don't expect school children that have read dueling books for a year to become as capable as determined killers. Even veteran Aurors were killed by Death Eaters. Then what do you presume to teach them? How to survive long enough to escape, Harry shrugged. I'm alive because I was able to escape, not because I was killing dozens of dark wizards with curses and hexes. Teach them to maintain the sense of mind to cast a few spells and escape. That's what I want. Dumbledore adopted a pensive look, seeming to debate whether he would give the go-ahead. Harry was thinking of something of his own, already having an idea where he would be moving the diadem to prevent anyone getting a hold of it. Murphy's Law had left him paranoid of things he could prevent from going wrong. Voldemort would never think to look in the Chamber of Secrets for the diadem. After deliberating for a moment, Dumbledore sighed audibly. You will have my approval to start a study group. It will be open to all students who wish to learn. Understood. Dumbledore tilted his head down and peered over his glasses for effect. Yes, Professor. Harry nodded, not humoring the idea of limiting inclusion. Who knows? Maybe Nott might find himself tripping and snapping his neck en route to a meeting. Good. He smiled slightly. I came here to give you that journal and to wish you good luck in working on it, but I must be off. I look forward to seeing you for the new school year. With that, Dumbledore turned to leave, sparing Sirius a nod. After Dumbledore left, Sirius gave the journal on the dresser a look. You think that will be useful? He asked, probably wondering the value of it. The journal was something that was handwritten by Dumbledore as a means to properly control one's power, specifically one with similar power to him. Harry grinned slightly. Without a doubt. Ah, Dolores, thank you for being here on short notice. I have a pressing subject I wish to say. Cornelius addressed his undersecretary, gesturing for her to sit. Dolores smiled and sat down, adjusting her cardigan slightly. Yes, she asked sweetly. Taking a deep breath, Fudge began to speak of what his plan was. Within a few days, Hogwarts will have a ministry-appointed teacher from the decree that will be made due to Dumbledore's inability to find one. Umbridge nodded along, already aware of this. You will be the appointee just as we planned, but there will be a slight change. And what is that? She asked, her face showing slight concern. Fudge groaned and rubbed his temples at the memory of the event that complicated things immensely. Potter is not what I thought he was. He's not a simple schoolboy that is cowering behind Dumbledore's skirt. He scoffed at the image. Something happened this summer that left Potter forgoing Dumbledore's help to show his own ability in politics, in front of the Wisengamot lords, no less. Potter was a wrench in the initial plan to get at Dumbledore, the boy possibly being a help instead of an impediment if he would cooperate. Do you wish me to get close to him? She asked. Offer help. Fudge shook his head. Not necessarily. I want you to see, by carefully monitoring who he is with and how he conducts himself, whether what he said over the summer was whether Dumbledore forced him to spout it off or if it was simple mania caused by seeing Diggory's body coupled with him being bitten by an acromantula. The last 2 weeks had made Fudge think of possible reasons other than Potter being a braggart and an attention seeker for the spectacle that happened at the end of the tournament. If the second is the case, we can go after Dumbledore for believing the word of someone who was temporarily compromised mentally, and a boy at that, while the first will be far better. He then grinned widely. But if it's the first, the future Lord of House Black and Potter will feel indebted to the one who freed him from Dumbledore's meddling. Umbridge nodded and smiled at her superior. You are far smarter than anyone knows, Cornelius. Fudge chuckled to himself. One of the reasons I was chosen as minister. But is that all you needed to speak with me about? She asked, shifting slightly in the chair. Yes, that is all for now. He nodded. You may get back to whatever matter you were attending to before. Umbridge stood up to leave, exiting the room with a click of the door. Now that he was alone, Fudge let his mind wander. He worried that it would not be possible to fix the hostile stance Potter likely had with him, a cooperative relationship being a much preferred one. How the bloody hell could he have known that Crouch had chucked Black into Azkaban without a trial, but give his own damned son a trial with the little bastard having been caught with the glowing wand? He'd been at the scene of the crime, seen the broken bodies of the Muggles, seen how Black was hunched over, looking unhinged and cackling like a lunatic. He'd thought it impossible that Black could have been innocent, but the effort that Potter put into forcing through a trial within the next few days was telling on what he thought about his godfather's innocence. The Daily Prophet would take his lead in running damage control, tossing the blame for an innocent man's, and a war hero at that, imprisonment into the laps of Crouch and Bagnold, the two having already passed. He'd come out smelling like a rose, a minister who fixed the mess that the previous administration mucked up. Any nonsense Dumbledore spouted about the Dark Lord would fall on deaf ears when a morally upstanding minister told him to bugger off and to stop scaring everyone with ghost stories about dead men coming to life. Yes. All that I need is to convince Potter that my hands were tied by Dumbledore. And honestly, why would Dumbledore let the one good Black rot in prison if he was Potter's godfather? Sometimes he almost thought the nonsense the prophet was writing concerning Dumbledore's supposed senility had more weight than he could have ever thought. Would it be impossible to think that Dumbledore knew Black was innocent? Even spreading rumors that Dumbledore wanted the opportunity to mold the Potter and Black heir to his personal liking could derail many of his outspoken supporters. Influencing a vulnerable heir was considered especially heinous, even more so by letting an innocent man rot. That line of thought caused him to straighten up and remember something else, something that had him seriously considering that particular theory. Severus Snape was the one that gave him his eyewitness account of what happened in the Shrieking Shack. Potter and his friends swore up and down that Black was innocent and that they weren't confounded. Albus Dumbledore's word was the only reason Severus Snape wasn't rotting in Azkaban for being a Death Eater. Could it be possible that Snape lied for Dumbledore? To keep Black silent permanently? This conspiracy by Dumbledore may be much bigger than he thought. He'll have to speak with Lucius on the matter later, his friend possibly knowing or spotting something that he missed. Cornelius Fudge kicked back and relaxed in his chair, arms crossed behind his head and a massive grin on his face. He could make this work. Harry fired off a muttered stunner at Remus, the older man flicking it aside with his wand. It was near dinner time and Remus had wanted to sate his curiosity on Harry's progress. By the look on his face, he was very pleased. Remus sent off a spell chain, disarming, stunner, and bludgeoner, all of which were stopped by the Protego shield Harry cast. Remus Lupin was a very capable wizard and duelist, making him a good opponent for Harry as he was attempting to get a better grasp on his magic and train his body to act the same way. The basement would hold up to most spells, even if he were holding back the actual arsenal of spells and curses he had. Harry dropped the shield, sidestepped the stunner Remus sent at him, and fired a low-level blasting curse at him, the impact making Remus stagger slightly even with a shield up. Harry followed up with several low-level curses and hexes, the sheer number almost overwhelming Remus. One of them managed to slip through a leg locker. Remus staggered and didn't have time to move out of the way of the bludgeoner that struck him in the gut, bending him over. A disarming spell, stunner, and body bind were the last things he saw before he hit the ground with a thump. Harry took a deep breath and pushed his hair back, trying to get it out of his face. Sirius was behind him, laughing at his friend's plight. "You just had to mislead him, didn't you?" Harry asked, raising a brow at his godfather. "Hey, he thought you were above average for a soon-to-be fifth year, not better than James was at your age." He shrugged. "I just didn't correct him." Harry just shook his head and laughed lightly at the thoughts Remus would have. "You want to wake him up?" Harry asked, pointing at Remus' unconscious form. "You can enervate him better than I think I can." He'd only done it once, needing to keep up pretenses. Sirius nodded and flicked his wand into his hand, approaching Remus' downed form, muttering a spell under his breath, his wand glowing a soft blue. Remus opened his eyes and blinked, coughing slightly. "Merlin Mooney?" Sirius shook his head. "I didn't think Dora rode you that hard." "You're a son of a bitch, Padfoot." Remus groaned, still coughing from the bludgeoner hitting him. "That's not an insult, Remus. That's just a statement of fact," Sirius said flatly, waving his wand again and summoning Remus' wand from the ground, tossing it back to his friend. Sirius reached his hand out and pulled Remus up, patting him on the shoulder, wide grin on his face. "What did I say?" Sirius proclaimed, looking at Harry with pride. "He's good, right?" Harry just grinned at Remus' continued look of shock on his face. "Just a couple of weeks of dueling has done this?" he asked. Harry just nodded. "It might just be the two of you are slipping. That does happen in your twilight years." He grinned. "Quick question, Mooney. Have you noticed whether you're needing to get up to piss more often or starting to forget things?" "Very funny." Remus deadpanned, unamused by the comment and Sirius snickering. "Hey Sirius." Harry turned to his godfather. "You think Tonks would prefer a young, virile stag over an old wolf?" Sirius' eyes widened for a fraction of a second before throwing his head back and laughing. Remus glared at Harry, shaking his head and muttering irritably. Prongs used those exact words about himself when he talked about trying to woo Lily. Sirius almost wheezed at the look of revulsion on Harry's face. "Don't talk about that," Harry groaned, not liking the image. "This is about Remus, not me." "Remus has seniority," Sirius shrugged. "He's been my friend longer than you've been alive." Remus eventually stopped looking gruff about the Tonks comment aimed at him and was chuckling at the turn in fortune for Harry. All right, I'll drop it," Harry grumbled, deciding to changing the subject. "What did you think?" Harry asked, gesturing towards his wand. "Much better than I would have thought," Remus admitted. "I'll need to focus more and not underestimate you next time." Harry nodded and hid a smirk. If he had used all his knowledge and let loose with his full power, even without being at top form, he'd beat both of the men in the room. "But that will be for later, that bludgeoner hurt," he muttered, rubbing at his gut. His spells had more impact to them than practically everyone else, part and parcel for someone with a great deal of raw power. "Ready for a break already?" Harry asked, before turning to Sirius. "You want to have a go?" Sirius shrugged. "Sure, why not?" Remus stepped back towards the edge of the room, eyeing the two of them. Sirius made the first move and launched a flurry of curses and hexes at Harry, some not exactly friendly. In a display of quick thinking, Harry dodged the first, shielded from the next several, then dropped the shield and deflected a piercing hex back at Sirius, who flicked it to his left into the wall. Harry launched his own assault, several jinxes and hexes at a rapid pace. He'd decided to display his speed of casting, but not the depth of spells, instead making it look like he was fast and creative, but lacking in depth of experience. Sirius shielded them all, looking almost disappointed. "What was that?" he asked. "You can do better than that." Harry grinned and flung a blasting curse, putting some more heat into it. Sirius' eyes widened minutely and he threw up a stronger shield, a loud bang sounding out from the impact of the curse. Sirius lowered the shield and eyed Harry with a frown, before grinning slightly. "That's better." Harry followed up with some more low-level spells he learned at school, firing another spell that created a small cloud of smoke. Temporarily blinded by the smoke, Sirius dashed to his right to try and get a proper view of Harry, said Teen, expecting it. Under the cover of the smoke, Harry had conjured several stones, flicking his wand to levitate them, and banishing them at a rapid speed towards where Sirius was going to be. Sirius had barely left the smoke cloud when he was forced to shield against the storm of rocks, several having gotten through before he could cast his shield. Harry could almost hear him grit his teeth at getting hit by a fast-moving rock. After the stones were vanished by Sirius after they struck his shield, the two of them shifted into a pattern of exchanging spells and either dodging or shielding them. Harry broke the exchange and cast an incendio at Sirius, adding a quick wind spell to spread the flame around and propelling it at his godfather. Sirius hastily conjured a great deal of water and sloppily slashed his wand across his chest to shape it into the rough shape of a shield, stopping the fire with a loud hissing noise from the water getting vaporized. Harry was not complacent and vanished his own fire, casting an overpowered freezing charm at the remaining water that wasn't vaporized. He was temporarily obscured from sight when it froze into ice, giving the chance to cast a cutting curse through the ice, aimed lower than he normally. The curse tore through the ice and he heard a growl of pain from Sirius. "Damn it! Hold on, Harry, I'm hit." Harry relaxed and lowered his wand, but not before vanishing some of the ice. He walked towards Sirius and saw that he was pulling up his pants leg and inspecting his right leg, a fairly sizable cut just below his knee. "Lucky I shielded partially. I don't want to have to take a damn potion." Deep cuts and slashes would need a small dose of healing potions to prevent scarring. "Oi, Mooney, get your arse over here and fix me up. You're better at it than me." Harry saw Remus shake his head from the other side of the room and make his way to the two of them, kneeling down to inspect the cut. "This," he pointed at it, "is a scratch, whining like an infant," he muttered, jabbing his wand at the cut. Sirius yelped and glared at Remus, holding his leg steady so Remus could heal it. His wand glowed a faint silver color and the skin slowly came back together and sealed shut, a faint red line where a cut had previously been. Flexing his leg, Sirius pushed himself to his feet and looked at Harry with praise. "You're fast," he smiled. "Damn fast." Harry nodded and let a grin dance across his face. "Merlin, I'm out of shape," Sirius added with a groan, stretching slightly. "I need to do some more training if a 15-year-old could do that to me." "You've taken your first step towards acceptance, old man." Harry grinned, patting Sirius' arm. Yeah, laugh it up." Sirius swatted Harry's head, missing when the teen ducked. "I'll kick your arse next time. You'll have to catch me first." He laughed, turning and sprinting up the steps and out the door, vanishing from sight. The two men still in the basement shared a laugh at the antics of a teen they saw as a nephew, both happy that he had stopped brooding. Remus gave Sirius a look of question. "Are you sure you're all right?" Sirius took a deep breath and shook his head. "I was putting more effort in dueling him than it looked," he said quietly. "I've lost a step, mate. A 15-year-old got the best of me, even if I wasn't using lethal spells." Remus nodded at his answer, his face twisted into a grimace. "You'll need to fix that, Padfoot. No, we need to be prepared. Harry's motivated to not lose anyone. We can do the same," he finished firmly. Sirius nodded at his close friend, pulling him into a one-armed hug.
No argument, mate.
Ron didn't know how to feel. He'd been angry at first when Harry seemed to ghost him and Hermione. How dare he do that? How dare he dismiss how worried they were? But the more he thought about it, and he had a lot of time to stew on it, the more he saw how he'd buggered up things. Hermione browbeating it into him was painful, but he managed to keep his temper in check and actually listen to her, even if it was a painful lesson. He doubted his friend's word. This was the same friend that almost died from a basilisk because of Malfoy trying to hurt his family. This was the same friend that had charged into the Shrieking Shack to save him from a Grim, which turned out to be Sirius. Ron looked around the room he was in, being all too aware of how quiet it was. Everything Harry did was to help him, just as a good friend would. And he abandoned him. Ron put his face in his hands and growled irritably, his hands muffling the sound. He couldn't even bring himself to tell his supposed best friend to his face that a damn dragon was the first task. His brother Charlie had risked his neck and left a thinly hinted at letter to him, mentioning how 4 different dragon breeds were like a Norwegian ridgeback and that Harry might be interested in learning about them. Ron was so angry at Harry that he made some stupidly complex plan to let him know, but still not telling him to his face. Some friend I am. Ron scoffed to himself, telling Harry to piss off because I was jealous. Merlin, I don't want to be like Snape. He'd heard in passing from Sirius, a few days before Harry got to Grimmauld Place, about how Snape was a jealous wanker that envied James Potter. And Ronald Weasley envied the dead man's son. Scowling again, Ron made a promise to himself that he'd try to be a better friend, even if Harry decided not to be his friend anymore. Thinking of Harry made him think of something else he noticed. His friend was looking tired and sweaty from learning magic from Sirius, but he looked much better. He looked like he grew at least an inch or 2 in just 2 weeks, and he looked less thin. Harry had obviously been working to the best of his ability this summer when Ron had decided to laze around when not cleaning up the house. He'd slacked back and been fine with being at an average level on his marks, not really caring for schoolwork. He had Hermione to help him out if he needed any help with his subjects. Voldemort was back, and his Death Eaters weren't going to spare his friends or family simply because he was a pureblood. His family were proud blood traders, and he had a Muggle-born and the boy who lived as his 2 closest friends. Thinking of the Death Eaters filled Ron with hatred, his teeth gritting at the memories of when he was younger and had wondered whether the ornaments on their tree during Christmas had been made by Fred and George, given that they had F and G on them. His mother had left the room for a few minutes, his dad following her to talk with her. That day was the first time he was told about what happened to his uncles Gideon and Fabian, the ornaments being made by them when they were in their 2nd year at Hogwarts, the 2 twins gifting them to his mom on Christmas. The memory conjured up images that he hated more than anything. He didn't want to visualize Fred and George dead, dying together instead of one running away to survive. He didn't want to think of his father dying so his family could escape. He didn't want to think of Ginny and his mom being killed by Death Eaters, him being too lazy and stupid to stop them. Ron growled and threw his pillow across the room, frustrated that nothing was broken when he threw it. Cursing himself for having to get up, he got out of the bed and walked across the room to pick up the pillow, tossing it back on the bed. Ron would try to study more, even if he wasn't the smartest or cleverest person. He'd try to stop from snapping at Hermione as often, and not say things to intentionally make her mad. Even if Harry never went back to being his best friend, he saw how dismissive Harry was towards him at breakfast. He'd still try and make himself worthy of being a good friend. After all, a Gryffindor doesn't cower from an impossible task. Harry held the prefect badge in his hand, pondering what it meant for the year. Everything was packed and they were ready to depart Grimmauld Place to head to King's Cross Station in very shortly. Yesterday had marked when the letters were supposed to be received, which was very surprising when his had the 5th year prefect badge for him. That alone wasn't the surprising part, but the lack of hostility from Ron, who simply congratulated him and said he earned it. Shaking his head at remembering yesterday, he put the badge back in his trunk, knowing probably why Dumbledore had him be this year's prefect. Showing a desire to better himself was just part of it, the other part likely being that a prefect leading the study group for defense would be harder for Umbridge to complain about. Harry was pulled from his thoughts when he heard a knock on his door.
Come in.
The door opened and Sirius came in, looking nervous. "Hey, Harry," he said quietly. Harry got up and looked straight into his godfather's eyes, seeing how uncomfortable he was. "Hey, Padfoot," he smiled. Shifting his stance somewhat, Sirius started speaking. "Got used to you being around and now you're off to school. Feels strange." He added the last part absent-mindedly. Harry rolled his eyes slightly. "You gave me that mirror, remember?" Harry reminded him, said mirror being in his trunk with a cushioning charm on it. "I know," Sirius said. "But still." Harry stepped forward and gave Sirius a hug, reassuring him that everything was okay. "Don't worry, Sirius, everything's fine. I'm obviously coming back for winter break." Sirius patted his shoulder and let him go, grin on his face. "You sure you don't want me going with you?" he asked. "I can go as Padfoot," he offered. Harry scowled at Sirius offering that again. "Your trial is in a week. I don't need you doing something stupid," Harry said sternly. "Read a book or something, or better yet, train some so you can kick my arse next time." Sirius snorted at the last part, but nodded his understanding. All right, I'll behave. Merlin, that prefect badge has turned you into Remus, I swear." "I've failed, Prongs?" He looked up with false despair. He succumbed to being responsible. Harry shook his head at his godfather's antics, knowing he'd be dramatic for effect. He turned to grab his trunk and did so after shrinking it, putting it in his jacket pocket. The two of them left the room and went down the stairs to meet up with everyone else, the Weasley kids and Hermione already there. The twins were the first to speaking, both in sync. "Finally," they said. "The dog has separation anxiety." Harry shrugged, grinning when he heard Sirius scoff. Harry looked towards the escorts for them, Moody, Tonks and Remus, the latter two smirking at the situation. "Remus," Harry said. "You sure you're not needed here? We don't want him pissing on the floor." Sirius shot a glare at Harry, muttering under his breath. "No more jokes," Moody cut in. "We're on a tight schedule. Arse in front, Potter." Harry Mock saluted the aged Orr. "Sir, yes, sir." Moody snorted and went through the front door, pushing it open and stepping out, bowler hat on his head to cover his eye. The rest of them followed, with Remus at the back and Tonks in the middle. Harry gave one last look towards Grimmauld Place before turning his sights on the next hurdle he had to get through. School. King's Cross. "Oh, how I've missed you," Harry thought, smiling at the entrance to 9 March 4th. Fred and George went first, their trunks being carried by them as they went through. Ron and Ginny went second, followed shortly by Hermione. Harry sat back for a moment and smiled at Remus and gave Moody a nod, before rushing towards the entrance, disappearing from the sight of his escorts. After crossing the barrier, he blinked and smiled at the Hogwarts Express, walking briskly to catch up with the others. He got on the train, grabbing the side rail for support to hoist himself up into the train. He saw Hermione gesture to speak with him, leaning towards him. "We'll need to get our robes on and badges, Harry," she said, making her way to an unused compartment. "The prefect compartment is at the front." She then ducked into the compartment, shutting it closed. Harry and Ron stood outside awkwardly, making sure no one tried to enter mistakenly. Ron gave Harry a look, glancing around to make sure no one was within earshot. "I'm sorry about last year, Harry," he said quietly, taking a deep breath. "I was a bad friend." Harry raised his brows in surprise at the timing. "Odd timing," he said unnecessarily. "Why now?" "This summer, Hermione," me thinking to myself, "I don't bloody know." Ron threw his hands up. "I felt like a right bastard and I needed to get it off my chest." "Language, Ronald." They heard Hermione's muffled voice through the door. "Hush, disembodied voice," Harry said. "We're talking here." Harry snickered when he heard a huff of irritation from Hermione. Harry then turned to Ron, giving him a nod. "Apology accepted," he said simply, looking over Ron's shoulder and spotting Ginny. Said girl tapped Ron on the shoulder, causing him to turn around. I found a compartment, she said, pointing towards one. All right, Ron said, following his sister, but turned his head towards Harry and gave him a slight wave. Harry turned towards the compartment door and saw it creak open a moment later, Hermione coming out with her robes on and badge displayed on the front. Your turn, Hermione said simply, walking out of the compartment. Harry went in and shut the door, pulling his shrunken trunk out and removing the shrinking charm with a flick of his hand, taking out his robes and putting them on. He finished putting the prefect badge on and left the compartment, dragging the closed trunk behind him. Ready? Hermione asked, glancing at him. Yeah, Harry said simply, shifting his grip on the trunk slightly. To the front. Hermione nodded and turned, heading towards the front of the train, Harry following. They got to the prefect's compartment and opened it, Harry recognizing a few people, the most noteworthy being Malfoy and Pansy Parkinson. The latter gave him a scowl, while Malfoy gave a half-hearted, subdued glare, very little heat behind it. What has him down? Harry thought, confused by the lack of arrogance or confidence in the blonde's demeanor. Shrugging, Harry set his trunk in the storage above their heads and sat down, ignoring the looks he got. Hermione was sat beside him, reading a book. Harry eventually got bored and sat up, feeling nature's call. At Hermione's raised brow, Harry answered the unasked question.
Lo.
He said simply, opening the compartment and closing shut after exiting. He walked down the corridor and got to the bathroom, opening it. He dropped his trousers and heard the door next to him open, which he shrugged off. He eventually finished his business and washed his hands, opening the room to exit. He was caught off guard when the door next to him opened and someone walked out, straight into him. His forehead struck the other person's and he stumbled and fell on top of the mysterious person, hearing a soft gasp. He had his eyes shut and hissed in pain, having thrown his hands out to catch himself. He was surprised when he felt a soft sensation that was definitely not the ground. Why does this feel vaguely familiar? He thought to himself, opening his eyes. What he saw had him gasp in shock. Long blonde hair, pale face rapidly reddening, and icy blue eyes widened in shock. Harry's mind was only able to conjure up two words for the situation, specifically where his hands were situated at. Oh shit, he stammered, getting off of her. Daphne jumped up and backed away, her face red and her mouth moving but no words coming out. Clearing his throat, Harry managed to speak through his shock. Greengrass? He asked, keeping his voice barely steady. Daphne still looked out of it and wasn't looking him in the eye, before her expression seemed to flatten and she glared at him. Watch where you're going, Potter, she said irritably. You could have hurt me. Hurt you? Harry scoffed. Your forehead did more damage than a little tumble would have, and thanks, by the way, for cushioning my fall. Daphne's face turned slightly pink, her eyes looking like they were as cold as a glacier. You should feel lucky, she snarked, rubbing her forehead where a mark was left, that I didn't hex your bits off. I stand in awe at your mercy, my lady. He mock bowed, smirking as he made eye contact. His occlumency was helping him keep his composure, but he felt that the smile was a fragile one. He needed to keep calm. She was alive. They were alive. He could do this even if she was pissed at the situation. Oh, now you're a gentleman after you've had a feel, she said sarcastically, still glaring at him. You were the one that walked into me, Ms. Greengrass, he pointed out. Ms. Greengrass, is it, Air Black? She raised a brow. I'm certain I wasn't operating in the capacity of the future Lord Black as I was in the loo, Harry said flatly. I don't need an air ring to piss whenever I please. Harry didn't stop there, though. But you're avoiding denying that you walked into me, Harry gestured to himself. My hands didn't touch you. You touched my hands. As such, I am entitled to declaring aggrieved status on behalf on the attempt on life. Daphne's glare intensified with each word he spoke. The sarcasm in his tone could almost be tasted in how thick he was laying it on. You felt me up, she growled, her occlumency slipping slightly. I didn't hurt you, you probably enjoyed it. Again? Harry grinned. eyeing how she was started to breath heavily. You're using outrage to detract from the harsh reality that your thick forehead has left me horrifically scarred and maimed. He pointed at the faded scar on his forehead. I shall carry this mark for the rest of my life. Daphne loved being sarcastic when she was irritated at someone or about something, but she hated the few times he'd respond in kind and get the better of her. This was one of those times. Huffing, Daphne continued to glare at him, a smile dancing on his face. This was fun, Harry said brightly, turning around to leave. We should do this again. First day of Hogsmeade. Wadash, Daphne voiced in a shocked tone, not expecting the turn of events. Lunch at Madame Pudafoots? Gotcha. Later, Eris Greengrass. He gave that last parting shot and rushed away from a completely shocked Daphne Greengrass. Daphne stood in the corridor of the train for several moments, trying to figure out what the bloody hell just happened. She'd been talking with Tracy and was thinking through plans on how to broach the topic of speaking to Potter. But she felt the need to use the bathroom. She told Tracy and had left to go, finishing up, then walking straight into what felt like a wall, smacking her head against something, then feeling a weight fall on her. Of course, Harry Bloody Potter was on top of her, his hands in a very personal area when he tried to stop his fall. The ensuing conversation was infuriating, her entire demeanor thrown off by the raven-haired boy. Potter wasn't the skinny, spectacled boy that he was at the end of fourth year. He had filled out and, judging by the firmness of his chest, fit. The fact that she almost got lost in gazing at his eyes, seeming to glow slightly with an emerald fire, unsettled her. She blinked a few times and shook herself, walking in a daze slightly back to her and Tracy's compartment. Opening the door, she sat down in her seat, ignoring Tracy's look of question. Everything okay, Daph? Tracy asked, looking concerned at her silence. Daphne blinked and straightened up. Yes, I'm fine, just thinking of things. Tracy gave her a speculative look, but shrugged and seemed to let it go, for now. Daphne went back to her thoughts on Potter. The nerve of him to make light of the situation. How was he, a boy, less embarrassed than she was? How dare he make a joke about going on a date to Hogsmeade? How dare he get the better of her in a verbal duel? And above all else, why did she find it exhilarating? She'd almost been resigned to the prospect of making Potter an ally as an easy one. Flash him a smile, get in his personal space, and so on. But that's not Potter, she discovered. Potter was sharp, not just intelligent and regurgitating words and laws that he memorized, but actually capable of using his wits to get the better of her. Almost like he knew how she thought or acted. Could he be a legulum? Stop it. She chided herself. I didn't feel an intrusion, and he wouldn't be able to do it wandlessly. Don't be daft. She resigned herself to try and figure out a solution later. She had all year to get to know Potter and see if he'd be open to working with her family. Hermione looked at Harry with concern, her friend's demeanor being more than a little disconcerting. Harry had been closed off for the summer following what happened at the graveyard, something that had her feeling guilt all the way up to Harry's trial. To find out he was the heir to the House of Black was different for her compared to literally everyone else in Grimmauld Place. She was a Muggle-born and had just begun to understand the way lordships worked, specifically the political sway the Blacks had. She assumed, given what she heard from Sirius stating that Malfoy's mother was a Black, that said Blonde was avoiding antagonizing the two of them currently because he just had the title as the heir to House Black stripped out from under him without any warning at all. But back to Harry, she could see a slight shift in his expression when he got back and sat down in the Gryffindor section of the compartment, his expression looking slightly vacant. Harry, she whispered to him, trying to get his attention after he was silent for several minutes. He flinched slightly and turned to her, his eyes blinking repeatedly. Sorry, Hermione, he offered apologetically. Just a bit lost in my thoughts. Hermione glanced around and realized it wasn't a good environment to talk to him about what he was thinking, probably being something unpleasant. Are you okay? She asked, looking directly into his eyes that seemed a little brighter than before. Harry nodded and gave her a reassuring smile. I'm fine, just memories. He discreetly gestured around. You know? Hermione nodded her head in acknowledgement, understanding what he meant. She saw Harry turn away from her and gaze off into nothingness, lost in his thoughts. She desperately wanted to talk with him, but she still had that lingering fear that he'd do what she had always been frightened of and abandon her. The summer and his reaction had her crying at night in guilt and self-hatred, cursing herself for not telling him anything, even if Dumbledore had given a rational reason for it. Glancing around, she looked at the other prefects and let her mind move to a more pleasant subject, her being made prefect. I can talk with Harry during patrols, she thought, hoping he'd open up to her some more over the year. The train ground to a halt and the prefects exited the compartment, heading out and separating to head to different carriages. Harry made his way to where Ron and Ginny were, seeing two other people he hadn't encountered since his return. Neville and Luna. Harry cleared his thoughts and approached their carriage, Hermione right behind him. He got them and glanced at the Thestral pulling the carriage, walking up and petting it when it tilted its head downward. "Harry," Hermione asked, "what are you doing?" Harry ignored her for a moment, sparing Luna a glance. He stepped into the carriage and sat next to her, looking at Neville as well for a moment. "You can see them too?" Harry asked her softly, not focusing on anything else. "Yes," she replied quietly, looking at him quizzically. "You're Harry Potter." "And your dash?" Harry asked, leading on for her to answer. "Luna Lovegood, but some people call me Loony. And I've been called mad." Harry chuckled, seeing Luna smile slightly. Turning to Hermione, who was still standing out of the carriage, Harry gave her an exasperated look. "Come on, Hermione," Harry said. "This is our ride to the madhouse." Hermione scowled, but got in. "We're not mad," she huffed, glaring at him. "Or worse, expelled." Harry pitched his voice to try and sound like she did in first year talking about the troll. Ron and Neville snorted slightly, trying to hide their amusement. Hermione rolled her eyes and ignored it, glancing at Luna more closely, specifically her earrings and the magazine she was reading. "What magazine is that?" Hermione asked confusedly. "I don't recognize it." "Oh, here we go again," Harry thought, hoping he'd avoid this a second time since he and Hermione hadn't met Luna yet. The carriage was awkwardly quiet after the ensuing argument between Hermione and Luna occurred, everyone else remaining quiet throughout Hermione's crusade against the Quibbler, and the cold response by Luna on who the publisher is. They got to their destination and they all got out, Hermione avoiding looking at Luna. Luna made her way forward first, heading to the other Ravenclaw students. Harry ran a hand through his hair and sighed at the rather frosty foundation set between Luna and Hermione, Luna's stance being understandable. "I shouldn't have been as harsh," Hermione admitted, looking somewhat ashamed. "But you have to admit that all does sound rather ridiculous. So does the concept of ghosts, stones that give immortality, basilisks, and soul-sucking monsters," Harry said smoothly, looking at Hermione's now widened eyes. "We live in a wondrous and magical world, Hermione. Some things might be true that neither of us could ever dream of. Death, fate, master of death, to name but a few." "I suppose you're right," Hermione said quietly, the group making their way to the entrance. "I should apologize when I have the chance." "She's a friend," Ginny pointed out. "I can tell her if you don't have the chance to, OWLs and all that." Hermione gave her a thankful smile, the five of them reaching everyone else as they entered the Great Hall. Harry's gaze swept over the room, multiple eyes turning to look at his. He ignored the muttered whispers and walked with the others to the Gryffindor table, giving Daphne a discreet wink from across the hall when he turned to her, her face tightening in irritation. Harry sat down at the table, ignoring the looks from everyone. The others sat down and Harry turned to look at the head table, the sorting about to begin in a few minutes. Sure enough, Professor McGonagall came in with the first years, Professor Grubblyplank trailing in the back. The first years got situated at the front, Harry sparing a glance towards the elephant in the room, or more accurately, the toad. Pink cardigan, looked like a pale toad, and he could almost smell the awful perfume just by thinking of it. Umbridge still had a smug look on her face, just as she did the first time around when she interrupted Dumbledore to give her little speech. Harry watched as the sorting finished and, just like before, Umbridge interrupted Dumbledore, much to the surprise everyone including Dumbledore. Harry listened intently to what she said, just as Hermione was. The Ministry has a vested interest in the school, so on and so forth. Harry sighed in relief once he was able to eat, now that she finally stopped talking. He dug into his food, eating it with gusto, at least until a certain bushy-haired friend of his decided to commit the heinous crime of interrupting him. "Did you catch all of that?" Hermione whispered to him, interrupting his eating. Harry gave her a deadpan look, biting into a morsel of treacle tart while still making direct eye contact. "I caught everything," he hissed in Parseltongue, grinning when Hermione didn't even realize what he did. "Don't be like Ron was," Hermione scowled, glancing at Room, who was keeping up the effort to slow his eating somewhat after Hermione politely pointed it out, while Fred and George compared him to the pigs they raised at their home at times, specifically the red ones. The honesty of brothers is irreplaceable when being an utter bastard to your relation. Harry leaned forward and repeated himself. "I caught everything," he said in English, taking another bite of food while still looking at her. "Really?" Hermione asked skeptically, folding her arms over her chest. "Really, Ms. Granger?" Harry smiled, giving her a raised brow. "If you wish to progress in a fashion not aligned with the goals of the Ministry, it shall be prohibited." He used much of the words Umbridge used, but paraphrased. Hermione blinked and leaned her head back, surprised that Harry listened through the whole speech. "Now let me finish," he said, going back to his food. Dinner was finished and Hermione rose from her seat, eyeing Harry speculatively. "What?" Harry raised a brow. "We need to help guide the first years to Gryffindor Tower." Hermione rolled her eyes at the obvious statement she made. "Our patrols start tomorrow. I'm sure Peeves can help them." Harry waved her concern off, smirking at the look of aggravation on her face. "Harry Potter," she warned, groaning audibly when she saw him adopt a grin. "Hermione Granger," he said in a chastising tone. Hermione shook her head and began walking towards the front of the table, Harry following moments after, giving Fred and George a quick wave. The students began to leave the hall to get back to their dormitories. The prefects split between some walking with the students, while the other half was instructed to stay behind and guide the first years. "First-year Gryffindors," Hermione called out clearly, "follow us to the dormitories." She gestured to herself and Harry. A couple of the first years were starting at him, gawking slightly. "Are you Harry Potter?" One of them, a girl with auburn hair, asked loudly. Harry smirked and gave a look of false confusion. "I keep getting asked if I'm Harry Potter, but I don't see how I resemble him." "Harry," Hermione scolded him, "don't tease them." "See," Harry pointed dramatically, "even my friend confuses me with him." Most of the first years clued in and started laughing, Hermione shaking her head at her friend's antics. "But yes, I'm Harry Potter, wizard extraordinaire, and your fifth-year prefect." The first years were enthralled by his presentation, paying rapt attention. "We'll be guiding you to the common room tonight and back here." He pointed to the entry into the great hall that they just exited. "For tomorrow morning, be sure not to get lost. If you do get lost, the portraits will help guide you. Just don't ask Sir Cadogan for directions. He's a bit mad." He smiled as he saw each of them seem to focus on his every word, even Hermione looking impressed. "I'll direct you now to Ms. Granger, the other prefect, and she knows much more than I do about everything you need to know." Hermione looked surprised at the abrupt shift to her, but she took it in stride and cleared her throat. "Yes," she began, continuing to guide the first years forward. "Up here, we will be encountering the enchanted staircase. Be mindful of one of the steps." Harry zoned out the rest of her explanation to the first years, letting his memory guide him to the common room. They got to the fat lady and gave her the password, stressing to the first years that they needed to remember it, and entered as the portraits swing open. They entered and Hermione pointed out certain parts of the common room and their dormitories, the boys on one side and the girls on the other end. Harry spotted a few in his year lounging by the fireplace, specifically Dean and Seamus, the latter giving him a peculiar look. Lovely, Harry thought sarcastically, knowing he'd need a dressing down. Seamus at least seemed to have the decency to wait until the first years were directed to their dormitories by Hermione before approaching him. We tried talking with him, Ron said, glancing at Neville. But, well, he trailed off. Let me hazard a guess, Harry said, putting his left hand on his chin. Based on your expression, Dean looking uncomfortable, Neville and Ron trying to talk with you. I think you want to know whether I'm a lunatic or not, probably thinking I'm the liar, lunatic, lordling. Harry stated the stupid title by the Daily Prophet when the news dropped of him being the Black Heir. Liar, lunatic, or lord. Yeah, pretty much, Seamus said, looking up at Harry, who was taller than he was last school year. Me ma'am thinks Dumbledore's right mad now, getting old. And that would make me a liar, Harry shrugged dismissively. If you're going to call me a liar, have the stones to actually say it instead of being a pussy. Seamus glared at him and took a deep breath. You want to hear it then, eh? Here it goes, you're either a madman or you fell for the shite Dumbledore told you to say. And you're the imbecilic spawn of an insufferable bitch, Harry said flatly, his head tilted slightly. What the bloody hell is that supposed to mean, Potter? He demanded, his face turning red in anger. Harry chuckled mockingly. That answer is proof of why Jesus was not born in Ireland. His grin grew wider, his fingers flexing beneath the sleeve of his robes. Couldn't find 3 wise men or a virgin. Seamus clued into the double insult to him and his mother a moment later, his face twisting into a snarl as he drew his wand. Harry's hand shot to his own and hit Seamus with a banishment charm with a casual flick of his wand, sending the boy into one of the couches with a heavy impact. The cushioning stopped anything from being broken, but Seamus was still on the ground, coughing and trying to get air back into his lungs. Everyone still in the room stared in shock, having not seen Harry move for his wand. Harry casually approached Seamus, wand barely glowing at the tip with a red light. Leaning down towards Seamus, Harry spoke to him. Don't try and attack me, Seamus, he said with a misleadingly soft tone. You'll regret it. Don't call me a liar and don't call me insane. Harry then stood up and left the room, not sparing anyone a glance as he went to his bed. Stop laughing, Tracy, Daphne growled, looking at her best friend on the ground, gasping for air from laughing. It's not funny. The other girls in their year were still in the common room, talking amongst themselves while the two of them walked straight to their dormitory and Daphne filled Tracy in on what happened. I don't think your dad's going to be happy that you tried to entrap Potter with your feminine wiles, Tracy managed to get out through her giggles. Shut up, Daphne growled, throwing a pillow at her. He walked into me. And I'm sure he's absolutely grateful that you cushioned his fall. Tracy kept laughing, much to the blonde's anger. Daphne dragged her hand through a lock of her hair, gripping it tightly in irritation. I'm sure Potter will want to meet up again, Tracy grinned from ear to ear. Have some more hands-on inspection again. Daphne started breathing heavily and closed her eyes, trying to refrain from killing her best friend. Stop. Tracy put up her hands to placate her, genuinely trying to stop laughing. Okay, I'll stop, but one last thing. Daphne groaned audibly. What? She sighed, resigned to hearing it. When's the date? She asked, somehow maintaining a straight face. Daphne flushed red in anger and started grumbling about nothing in particular, turning away from her friend. There, I'm done. We can talk seriously now, Tracy said, trying to reach for her friend. Daphne pushed her hand away and scowled at her, calming down as she thought of what to say. Potter has a completely different personality from what it was we thought. Daphne began, shaking her head. The trial wasn't a farce where he simply memorized the laws. He's dangerous, she whispered. Tracy may not be as politically astute as Daphne was, but she was still the eldest child of a lord and was educated as an heir was expected, even if her mum was a muggle-born. Why would he hide that? Tracy asked. Why wouldn't he be in Slytherin if he hid that since first year? That's surely something our house would respect. Remember who all is in Slytherin, Daphne pointed out. Risk assessment dictates that you avoid sleeping near people who have a vested interest in killing or beating you down. Tracy raised a brow at her. That's something she gestured between the two of them, would be taught. Potter was Muggle-raised. Are you sure about that? Daphne countered. Potter likely met Black at one point. There's no other reason for him to fight for a trial to get a supposed Death Eater, and one who was the reason for his parents' deaths, acquitted. Tracy huffed in annoyance. Why do you always seem to find things? Merlin, I think I know how my dad feels when he talks with yours. Daphne smirked at that, knowing that her father and Tracy's were friends in school just like the two of them are. But back to Potter, Daphne said. He made a grand show of being on bad terms with Dumbledore, but that may have been a ruse. I'll know more about him when I have more time to speak with him. Madame Pudafoots? Tracy snickered, yelping when Daphne slapped her on the shoulder. No, not a date, she growled, getting up. After a class, I'll speak with him. I'd recommend after potions, Tracy said simply. Wait till he's on his way to divination after lunch. Whyy. Daphne dragged the word, raising a brow in question. Divination is a load of tripe, Tracy shrugged. He won't be too worked up if he's late. Plus, she added with a grin, there's more than one broom cupboard to duck into if you get the chance for a more private discussion. Daphne growled and stormed away, muttering under her breath. This is what happens when your best friend reads romance novels. Albus Dumbledore looked at the two teachers in the headmaster's office, if you could even call one of them a teacher. Severus Dolores? He inclined his head in acknowledgement at the arrival of the second. There is something, as members of staff this pertains to, that you should know. Yes, Severus drawled, his expression a bored one. Is it related to what you mentioned earlier in the summer? Dumbledore nodded an affirmative, turning towards Dolores. As you have not held a teaching position before, Dumbledore explained kindly, it would be quite a hurdle to handle OWL and NEWT students for this year. So the staff and I, before you were appointed, devised a means to help reduce the strain upon the defense position. And that is? Umbridge asked, looking suspicious of anything the old man thought of. A study group headed by a prefect will help students with any issues they have that would be tedious for you. But don't fret, he added, noticing her about to say something. This prefect has been top of his year in defense against the dark arts, and Severus will be overseeing it, as he has a defense mastery. Severus showed no sign of acknowledging what Dumbledore said, aside from a slight thinning of his lips. Umbridge looked between Dumbledore and Snape, looking like she was trying to formulate a response. Who is the student? She asked sweetly, fixing Dumbledore with a look. Harry Potter, of course. Umbridge's eyes widened in surprise, before she schooled her features. Potter, HMNN. That is surprising. Are you certain that he is a proper choice? Is Professor Snape a good member of staff to oversee it? Dumbledore had been prepared for Umbridge to call his judgment into question and answered smoothly in response. Professor Snape is a diligent educator who is very competent in the fields he is certified in. No injuries will occur under his watch. The accident rate for first-year students in potions has consistently lowered since he took up the position after the retirement of Professor Slughorn. A harsh and oftentimes spiteful man he may be, but Severus Snape was a competent individual that took incompetence as a personal insult and put the fear of Merlin in students concerning any amateur mistakes in a very dangerous field of magical education. And what of Mr. Potter? Umbridge seemed to switch targets, not looking at Snape. He has his OWLs this year. Strange, Dumbledore thought, keeping his expression neutral. She did not attempt to attack his character or trustworthiness. Perhaps I am indeed right about Cornelius wishing to sniff for a means to target me. Good. With Cornelius, and by extension Umbridge, targeting him as the focus, the students will find it easier for this year, the calm before the storm. A letter was sent to him over the summer. Dumbledore lied smoothly, betraying no deception. He accepted it, wishing to help any students that would need it. Dumbledore had left a message with the prefect badge sent to Harry, telling him the plan for any questioning about the details of his position as the head of the defense study group. Umbridge frowned and seemed to accept what he said. Very well. Anything that eases the burden on my part would be welcome, even it isn't necessary. Dumbledore painted a smile on his face and dismissed her, turning to Severus. Severus, he said, I have a question concerning your upcoming potions class tomorrow. Dumbledore glanced at Umbridge's back as a hint. Snape nodded along and gave a curt yes, as Umbridge left the room. When the door closed, Dumbledore dropped the jovial look on his face and fixed Snape with a piercing gaze. You understand the other reason why I need you in particular to act as the official overseer for the study group when the practical portion is covered by Harry? Dumbledore asked. Snape nodded, his face tightening slightly. It's a fool's errand to convince you otherwise. Potter doesn't have it in him to kill the Dark Lord on his own. He is a child. As we all were, Dumbledore countered, smiling softly. Harry has taken proactive steps to preparing for what is to come. You take Black's word on whether he's been studying, Snape scoffed, looking unconvinced. James Potter and Black at least had the drive to be better than me in studies, even if they did fail. Quite proud of your accomplishments, I know, Severus. Dumbledore smiled, giving only a slight admonishing tone to his voice. Any bias Sirius or Remus may have in judging Harry's progress will be completely absent with you. Snape was an accomplished duelist and had a creativity in his spells and curses that was uncommon for a man not yet 40, even if he had been a Death Eater. Has Potter been informed that I will be testing him after each session of the study group? Snape asked, his lip curling upwards at the thought of putting Potter to task in another subject. Dumbledore shook his head. I will inform him beforehand, Dumbledore answered, stroking his beard for a moment. The two men were silent for a moment, the elder of the two breaking it shortly after. Has there been anything Voldemort has planned as a retaliation to a trial for Sirius? Dumbledore asked, having not broached the subject. The Dark Lord has been keeping things close to the chest, Snape admitted. Something left him very displeased with Lucius, something unrelated to losing the Black Seat. Dumbledore pondered what that could be, something to look at for a different day. If anything is mentioned at the next meeting, Severus, be sure to mention it, Dumbledore stated, glancing towards the door. Now, I'm certain you would like to get back to your quarters. It has been a rather long day, so I'll cease to take up more of your time. Dumbledore dismissed him. Headmaster. Snape bowed his head slightly in a farewell, turning around to leave, his robes billowing slightly as he exited the room. Dumbledore chuckled at what Snape did, he himself having done it as a teacher when he felt like being a little theatrical. Fawkes trilled at him when he thought that. Oh, Fawkes, Dumbledore scolded his familiar. I was far more sophisticated in my execution of it than Severus ever could be. Dumbledore shook his head. A beard is required to pull it off, and none now have as grand a one as mine. He stroked his beard to get the point across. Fawkes turned his head up at him and looked away, the trill he made as he jumped off his perch and flew away almost sounding like a snort. Dumbledore scoffed slightly at what the phoenix did. Be that way then. To think that even a phoenix, majestic and ethereal creatures that they are, would think he was flamboyant. The nerve of such a creature, his familiar no less. Rising from his chair, he massaged the back of where his neck met his shoulders, thinking of how today went. The sorting was a beautiful thing to watch, as usual, seeing the next crop of students take their place in the wizarding world. The Muggle-born students' awestruck looks were a sight to behold, reminding him of his own wonder when he first set foot in what was now his home. He stepped away from his desk and walked to his quarters, deciding to call it an early night. He could work for longer tomorrow if need be.